the sun blazed high above an endless expanse of ocean. A lone kayak bobbed on the shimmering waves. On it sat a man, tied tightly to the craft, his body riddled with cuts that oozed crimson streaks onto the wood. Opposite him was a woman, her expression cold, her hand steady as she poured seawater over his wounds from a battered wooden bowl. The man writhed in agony, the salt digging into his flesh like 1,000 needles. Wang, please, let me go," he cried, his voice cracking. Wang, his girlfriend or so he thought, smiled faintly. "Let you go," she repeated, tilting her head with mock sweetness. Huyu's bloodshot eyes widened in terror as the truth hit him. She wasn't his savior, she was his executioner. 50 days had passed since the world's collapse began. It started innocently enough, a rainstorm, heavy but unremarkable. But after 3 days, the rain didn't stop. Rivers overflowed, and drainage systems failed. By day 15, a third of the world's land was underwater. Chaos reigned as society crumbled, reducing humanity to survivalists ruled by desperation and violence. By day 30, only 10% of the population remained, clinging to faith or madness. And on day 49, the world was unrecognizable. All land had been swallowed by the seas. Humanity was adrift, and so were Huyu and Wang. Now, tied to the kayak, Huyu realized his fate. You chose me because," he stammered, his voice trembling. Wang smirked, tracing a finger along his chest. "Because you're strong, healthy, and you're a virgin," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "Perfect for preservation." Huyu's heart pounded. "No." Her fingers trailed lower. "Don't worry," she purred. "I'll keep you close forever, right here." She touched her abdomen, her tone sickly sweet. "You'll be part of me just like you wanted." "You're insane," he screamed, his voice cracking. But Wang only leaned closer, pressing her lips against his for one final kiss as she plunged the dagger into his chest. Blackness consumed him. The world faded, pain, sound, even the gnawing sensation at his flesh, and then Huyu opened his eyes with a start. He was in his bedroom. His chest was unscarred, his body whole. Frantically, he grabbed his phone. Saturday, July 6, 2024, 7 o'clock a.m. The date sent chills through him. 1 week. 1 week before the rainstorm that would end the world. His memories were no nightmare, they were a warning. Then, a chime sounded. A translucent dialogue box appeared before his eyes. Host. Huyu systems store unlimited non-living items without decay. Gain 1 experience point per day survived. Huyu's mind raced. A system? This wasn't just a rebirth, it was a chance. Testing the system, he willed his TV into the backpack. In an instant, it vanished, only to reappear when he summoned it back. It was real, and it changed everything. Memories of Wang flooded his mind. In his previous life, he had sheltered her, fallen for her manipulations, and paid the ultimate price. Not this time. This time, he would survive, and she would suffer. Huyu sprang into action. He ordered food, burgers, fried chicken, milk tea. He devoured it all, savoring flavors he'd thought he'd never taste again. Then he turned to his computer, buying supplies with reckless abandon. Instant noodles, self-heating meals, and 5-liter barrels of water, hundreds of them. He maxed out every loan, amassing enough provisions to survive years. But supplies weren't enough. Huyu knew he needed more weapons, medical kits, even entertainment. And most importantly, he needed allies. Reliable ones, unlike Wang. A boat. He remembered seeing a wealthy man escape on a luxury yacht in his past life, trading tickets for food or other favors. Huyu couldn't afford a yacht, but perhaps a speedboat. His funds were limited, but with the system, he could store and secure it all. Time was ticking. 7 days to prepare. 7 days to rewrite his fate. This time, he wouldn't just survive the apocalypse, he would dominate it, and Wang, she would pay for everything. As Huyu's determination hardened, he whispered to himself, "Let the rain come. This time, I'll be ready." Make money. Huyu's only advantage now is his spatial ability, but places like banks and gold stores are under surveillance. Even if he can retrieve items from a distance, it may arouse suspicion. I never thought I would be reborn in my last life, otherwise I would have to remember one or two lottery numbers. There is only one way now. Rob the rich and give to the poor. Rob the loan company's wealth and help my own poverty. Loan companies like those usually keep some cash in a safe. As long as you find this kind of safe, you have room to operate. Huyu took his real estate certificate and started running between major banks with only one purpose: mortgage. But every time it was time to go through the process, he would leave with the real estate certificate instead of going through the process at the bank. Soon, a spirited young man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses came over. "Hey, buddy, need some money?" "Right." Huyu immediately became possessed by the movie king. In the last 2 months, the first thing he learned was to talk to people and to talk to ghosts. His acting skills have already reached the point where he can instantly kill all the traffic niche students. "Brother." He immediately hid the house book under his arm and asked softly, "Do you have any connections?" "As long as you have collateral, we have a way." "What a coincidence." Huyu held out the real estate certificate. "Look, isn't this it?" "Okay," the spirited young man responded and immediately turned around. "Come on, brother, I will take you to find a way out." Soon, Huyu was taken to a tea house. The first floor is where tea is normally sold, while the second floor has a huge wooden table with an elegant middle-aged man sitting in front of it. When he saw someone coming, he said slowly, "A guest is here. Sit down quickly. How about you try this year's new tea?" "It's already July, still new tea. Are you trying to trick me into not understanding?" Huyu walked forward with a smile, held the house book in his arms and asked, "What do you call the boss?" "Just call me Lao Tian." The middle-aged man raised his hand and said, "Come, sit down. What kind of business do you want to do?" "Boss Tian." Huyu sat down and pushed the house book in front of him. "I want to get a loan. I heard you have a way here." "As for loans, I don't have any, but I do have some for selling tea." "Huh, are you just here to make fun of me?" Huyu knew what he meant, but he still snorted softly and was about to stand up, but was pushed down by a strong man behind him. "Hey, little brother, don't worry." Boss Chan served the tea and said in detail, "You mortgage your house with me and I will lend you money without interest, but as a friend, you have to buy some tea from me. So you understand, right?" "Understood." Huyu pondered for a few breaths and then asked, "How much tea do you want to buy?" "How much do you want to borrow?" 2 million, this house is far more than that." "How many days?" "A month." Boss Chan immediately beamed with joy and took out a box of tea from under the table. "This tea is this year's new tea. A box costs 10,000. Brother, I will buy 40 boxes and go back to try it." 40 boxes, which means an interest of 400,000 yuan a month. It's really cruel, too much. In order not to be suspected, Huyu frowned and said, "Boss Chan, can you buy less?" Boss Chan's expression changed instantly. He raised his hand to drink tea and said, "See you off." "I'll buy it, but I want cash." "Good." Boss Chan forced a smile on his face again and turned to look behind him. "Zio Lai, make the contract." "Okay, boss." Huyu then picked up the teacup, took a sip and watched Boss Chan get up and walk to the back of the tea room. "If I guess correctly, the loan shark money is there." After a while, Boss Chan came over with 2 large handbags, placed them on the table, and held them down with his hands. "Brother, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do with this money?" Huyu had already prepared his words. He quietly leaned into Boss Chan's ear and whispered like a thief, "Boss Chan, I'm telling you this because I think you are a righteous person. I have inside information as soon as the market opens on Monday." Okay. Boss Chan didn't finish listening to the words. He pushed the money forward and held it in his hand. "I won't listen to this kind of inside information. Brother, I wish you good fortune." "Okay." Huyu picked up the handbag, feeling the weight of the sediment inside, turned around and walked out. "Thank you, Boss Chan." It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we left the tea house. The cell phone rings suddenly. Huyu turned on the screen and saw that the caller ID was Yu. Right. At this time the movie should start. Food stored. If you want to store more food, you have to wait until dark and you can't worry about money. Not as good as, "Let's play with her first." As soon as Huyu picked up the phone, there was an angry voice on the other end. "Huyu, where are you? Why didn't I see you?" Sorry. Huyu smiled and apologized. "I just went to prepare a surprise for you. Just wait, I will be here soon." "Snort," Yu snorted. That's pretty much it, but if the surprise later is not enough, I won't forgive you. Don't worry. Huyu hung up the phone, turned around, walked into the Van Cleef /U0026 Arpels counter, and bought a 4-leaf clover necklace worth over 20,000 yuan. I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. Remembering that in her last life, she promised herself to go out to watch a movie just for this necklace. At that time, he was so hooked that he had no time to think about this. He just swiped his card to pay, thinking about the lingering spring night at night. But this woman was nice. She said that the gas at her best friend's house was not turned off, so she turned around and left while wearing the necklace. Now think about it. Is the gas turned off? I'm afraid I won't have to go to the next show overnight. Now, it's my turn to catch you. Huyu carried the necklace and walked slowly to the cinema. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the movie was almost halfway through. Yu Wanyu just sat in the waiting area, looking at the elevator from time to time. The moment Huyu came out, her anger finally found its outlet. The moment Huyu saw her, his heart couldn't stop trembling. Fear struck, and the scene from the previous life suddenly appeared in my mind. He suppressed his trembling and stepped out of the elevator. The sound of high heels echoed in the theater foyer, attracting everyone's attention. It's over, it's over. This guy is so late, something will definitely happen. HMPH, that's right. If you make a girl wait for so long, you should break up with him. The voices of the people eating melons sounded one after another. Everyone is waiting for the big melon to explode later, but Huyu just handed the bag forward. When she saw the logo on the bag, her anger dissipated instantly. Van Cleef /U0026 Arpels. Guess this guy knows something. Here, a surprise for you. Snort. Yu Wanyu took the bag smoothly, but still raised her lips. Don't think that buying me a gift can compensate me. I have been looking forward to this movie for a long time. Looking forward to the movie. If you hadn't fallen asleep watching this last time, I would have almost believed it. You really just opened your mouth and came. How about you open it and take a look first? Huyu forced a smile. Maybe you will like it. Yu Wanyu did not answer, but took out the necklace box from the bag, opened it, and saw that it was the one she had been attracted to for a long time. Joy diluted the anger. Have you seen my circle of friends? Humph, that's pretty much it. Yu Wangyu's tone was filled with satisfaction. She handed the box behind her and said in a condescending tone, Here, put it on for me. Okay. Huyu picked up the necklace, passed it through her white and slender neck, and held both ends of the necklace tightly with both hands. With just a little bit of force, this thing can be strangled to death. Never mind. Not to mention that there is still a society ruled by law. If she were to be killed like this, it would be too easy for her. The end has not come yet, so she must enjoy it slowly. Under the gaze of everyone, Huyu finally put the necklace on her. Yu Wanyu turned around, put her slender fingers on her collarbone, and said with a smile on her face, How is it? Does it look good? Nice. Huyu nodded. In terms of appearance, Yu Wanyu has good foundation, a good figure, and superb makeup skills. Otherwise, she would not have become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Of course, if the end comes, these things will only turn into sharp swords stabbing her. If Huyu hadn't sacrificed her life to protect her, she wouldn't have survived even a week, let alone the heavy rain period. But who knows what happens next? Huyu shook his head and shook the picture out of his mind. The movie has started. Let's not wait for the next scene. Let's go eat directly. Okay, Yu Wanyu responded happily, even holding Huyu's arm. What should we eat? Jade Tan. Huyu spit out a name casually. Don't you always want to eat at that restaurant? It was the highest standard restaurant in the city. The per capita consumption is around 4 digits, and if we add some top-notch ingredients and drinks, it is likely to reach 5 digits. The last time Yu Wanyu went out to eat with a rich man, she showed off in the circle of friends for 3 days. Really? Yu Wanyu's eyes lit up. She didn't even wait for Huyu to answer or ask him where he got so much money. She already took out her mobile phone and made a call. I have their contact information. I'll order food. Huyu nodded, feeling that the softness on his arms was a bit piercing. Evening. As soon as the two arrived at the restaurant, the waiter greeted them immediately. Is this Miss Yi? Yes, Yu Wanyu replied with her head held high. Hello, Miss Yi. The waiter bowed respectfully. Private room No. 9 has been reserved for you. Welcome to come. Well, lead the way. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the private room. Yu Wanyu took the menu directly and started ordering. Huyu picked up the phone and started taking pictures. Are there any wild, large yellow croakers today? There happen to be two today. The price is 39.80 yuan per catty. One is 2 cattas and 5 tails, and the other is 3 cattas. Yu Wanyu glanced at Huyu, who was playing with his mobile phone without any trace, and found that he was not moving, so he immediately made a decision. I want both. 2. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Miss Yi, if 2 people eat, 1 piece is enough. It's fine. Yu Wanyu took the menu and continued to scan other dishes. My brother didn't come today, so I packed it for him and took it back. She said and looked at Huyu again. Baby, is it okay? The word baby almost made Huyu shout out his PTSD. Younger brother. In her last life, she had never seen her have a younger brother. He could only force out a smile. It's okay. That's great, I love you the most, Mua. A coquettish 3-game ending. Yu Wanyu continued to order. Where's the king crab? Yes, the price. 2 of them. 4 bowls of millet and ginseng. Roast duck with white truffle, 4 cases. 2 soft-boiled abalones, 4. 15 minutes later. Yu Wanyu finally finished ordering the dishes. Huyu glanced at the prices printed on the menu. Okay, 88,800, including the 10% service fee, it is exactly 88,800. When Yu Wanyu saw such an order, Huyu didn't even move. With little stars twinkling in her eyes, she took the initiative to raise the red wine glass. My dear, come on, let's drink. Here, cheers. Huyu smiled and took a sip of red wine, waiting for food to be served. One after another top-notch delicacies were served to the table. Huyu didn't move his chopsticks until, my dear, are you still playing with your phone? Eat. Okay. When Huyu heard what she said, he immediately showed off. Of course, the phone was always on for recording and kept nearby. After eating for 2 hours, the meal was finally over. All the food in front of Huyu was completely destroyed, but there was still a lot left in front of Yu Wanyu. Pay the bill. Following Yu Wanyu's order, the waiter walked in with the packed food and handed the bill to Huyu. What? Huyu glanced at the waiter and asked with some confusion. The meal was ordered by that lady, the dishes were ordered by that lady, and she even paid the bill. Why did you give me the bill? Sorry, sir. The waiter immediately apologized, turned around and walked to Yu Wanyu. Huyu! Yu Wanyu immediately slapped the table and stood up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Huyu pretended to be confused, as if he had suddenly realized something, and pointed the phone camera at himself. Ah, by the way, thank you, Miss Yi, for the treat. After that, he pressed to stop recording and smiled at Yu Wanyu. I filmed the entire meal. Miss Yi, you don't want this video to be seen by your fans, right? Yu Wanyu values her reputation most. Don't underestimate her as a small internet celebrity. If this video gets out, her career as an internet celebrity will be ruined. Good, very good. Yu Wanyu laughed in anger. I didn't say I would treat you to this meal, did I? We can go AA at most. Hey, don't. Huyu opened the video and moved the progress bar to the part where Yu Wanyu asked him to eat. The video played. Look, you told me to eat, so I started eating. Yu Wanyu's face turned red with anger. No wonder this bastard didn't start eating just now, so he was waiting here. Thank you again, Miss Yi, for treating me to dinner. Huyu stood up at the right time, used the space backpack to retrieve the necklace on her neck, turned around and went out, and didn't forget to give her a thumbs up. Miss Yi, you are a very nice person. Turning around, closing the door, bang, Yu Wanyu's voice came from the private room. Her tone was still high and mighty. If you don't want the packed things, return them to me. I'll keep the remaining money for my necklace, tomorrow. Wait, where's my necklace? Huyu smiled. You bitch ate and drank my food in your last life and finally ate me. These are just interest. When the doomsday comes, I'll slowly settle the accounts with you. He turned and went out. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights are on. In the bustling city, countless people have started their nightlife. They don't know or even imagine that in the next 7 days, no, to be precise, 166 hours later, the world will be completely different. It's already this time. I think Boss Tian should get off work. Now, it's time for me to go to work. Huyu walked all the way to the tea house. When he arrived, he saw the lights in the tea house turned off. After Boss Tian went downstairs, he got in a Mercedes and left. Huyu waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no one in the tea house, he changed his clothes from his space backpack and quietly came to the gate. With a thought, the gate disappeared instantly. He walked into the tea house and put the gate back again. Turning on the flashlight on his mobile phone, he went upstairs and soon found the place where Boss Tian put the money. The half-man-high safe was behind the tea house, without any cover. Huyu repeated the method just now, put the safe door into the space, and the things stored inside instantly came into view. 4-layer safe. The bottom layer was filled with cash, estimated to be about 5 million. The second layer was full of gold bars, 500 grams each, and there were hundreds of them. The third layer was various contracts. When looking at the fourth layer, Huyu's pupils trembled. That was a gun. Take it away, take them all away. It was a black pistol, the model was unknown, and there was a box of ammunition next to it. Including the third-level contract, Huyu took away everything at once. The contract is of course useless to him, but it can be used to confuse the public. After handling the scene, Huyu quickly ran towards home. He didn't expect that Boss Tian was so powerful that he could even get a gun. Now that I have money, I also have weapons at my side. Next, it's time to think about how to cash out the gold bars and exchange them for supplies. The current gold price is 600 yuan per gram, and there are exactly 100 500-gram gold bars in the safe, which is 30 million. The money was enough for him to buy a small yacht. If you sell a large amount of gold bars in this city, you will definitely be discovered by Boss Tian. You have to escape first. Now go home, pack your things, and go to the airport. Buy the earliest ticket to fly to Ao Island. 40 million would attract attention to other cities, but to that place, it would only be a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, there should be what you need there. After Huyu ran 2 streets away, he called a car and drove home. He returned to the community all the way and took the elevator, feeling uneasy all the way. Even if he has experienced the apocalypse, he will feel unprecedented excitement when doing this kind of thing. With this money, it is enough to complete his preliminary preparations. Ding tilde, the elevator opens. Huyu walked out of the elevator and subconsciously looked at his door. Just one glance and he was instantly stunned. People. All people. 10 burly men were blocking the door of his house. Each of them had tattoos on their arms, and their faces were full of flesh and blood, and they almost had the word ferocious written on their faces. The leader was a bald man, something Huyu had seen before. Of course, it was the previous life. His name is Lai Mang, and he is one of Yu Wanyu's licking dogs. It is said that he is very powerful in the city's underworld. If I guessed correctly, they must have come here under Yu Wanyu's instructions. Although she was not present, she could not be separated from it. Are you Huyu? Lai Mang confirmed. Well, it's me. Huyu replied calmly and continued to walk towards the door. If it were before, he might still be afraid. But now, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. He has a gun in his hand. It's fine if it's you. Lai Mang stepped forward as he spoke, and a group of younger brothers quickly followed behind him. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boy, Missy asked me to tell you. You. The words are not finished yet. Huyu had already taken out his gun and pointed it at Lai Mang's head. A kind smile crept onto her cheeks. What did she ask you to tell me? The cold metal touch was mixed with the smell of gunpowder that penetrated his nose and throat. Lai Mang is absolutely sure of one thing. This is a real thing. He tilde, the smile at the corner of Lai Mang's mouth suddenly became honest, and he rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face. Brother, please put this thing away first. You have something to say, you have something to say. I'll just say one thing. Huyu naturally did not put away the gun, but used the muzzle of the gun to pat Lai Mang's face. Remember this? Snap, bang bang. One time, heavier than the other, long red marks covered his cheeks. Whatever she asked you to do to me today, you go back to her and do it again. Do you understand? Understood, completely understood. Lai Mang responded respectfully and climbed into the elevator regardless of the marks on his face. When leaving, I didn't forget to say goodbye to Huyu. Brother, please don't send me away. Good night and sweet dreams. The elevator doors are closed. Lai Mang immediately covered his face and took a breath. That crazy woman. She kicked the iron plate and didn't even know it. Xiao. Boss then. Is that the real thing? A younger brother asked. Nonsense, Lai Mang immediately replied. Boss Tian has an exact gun in his hand, I've seen it before, you can't imitate the gunpowder smell. It makes me angry just to talk about it. Lai Mang pressed the button on the third floor. Let's go and talk to that woman. At the same time, Huyu returned to the room and put some daily clothes and everything into the space backpack. Unfortunately, the goods purchased online have not arrived yet, otherwise I would just put them in the space. Perfect. He went out at night, and when the elevator passed by the third floor, he didn't hear any movement. Instead, he saw a police car parked at the door of the unit building after going downstairs. Lai Mang and Yu Wanyu both stood in front of the police. The latter looked uninjured, but Lai Mang's face was covered with scratches. This woman is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. Under the gaze of the two people, Huyu walked over as if he hadn't seen him. Take a taxi outside the community and head towards the airport. He had just contacted the airport and set off immediately, arriving in Macau in 3 hours. What flight? What flight do you want? Directly customize business charter flights. Isn't it just 200,000? Money is not as important as time. He confirmed with the airport that the ticket would be paid in cash. When I arrived at the airport, a beautiful stewardess in uniform was already waiting outside. She held a sign in her hand with only 6 words written on it. Animals. Humans are also considered a kind of animal, right? Huyu subconsciously raised his eyes to look at Mu Lingxiu, and a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Taiwan Novel Network. Right arrow letter 1D565 letter 1D568 letter 1D55C letter 1D552 letter 1D55F. Letter 1D554 letter 1D560 letter 1D55E name. Mu Lingxiu. Gender. Female age. Skills. Proficient in service, proficient in first aid, proficient in nursing, basic firefighting, proficient in dance. Personality. Madonna, compassionate, flattering. Favorability. Purity. 98 Note. The maximum value of purity is 100, and each negative distance relationship with a member of the opposite sex will be -1. Great. Now that he has a panel, he can recruit talents with confidence. Even if he owns a ship, if he relies on himself alone, he will never survive after the rainstorm. Crew, doctor, chef, and preferably bodyguard. Of course, the premise of all this is loyalty. Only when the favorability reaches above 90 can you completely trust each other, brothers and sisters. In the last life, many brothers and sisters killed each other. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu sensed Huyu's gaze and stepped forward respectfully. What do you need? Not yet. Huyu opened his eyes and looked out the dark window. How long will it take to land? In half an hour, we will arrive at Ayatao Airport. The airport has prepared exclusive services for you. Where is your next trip? We can prepare a car for you. Itinerary. By the way, I was busy booking air tickets and forgot to book a hotel. Time is urgent. Anyway, I have slept for a while, so I will go to get a boat first. I want to buy a large yacht. Huyu asked directly, can you find a seller for me? Please wait. Mu Lingxiu walked towards the cockpit. A few minutes later, she came back in high heels with a tablet in her hand. Mr. Hu, we just contacted the company. Our senior management happens to know a wealthy Hong Kong man who is ready to sell a yacht. The information has been sent. Please take a look. Yes. Huyu responded and took the tablet. The specific information of the yacht was on it. 155 meters long, 19.2 meters high beam, 17 tons displacement, maximum speed 19 knots. In addition, there are landing craft, 2 helicopter pads, 2 motorboats, and a lifeboat. It can accommodate more than 50 people working on the ship and has 30 suites. If it is just a small yacht, 40 million can be easily done, but a yacht of this level, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of millions. Huyu flipped through the pictures calmly and saw the price marked on the last picture. 2.1 billion. Support installment payment. The first payment must be at least 50%. Where is the ship now? It's in Ao Island. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully. If you need it, we can contact the ship owner and let you see the ship as soon as possible. Contact. Huyu put the tablet on the table and closed his eyes. The worst way is to take it away directly, but that thing is more than 100 meters long. Even if you bypass the port supervisors, it is impossible to take it away quietly. The best way is to buy it. 1.05 billion. I only have 40 million, and I still need nearly 30 times. Back then, Chen Daozi could win 37 million with 20 yuan. I have a system. It shouldn't be a problem to win 1.1 billion with 40 million. Right? 1 o'clock in the morning, casino. Huyu took out a gold bar, simply exchanged it for 300,000 chips, and walked to the gambling table. Betting on dice. The simplest gambling game. According to the points of the 3 dice in the dice cup, bet on size or number. Huyu looked at the dice cup tentatively, and a series of information immediately popped up. That's it. Huyu found a seat and sat down and put all the chips in his hand on small. 5 o'clock in the morning. Huyu walked out of the casino. After a night of fighting, there was an unnamed promissory note in his space backpack, and the number on it was exactly 2.1 billion. Thinking that, in order to make it round, Huyu kept winning until he won 3 billion before stopping. In addition, he transferred 900 million funds to a bank card to buy supplies. Mr. Hu. The casino manager saw Huyu leaving and immediately came up to him. Our casino sincerely invites you to stay in the presidential suite of our affiliated hotel, without any charge. No need. Huyu didn't want to rest yet. Now that the money issue is settled and the ship is on the way, the only thing missing is people. At least find the right security personnel first. With 3 billion on his body, he really feels a sense of crisis. Okay, if you need anything, whether it's security, accommodation, or travel, you can come to me, I will serve you wholeheartedly. What do you mean? Huyu narrowed his eyes. Surveillance? Of course not. The casino manager immediately explained. We are thinking about your safety. If something happens to you in our island, our casino business will not be able to do it. No wonder. The attitude of this casino is simply too good. And their purpose is also very simple. In addition to ensuring the face of the casino, they also want Huyu to come again next time. After all, of the 3 billion that Huyu won, only 100 million belonged to the casino, and the remaining 2.9 billion was won from other high-end customers of the casino. Even when gambling with those high-end customers, the casino took nearly 29 million from the winnings. Customers like this must be maintained well. Gambling will always lose. As long as people keep coming, they will spit out the money with interest sooner or later. That's good. The time to see the ship with the shipowner was 1 p.m., and it was still early. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, Do you know where there is a reliable security company? Of course. 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 156 hours before the rainstorm hits. Huyu came to a security company under the leadership of the casino manager. It is said that they provide security services for all casinos on the entire Australian island, and their professional level is needless to say. Every security guard has received professional training, and there are even retired soldiers who have come down from the battlefield. Huyu only said one sentence when he entered. I want the best, the sooner the better. After seeing the casino manager following, the security company immediately started to call for people. In less than half an hour, there were 12 strong men standing in front of Huyu, all of whom were over 180 cm tall and covered with muscles. There were black, white, and yellow people. Huyu glanced over, and the panels of the 12 people appeared in front of him. They had just met, and everyone's favorability was 0. The skills were also similar, nothing more than proficient in firearms, proficient in fighting, proficient in first aid and the like. But there was one person who stood out. 3 perfect skills, 6 proficient skills, except for off-roading, which is useless. It can be said that he was born for the end of the world. Especially personality. Loyalty, passion, loyalty. These 3 affixes are perfect choices for bodyguards. As for the daughter slave, wouldn't it be better to bring his daughter on board with him? However, he was not among the 12 people, but was sweeping the floor with a broom at the door. He didn't look like a bodyguard, but more like a cleaner. Huyu stood up and walked in front of Shen Shan. The other party seemed to sense something and looked up at him. It's you. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Shen Shan, but everyone present was stunned for a moment. Isn't this guy looking for a top bodyguard? How did you find Bao Jai? One of the black bodyguards heard this and cursed directly. This is an insult to us. That's right. Another white man also echoed in broken Chinese. You don't even understand what a top bodyguard is. You actually choose a trash to clean up. A yellow man in the crowd also jeered. His accent did not sound like a Chinese. There is an old saying in your country called grandstanding, and it is talking about people like you. What a waste of our time. Tanaka. Only then did the boss of the security company speak. He frowned and said angrily, "Why are you talking to your customers?" Boss he. Tanaka did not restrain himself, but looked at the company boss. "I only have a cooperative relationship with you, you are not my boss. You let such a person humiliate my Bushido spirit, I want to terminate cooperation with you. Ayadao, you are not the only security company. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will terminate the cooperative relationship with you." You, boss, he was speechless for a while. Huyu looked in front of him with great interest, acting like a crowd eating melons. However, Shen Shan next to him took the initiative to speak. "You want to hire me?" "Yes, long-term employment." Huyu immediately responded, "The price and conditions are all up to you. I have a daughter, and I want to be in the same city as her." "Good. An annual salary of 3 million. "Good. A property that belongs to me doesn't need to be too big, just 2 bedrooms is enough." "Good. A car should preferably have better off-road performance." "Good. Except for what a bodyguard should do, I won't do anything else." "Good. I have no problem." At this moment, the whole place was silent. The 5 conditions that Shen Shan just spat out in a series stunned the 2 people who were at war with each other in front of them. Especially that Tanaka. He had thought about how rich Huyu was, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. Annual salary of 3 million, not to mention there are many additional conditions. These are considered the top treatments among the top bodyguards. Why did you let a cleaning lady take it away? Boss. Tanaka's eyes lit up. He didn't care to get angry with boss he, and walked directly to Huyu, wagging his tail like a dog. "I am the most suitable bodyguard for you." He no. Huyu didn't say anything, just took half a step back and looked at Shen Shan. Without him having to say anything, Shen Shan had already raised his hand to stop Tanaka, preventing him from moving forward. "Get out of the way, you loser." Tanaka cursed and took action immediately. The palm of his hand struck directly at Shen Shan's head. The next moment, before Huyu could react to what had happened, a sound of flesh and bone colliding sounded in his ears. When he came to his senses, Tanaka had fallen to the ground, unconscious. As for Shen Shan, he was still blocking Huyu. Is this the difference between mastery and perfection? It's a bit too big. Huyu had the idea of testing Shen Shan and looked at the other 11 bodyguards. "I didn't say I would only hire one person. If any of you can get past him and come to me, I will give you the same treatment." The 11 bodyguards immediately looked at each other and took action at the same time without any hesitation. They work as bodyguards just for money. An annual salary of 3 million. Even if they only do it for a year, it will be enough for them to spend a long time. It's a pity that their opponent is Shen Shan. Under the siege of 11 people, Huyu was finally able to see Shen Shan take action. His body full of muscles seems to have no bones. He can always dodge in time when people are attacking him and launch a counterattack at the first time. One punch, one kick. There seems to be no plan for attacking, but he can always knock down the opponent in the first place. He even deliberately avoided some fatal parts. If those fists and kicks landed on their throats, hearts, and brains. There are probably 11 corpses on the ground now. Not only Huyu, but also boss, he was stunned. He never thought that there was such a great person hiding in his company. "Very good. Boss," he exclaimed, and immediately stepped forward to rub his hands. "Boss, congratulations on finding your favorite bodyguard. Shall we sign the contract now? With an annual salary of 3 million, including our commission, you only need to pay 4.5 million per year to get his protection." There is plenty of money. But Huyu looked at Shen Shan and asked, "Is this contract signed with you or with him?" "Sign with him for 1 year." Shen Shan said immediately. "When I was desperate, he gave me a job." "Good." Huyu understood what Shen Shan meant. A year's commission means that the 2 of them will have nothing to do with each other from now on. It's really quite loyal. Boss, he also realized this meaning. It's just that it's good if he can make money, so he doesn't worry too much. 1.5 million for 10 points of favorability, it's worth it. The contract was signed, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. "Boss." Shan changed his clothes and followed Huyu out of the security company. Will your next trip be in Ao Island, or, I want to go back to the inland and leave this afternoon. Stay in Ao Island. This place is by the sea, and the tsunami will sweep here within 3 days of the heavy rain. Instead of looking for another place to settle down, it is better to stay in your own nest and get through the heavy rain period first. After all, everyone there is quite familiar to me. Then I need to pick up my daughter and take care of some personal matters. Okay. Huyu gave him his contact information. Can you get it done before 1 p.m.? Sure. Do you need money? No, the money you just transferred to boss he has been deposited into my account. That's good. Huyu and the casino manager watched Shan leave together. Mr. Hu, let me say something. The casino manager frowned slightly. 3 million, for an ordinary person, is enough to make him abandon everything and choose to flee. Don't use a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you use. Huyu simply replied, and according to the plan, it was time to purchase the next thing. Weapons. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his stomach made a sound. I'm hungry. From the early morning until now, he has not eaten anything except the desserts in the casino. It's just right, buy more things to enrich your food inventory. By the way, buy some small things for Shan's daughter to improve her favorability. As for the weapons, Shan has perfect assassination skills, so he should be able to get these things. After he has dealt with his personal affairs, just give it to him. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, Manager Yang, right? Hey, what do you want? I heard that there are many delicious foods in Australia Island, why don't you take me around? Sure, in the morning, after Huyu had a simple breakfast, he took Manager Yang to start shopping. The latest PS5, Switch 2nd generation, Xbox and other electronic entertainment devices were all bought for 10 people. All kinds of photographic equipment, headphones, speakers, mobile phones, massage chairs, and VR equipment are all missing. Especially computers. 5090 graphics card, 15th generation i9, Prodigal Eye's various configurations are fully loaded. There are also 10 units, and it is also full of various standalone games. If nothing else, these are the crystallization of human industrial history. Once the rainstorm ends, everything will be overturned. With these things, it is obvious that a new civilized society can be built faster. Well, it's definitely not for fun. These are all available in one stop at the largest electronic city in Australia. When paying, the waiter was stunned. Manager Yang asked professionally from the side, Mr. Hu, do you want to go through customs formalities for you in advance? No. Huyu glanced at the truck that was loading. Just let the truck follow me. Customs? He didn't mind paying some tariffs, but he did mind that the road was too slow. Anyway, I have to buy a boat, transport things on the boat, and then put the boat into the space backpack. Everything is okay, Tilda. By the time everything was loaded into the car, it was already 11 o'clock. Manager Yang very kindly invited Huyu to dine at their 3-star Michelin restaurant, Changshan Restaurant. Of course, it's also free. Huyu didn't show any politeness either, he just wanted to take it all for free. As soon as he got on the extended Lincoln to the restaurant, Shan called. Boss, my matter has been taken care of. Where can I find you? You know Changshan Restaurant, right? I know, I'll be there in half an hour. Good. Huyu responded, hung up the phone, and looked at Manager Yang. Preparing a meal for 3, is that okay? Certainly. Manager Yang sat opposite Huyu and respectfully handed him a glass of champagne. As you wish. Huyu took the champagne and took a sip. The cold taste fills the mouth. It would be nice if there wasn't that rain. That money is enough for me to live like this every day in the future. Pity. Huyu looked at the golden liquid in the cup and secretly made up his mind. And, even if it is the second before the world is destroyed, I will maintain this standard of living. How much does this champagne cost? 10,080 bottles. If you need it, we will send you a box for you to taste. In addition to the box given, I also want to buy some more. How much to buy? Huyu pointed at the truck behind Lincoln. Here comes a truck. One car, the kind of small truck at the back. Isn't it okay? Of course not. The smile returned to Manager Yang's face again. We will serve you wholeheartedly and will be ready for you this afternoon. Another cart of red wine, a cart of whiskey, and a cart of liquor. The quality is higher and the price is not an issue. Also, Do you also use that kind of car outfit? The smile on manager Yang's face has disappeared. Certainly. 12 noon. Lincoln drove outside the casino. Before Huyu got out of the car, he saw Shen Shan holding a little girl by his hand and standing respectfully by the roadside. The little girl looked extremely cute. With the sun shining on her face, she looked like a doll, but she was sitting in a wheelchair. The car was parked aside. Manager Yang immediately got out of the car, opened the door, and got off the car to meet Huyu. Boss. Chen Shan pushed the little girl to greet him, and he did not forget to teach the little girl to call people. Boo-boo, call me uncle. Hello, brother. Boo-boo looked at Huyu with curiosity. Are you my father's future boss? Yes. Huyu squatted in front of the wheelchair, with a smile on his face and smiled at Boo-boo. Is your name Boo-boo? How old are you this year? I am 7 years old this year. Where is my brother? How old is he now? I'm already 24, you have to call me uncle. Tilda no, Boo-boo exclaimed. Dad said that when you meet anyone without a beard you call me brother. Brother, you don't have a beard and you are so good-looking. How can you call me uncle? You should call me brother. Huyu couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Then what kind of person should be called uncle? He. Boo-boo raised his hand and pointed at manager Yang. He has wrinkles on his face, so he should be called uncle. Forehead. Manager Yang smiled helplessly, but he didn't feel disgusted either. A girl like Boo-boo, no matter what she says, can never make people feel disgusted. Huyu also rubbed her head, liking it very much. He looked at Chen Shan and smiled. Your daughter is so cute. As long as the boss doesn't mind. Chen Shan replied helplessly, looking down at Boo-boo with eyes full of pity. Let's go and eat first. Huyu looked at Boo-boo. What does Boo-boo like to eat? Brother, please eat. Really? Boo-boo's eyes instantly lit up, and he started counting with his fingers. Boo-boo likes to eat egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork chop buns, ice cream and chocolate. You can eat all of these. Before Huyu could answer, Shen Shan rubbed her head and said, No, you have eaten chocolate today. If you eat chocolate again, your teeth will be damaged. Oh, Boo-boo lowered his head, like an eggplant beaten by frost. It's okay, I'll eat the same from now on. Huyu looked at manager Yang and said, We also have a cart of these things. You know the quality. Ah, manager Yang was stunned for a moment. Mr. Hu, egg tarts are not easy to store. 1 cart. Huyu didn't say much, just uttered 1 syllable. I'll arrange for you to buy it right away. Boss, the corner of Shen Shan's mouth also twitched. You don't have to spend so much money. How can a child eat so much? Just have 1 portion. He thought that the so-called car should be a unit of measurement such as a supermarket shopping cart, so he was not too surprised. It's okay, you'll know later. As a bodyguard, Shen Shan will know some things sooner or later. As long as the favorability level rises to a certain level, Huyu will naturally tell him something. Of course, not now. Huyu looked at Boo-boo with a smile on his face. Boo-boo, let's go have lunch first. Okay. Seeing that Huyu was so kind to Boo-boo, Shen Shan's favorability level also increased again. Just a little short of 30. From this point of view, every 10 points of favorability is a threshold. As long as this threshold is exceeded, the attitude will change qualitatively. Huyu also looked at Boo-boo in the wheelchair, and the panel belonging to her also popped out. Everyone walked into the private room of the restaurant, and Shen Shan's security work began from this moment. He carefully checked every dish that was served before serving it to Huyu's table. According to the rules, he was originally going to take Boo-boo out to eat, but before he could speak, Huyu had already taken the cut steak and went to feed Boo-boo. Brother, I will do it myself. Boo-boo seriously refused. Boo-boo is very powerful, you can even eat by yourself. Okay, Boo-boo is the best. Huyu also put down his knife and fork and looked at Shen Shan who was busy next to him. Brother Shen, please sit down and eat quickly, you have something to do later. That's okay. Shen Shan also discovered that the meal was for 3. He didn't refuse, sat next to Boo-boo and started eating. Huyu looked at the panel and felt happy. Not only Chen Shan's but also Boo-boo's. As for manager Yang, he didn't enter the private room, he was probably busy preparing things. 12 noon. As soon as the time arrived, the phone vibrated. Huyu opened the screen and found that the call was from Mu Lingxiu. He picked up the phone and heard her voice immediately on the other end. Mr. Hu, the boat owner has been contacted. Is there any change in your itinerary? If there is no change, we can pick you up and take you to the dock to watch the boat. No. Huyu picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. We'll be right over. It was still the stretched Lincoln, but with Shen Shan and Boo Boo on the seats. Behind the small truck that contained electronic equipment, there were 9 new small trucks. When she found out that there were 5 cars filled with her favorite things, she was stunned. Including Shen Shan is no exception. Good guy, do rich people buy things by the truck? I thought it was a shopping cart. For this reason, Boo Boo's favorability directly exceeded 40, but Chen Shan's favorability dropped back to 29. Too many. There are just too many. This had to make him wonder if Huyu had another purpose. Boo Boo was very excited. After getting Chen Shan's permission, he ate an egg tart. When Huyu saw this, he wished he could get another car. I can't help it, this girl is too cute. This is just proficiency in being cute. If you develop this skill to a perfect level, you will be able to charm many people to death. Mr. Hu, the port has arrived. Manager Yang's voice sounded from the side, which made him look away from Boo Boo. Only then did Huyu realize that the vehicle had been parked outside the pier. Mr. Hu, this terminal has regulations. Unless there are procedures for loading goods, trucks are not allowed to enter these goods. Just put it outside. Huyu opened the car door and walked out first. He stretched out his hands towards Boo Boo and said, Boo Boo, brother, can I carry you down? Boo Boo didn't speak, but turned to look at Shen Shan, asking for his opinion. Maybe it's because the favorability isn't enough. Shen Shan did not agree, but got out of the car and hugged Boo Boo into his arms. Boss, I don't need to trouble you anymore. Huyu smiled awkwardly and said nothing. He knew what Boo Boo meant to Shen Shan, and how could he let him have close contact with Boo Boo after only knowing her for a day? It's okay, the days are still long, just take your time. Huyu has made up his mind. Boo Boo is so cute, she will not only be her goddaughter, but also her daughter-in-law. He turned to look at Manager Yang, who was about to get off the car. Manager Yang, I don't need you to accompany me for the rest of the way. After seeing the ship, we will board the plane. You calculate the price of the truck and other goods together, and I will pay you a unified price. Mr. Hu, you're welcome. As he spoke, Manager Yang took out the POS machine and handed it to Huyu with both hands. 4 trucks of wine, each with 500 bottles. The total price is 26.88 million, and the remaining desserts and snacks are still within the scope of my authority. Treat it as a gift to you. Nearly 30 million drinks, which is about the same amount. Huyu decisively swiped his card. After watching Manager Yang leave, he ignored the 10 trucks outside the pier and walked towards the inside of the pier. Before he had even taken 2 steps, Mu Lingxiu came running quickly with a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Mr. Hu. Chen Shan subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Huyu and Boo Boo behind him. It's an acquaintance, it's okay. Huyu replied, raising his hand to say hello to Mu Lingxiu. Hello, Mr. Hu. The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand towards him with a smile on his face. I am the general manager of Wanji Airlines. My name is Lai Wai, please take care of me. Manager Lai. Huyu stretched out his right hand to shake his hand. Is the seller here? Arrived, already arrived. Lai Wai turned sideways and invited everyone to walk into the pier. Please follow me. Under his leadership, Huyu quickly saw the ship. Long, too long. This is Huyu's first feeling. I don't have much idea from the pictures and data. It's 155 meters long and 19.2 meters high, which doesn't seem big. But if you calculate it, if the ship stood up, it would be as high as a 50-story building, and its width would be as high as a 6-story building. How did such a giant creature look so small in the picture? Could it be that the photographer studied in the War Ignorance Bureau? Huyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the ship's panel. It seems that fulfilling the promise is quite important. Strike while the iron is hot. Huyu went to the 4S store again. Get all the 24 Brabus G800 models. The name still says Chen Shan. With this car, you can still go out for activities 2 days before the heavy rain comes. By the time I finished all this work, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. There are still 144 hours until the rainstorm hits. Huyu took the 2 of them to Yutan for a simple meal, cleared out their inventory of high-end ingredients along the way, and performed another little magic trick in front of Boo Boo. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when I got home. The other 3 residents on the top floor have all moved out. Boo was so tired that he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Chen Shan silently followed Huyu back to his house. Come on, brother Shen. Huyu sat at the dining table, took out the liquor prepared by manager Yang and took a look. Okay, Mousy, he was born in 2004. Fashion Moutai 20 years ago. No wonder it's so expensive. It's hard to believe that he was able to get so many. He took out the wine glass and poured himself a glass, then placed another glass on the opposite side to add more wine to Shen Shan. Then he took out a box of egg tarts, took out one, and took a bite. The crust was crispy and sweet, and the center of the tart was still steaming. What do you want to ask? I'll give you 3 chances. Shen Shan's eyes widened. Not because of the wine, but because of Huyu's methods. He simply sat across from him, drank the wine in one gulp and then put it down. Boss, who are you? As you can see, a man. Huyu took another bite of the egg tart. If this is the only problem, then you have failed to live up to my expectations of you. Chen Shan frowned slightly and then asked, what do you want me to do? Protect my personal safety. Huyu answered honestly. In exchange, I will also protect you and Boo. Chen Shan knew it. The protection here must not be the protection you understand, but on another level. There is one more question. Think it through before asking. Chen Shan hesitated for a few breaths. All the information about Huyu flashed in his mind. A young man in his early 20s. This is where he lives all year round. He doesn't look like a rich man, but he can spend a lot of money to buy those things. It seems that he got the money after gambling heavily on Ao Island. Being able to choose oneself among a group of bodyguards, with such mysterious means, without having to think about it with the lower body. What can such a person ask himself? He thought for a long time, took another sip of wine, and finally looked up at Huyu. What is your purpose? Purpose. Just to survive. Huyu also drank the white wine in the glass, feeling the heat coming from his throat, and uttered a faint sentence. Live well in the coming apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Shan's eyes widened. The end of the world. July 13th, 7 p.m. Huyu looked at Shen Shan and slowly said, at that time, heavy rain will fall all over the world at the same time. The rain will last for 49 days. After 49 days, the whole of Jinling will turn into an ocean. Maybe not only Jinling, but all the land will sink under the sea. And I just want to survive. Boss, you are drunk. Shen Shan is a staunch materialist, and he obviously does not believe this rhetoric. Maybe. Huyu laughed twice without explaining, just took out one thing after another from the space. Red wine, gold pistol, egg tarts. These, and these. These are all my preparations for the coming of the end of the world. Of course. Huyu raised his head and looked at Shen Shan in front of him. You too. If you think I'm crazy or don't want to continue to protect me, you can leave now. If you are willing to stay. Huyu filled the glass with white wine, raised the glass and leaned forward. From now on, we are brothers. As long as I have a bite of food to eat, I will never miss a bite of meat for you and Boo. Shen Shan fell silent. He looked at the glass in front of him, raised it and clinked it with Huyu, but did not drink it, but looked at Huyu seriously. I won't drink this glass of wine for now. July 13, there are still 5 days left. In these 5 days, no matter what you want me to do, I will help you. After 5 days, if the rainstorm falls, we will drink this glass of wine again. If it doesn't fall, I will protect you for a year according to the contract. Don't blame me. Shen Shan frowned slightly, his eyes fell on the door. I have to be responsible for Boo. Okay. Huyu clinked glasses with him and put both glasses of wine into the space backpack. Your words are enough. We will drink this glass of wine in 5 days. Increased favorability by 9 points. Although it is still not high, it is at least an improvement. Huyu sat back in his seat and put everything into the space, leaving only a pistol. Brother Shen, don't call me boss anymore. Just call me Zio Hu or Zio Yu. This is not good. Shen Shan frowned and refused. There should still be some rules. Whatever you want, let's talk business first. Huyu said as he pushed the pistol on the table forward. Can you get this thing? Shen Shan only took a look and was sure that it was a real thing. If the end of the world really comes, these things really need to be prepared in advance. Okay, it depends on how many you want, boss. How many? Huyu silently calculated in his mind. 1 for himself, 1 for Boo, one for Shen Shan, and one for self-defense for the future captain and medical team, and 4 extra for backup. 7 guns are enough. Now that we have one, 8 will be enough. After all, it's not easy to get this thing, so don't make it too difficult for Shen Shan. Huyu immediately raised his hand and made an 8 gesture. I understand. Shen Shan nodded and seemed to have begun to think about the way. The things are fine, but some funds are needed. Funds are trivial. Do you want cash or something? Gold is the best, but cash is not bad. That's easy. Huyu didn't know the specific value of the guns and the intermediate procedures, so he took out all the gold bars he got from Boss Tian. 100 gold bars immediately piled up into a small mountain. To ensure that everything was foolproof, he also slapped a bank card on the gold pile. There is still 100 million in the card. You can spend it as you like anyway. Money won't be called money in a few days. Fortunately, Shen Shan was mentally prepared and immediately replied, Boss, don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task. According to the boss's habit of buying things, isn't it just 8 trucks of guns? It's done. But boss, there are a lot of things. You may need to pick me up at the border when the time comes. I can't move it back alone. No problem. Huyu didn't doubt it, got up and walked towards the bedroom. 8 guns are indeed a lot. By the way, take the gun on the table for self-defense, don't get hurt. No, the boss may need it more. Huyu shrugged, but didn't deny it. He walked into the bedroom, threw himself on the bed and fell asleep with his head on the pillow. I was so tired. The next day, Monday, July 8, 7 a.m. There are still 132 hours before the end of the world. Huyu was awakened by the set alarm. He subconsciously turned over and got up, intending to go to work, but subconsciously came back to his senses. Go to work. I'm not going to work today, it's so cool, it's so cool. Blacklist all people and groups related to work. Turn off the alarm and continue to sleep. At the same time, there was a knock on the door outside. Brother, are you awake? This soft voice is definitely Boo-Boo. Huyu's face full of resentment turned into an auntie's smile, and she immediately got up and dressed. Hey, brother is awake, is there anything wrong with Boo-Boo? Brother, can you come out for a moment? Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo can't open the door. Door? Huyu was stunned, and immediately changed his clothes and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw Boo-Boo sitting in a wheelchair at the door of the toilet, his cute little face flushed. The door handle of the toilet was right in front, but Boo-Boo couldn't stand up straight, and his arm was not long enough to open the door. Huyu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately went forward to help Boo-Boo open the door, and then he became flustered again. Boo-Boo, I'll find an aunt to help you right away. No need, brother. Boo-Boo skillfully controlled the wheelchair to enter the toilet, turned around and gave Huyu a smile. Boo-Boo can do it himself. She closed the door as she said that. Huyu noticed that she pulled out a tube from behind. This girl, she is a little too sensible. And, damn, where is old Shen? Huyu was so angry that he turned around and found that the pistol was still on the table, with a note underneath. He went forward to put away the pistol, picked up the note underneath and took a look. Damn, this old Shen is so irresponsible. Huyu was about to call this guy when he heard Boo-Boo coming out of the toilet. Before he could speak, Boo-Boo apologized first. Brother, I'm sorry. I may have to trouble you to flush the toilet. I can't reach it. It's okay. Huyu immediately stepped forward, took Boo-Boo out of the toilet and went in to clean up. There's no rush to stock up other things now. We have to find a way to cure Boo-Boo's leg or find someone to take care of her. Once the rainstorm comes, her leg will really be hopeless. Huyu squatted down, and before he could speak, Boo-Boo spoke first. Brother, do you want to have breakfast? Boo-Boo will help you make it. Do you make your own breakfast at home? Huyu asked with concern. Yes, Dad is not at home sometimes. Boo-Boo does it all by himself. Boo-Boo said proudly. Boo-Boo is amazing. Yeah, Boo-Boo is awesome. Huyu praised him and then asked. Boo-Boo, brother wants to take you to the hospital to see your leg. Maybe we can find a way to cure you. Are you willing to go with me? No need, brother. Boo-Boo shook his head. Dad took me to see many doctors, and they all said that Boo-Boo's leg is difficult to recover. Difficult does not mean impossible. Boo-Boo, are you willing to try again? Huyu immediately asked. Maybe there is hope. Yeah. Boo-Boo nodded. Boo-Boo is fine, as long as he doesn't let Dad cry again. Oh, that rough guy Lao Shen can cry again. Next time, find a chance to record him, which can also be regarded as a pastime in the end times. Huyu took out his mobile phone and called the manager of the local Wanji Airlines. Charter a plane to Yujing. No matter how much money we have to cure Boo Boo's leg before the end of the world. Maybe we can also build a medical team 9 o'clock in the morning. Yujing Z Hospital. With the money and the promise of donating a new inpatient building to Z, all the orthopedic, neurological, and TCM chief physicians in Yujing gathered together for a seminar. After a detailed examination, the doctors came to a conclusion. It can be cured. After getting these 2 words, Huyu had no other questions and directly used his money to pave the way. The experts are abroad. Charter a plane. Please come back. The equipment is out of town. Charter a plane and transport it now. However, at the seminar there was also a person who put forward a different idea. I object. It was a female doctor. To be precise, it was a very young female TCM doctor. Among a group of gray-haired doctors, she looked particularly dazzling. This was not only because of her age, but also because of her appearance. Even the black-framed glasses as thick as a little finger could not suppress her peerless beauty. The patient is still too young. If this treatment is used, there is a high probability that she will die. Even if it is successful, she will have many hidden dangers as her body grows. But this is the fastest way. The director of orthopedics, who led the use of Western medicine, frowned and said, "Of course we want to wait until she is 18 years old. This is the request of the patient's family. The sooner the better. The operation must be completed within 5 days so that the little girl can stand up." Upon hearing this, the female doctor immediately turned her head and looked at Huyu. Why? Why else? Boo Boo can wait until she is 18 years old, but you can't. That operation requires the collective cooperation of an entire medical team and dozens of professionals. Even if they were all brought on board, and there was no reduction in personnel during the apocalypse, they would not be able to hold a scalpel after 11 years. If they were to bring new doctors up for training, there would not be enough teaching environment and practical cases, and he would not dare to let them operate on Boo Boo. Huyu didn't know how to explain, so he could only say helplessly, "This is my request. If this method doesn't work, think of another plan." The dean was speechless for a moment, so he had to look at the female Chinese medicine doctor. Xiao, do you have any ideas? There is an ancient prescription that you can try." The female Chinese medicine doctor looked at Huyu and said lightly, "The girl's condition is that the bullet hit her spine, causing nerve damage in the lower body, half of her body paralyzed, and both legs were hit by bullets. Fortunately, she was treated in time and is still in a state of growth. If you can use Chinese medicine and acupuncture to slowly stimulate nerve repair for a long time, and then use plasters to cooperate, maybe she can slowly stand up." For a long time, Huyu caught the key words. How long? I don't know about this. It depends on the individual's physique. At least 3 to 5 years, and at most, I don't know. Huyu didn't speak, but looked at the female Chinese medicine doctor. The other party's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Huyu was stunned when he saw it. 6 perfections, 6 proficiency. Even more terrifying than Shen Shan's skill tree. This is simply the perfect hexagonal nanny. No wonder she can sit in this seminar at this age. If she is on the ship, it is equivalent to having an extra medical team. But, what's her personality like? Can kindness and black bellet appear in the same personality? Mr. Hu. Xiao Zissou felt Huyu's gaze and frowned slightly. As a Chinese doctor, I know you don't want to believe it. I believe it. Huyu interrupted the spell directly. I'll choose your plan. Please help me, Dr. Xiao. In that case, let Xiao take care of the rest. The dean immediately decided. You all hurry up and don't delay things. The other doctors left the table one after another, and the dean also left the consultation room after a simple farewell. Now, there are only Huyu and Xiao Zissou in the consultation room. Dr. Xiao, may I ask how this treatment plan is specifically arranged? I have also seen the little girl's condition just now. After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Zissou also returned to work. In the early stage, you have to do physical therapy every day, including acupuncture, massage, and normal internal and external application. Do you have to do this physical therapy? Well, it's best for me to do it. If I learn the technique, other people can do it. Then you should do it. What time is convenient for Dr. Xiao every day? It's all right. If time permits, it's best to do it early in the morning every day. Massage once in the morning and evening is best. Huyu's eyes lit up and he asked, "Then I have a small suggestion. I wonder if Dr. Xiao can agree." Xiao Zissou raised his eyes to look at Huyu and asked directly, "You want me to go to your house to help the little girl with her illness, right?" Sure enough, how could someone who can become a hexagonal nanny be stupid? If Dr. Xiao agrees, any conditions are not a problem. "I heard that you donated a building to Xiao Zissou began to write. "Right. I want to add the word TCM in front of this building." "No problem. Then I have no problem." Huyu was stunned for a moment. "No other requirements. What are you doing standing still?" Xiao Zissou had already started to pack her things. "Are you leaving? You have no other requests. We'll talk more about it later." "I'll pack up and go to your house to have a look. My home is in Jinling." Xiao Zissou sniffed. "I smell the smell on the plane. Is there any problem? Why don't you take care of your patients here?" "There are no patients." Xiao Zissou's tone dropped for a while and she walked towards the door. "At my age, many people are not willing to believe me. For those who are willing to believe me, as long as they take the medicine on time, they will be almost fine. I have one wish right now. To restore the glory of traditional Chinese medicine, starting from building a traditional Chinese medicine building." Yes, she is really a middle school girl. "Okay." Huyu asked smoothly. "Where are the medicinal materials? How to prepare them?" "The medicinal materials used in the ancient prescriptions are not available outside, but I have a medicinal material warehouse at home, and I will just charge you the cost price." Xiao Zissou said, crossing Huyu and running out. "I'll go clean up first. You guys wait for me downstairs. I'll drive you there together." Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou's leaving figure and didn't know what to say for a moment. He took Boo from the nurse and walked all the way to the garage outside the hospital. Soon, they saw a pink Cayenne emerge from the garage and park in front of them. The car window is down. I saw a young lady wearing a JK uniform sitting in the driver's seat, opening the trunk, tilting her head and glanced at the back seat. "Let's go, get in the car." "Xiao, Dr. Xiao." Huyu paused for a moment but didn't dare to recognize him. "Well, Xiao Zissou, you actually have two faces. Just call me Zai Su outside, that's what my friends all call me." Xiao Zissou replied casually, looked at Boo in the wheelchair and greeted her. "Boo, we meet again. I will be your doctor from now on, Tilda." Boo nodded obediently. "I'll thank Sister Zissou for taking care of me from now on." "Little things." Huyu carried Boo into the back seat of the car and put the wheelchair into the trunk. He then sat next to Boo and asked Xiao Zissou. "Xiao Zissou, where are your glasses?" "Fake, in order to better gain the trust of patients and their families." Xiao Zissou replied while driving. "Just like those uncles' Mediterranean hairstyles, they are just used to increase buff equipment. But that hairstyle is for permanent wear, and yours is really just a piece of equipment, so the gap is too big. Say it first." Xiao Zissou said while driving. "Outside of treatment time, my time is at my own disposal." "No problem. Family members and patients must fully cooperate with my treatment." "Can. Also, I am not your house doctor. I am just staying at your house temporarily so that I can treat the little girl. Therefore, if there are other patients in your house, it is not within the scope of my obligations. You are free to choose and so am I. Choose." "Certainly. Then I have no other questions. By the way, you'd better find a full-time nanny for the little girl, because her body may undergo some changes after starting treatment." "Okay, I'll look for him immediately when we get back to Jinling." Xiao Zissou nodded and said no more. She drove all the way to the suburbs of Yujing, where there was a small warehouse. Open the door, and there are all kinds of Chinese medicinal materials inside. There are dozens of wooden cabinets dedicated to storing traditional Chinese medicine. Judging from the wood, they are all hundreds of years old. In addition, there are dozens of medicinal wines, and dozens of jars are piled in the warehouse. It seems that she comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissou immediately rushed in and started grabbing the medicine with ease. Seeing this, Huyu couldn't help but ask, "Zissou, if I buy all the medicine in your warehouse, how much will it cost?" "It won't be sold for any amount of money." Xiao Zissou's voice sounded from deep in the warehouse. "These are treasures passed down from my family, Some things can no longer be bought and sold, they are good for medicinal purposes. Can't buy or sell, that would be difficult. Huyu then probed. What if we move to Jinling? In addition to building a traditional Chinese medicine building in Kayan, Jinling can also promote traditional Chinese medicine. It depends on my dad's opinion. Xiao Zissou came out holding large bags of medicinal materials. That means he is currently communicating on the island. Otherwise, he would probably jump up when he heard your words. Japanese island exchange. Huyu immediately suggested. When will the old man come back? It's early, probably in a week. Xiao Zissou blinked. How about you talk to him in detail at that time, boss? Who? A week. Washima has long been submerged by the tsunami. Can you come back early? I'm afraid it won't work. There is an ancient recipe that was robbed from us. My dad said that we must take advantage of this exchange to see more. My mom also went with us. She won't be able to come back for 10 days and a half. Difficult. But it's okay. Just take the herbs away first, and then find a way to bring Xiao's father and mother back. Xiao Zissou is already a perfect hexagonal nanny. God knows what level Xiao's father and mother must be. Such talents must be brought on board. While Xiao Zissou was moving the herbs to the car, Huyu volunteered to close the warehouse door for her. He ran around the warehouse as fast as he could. When he went out to close the door, there were only a few spider webs left in the warehouse. In the car, Huyu contacted a charter flight back to Jinling. It was not known whether it was deliberately arranged by the airline or coincidence that Mu Lingxiu was among the flight attendants on these charter flights. She always took care of Boo on the plane. Didn't Xiao Zissou want to find a nurse? It just so happened that Mu Lingxiu also had proficiency in nursing skills, otherwise. Huyu sat on the sofa and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was teasing Boo with a small toy. Miss Mu. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu immediately stood up with a smile on her face and responded respectfully. Excuse me, what do you need? I wonder if you would consider changing jobs. Huyu extended an olive branch to her, and another flight attendant next to her immediately showed an envious look. Working for a young rich man of this level, if you seize the opportunity, you may become a phoenix. If it were her, she would be happy to be a cleaner. Mu Lingxiu did not agree directly but asked, What do you plan to hire me for? Take care of Boo. Huyu did not hide it. You also saw that Boo needs a personal nanny. If you agree, you can set the conditions as you like. This sentence again. Xiao Zissou, who was lying on another sofa, glanced at Huyu. This guy, is he not a nouveau rich nanny? Mu Lingxiu hesitated. Putting aside the salary, if it is just a nanny, it is difficult for her to give up the position of flight attendant. You can think about it and give me an answer before tonight. Okay, thank you Mr. Hu for your appreciation. Huyu does not necessarily have to choose her, but just for the sake of the warm baby, give her a chance to choose. Virgin. This personality trait is not good, but there is no better way to take care of Boo. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed. Huyu took the airport car directly back to the gate of the community. Because it was an old community, Xiao Zissou just took a look, and his expression was dull on the spot. Lives in this place. Those who take the plane are all chartered people. Not to mention single-family villas, at least they have to have a large flat, right? This community is too old, isn't it? Could it be that this nouveau rich hasn't had time to buy a property yet? Xiao Zissou's mind was full of curiosity about Huyu, and she helped him take Boo down from the car, and the two walked all the way to the community. As soon as the three of them entered the community, a discussion came from a distance. I saw 3 ants sitting in the community pavilion, eating melon seeds and chatting. Hey, have you heard? The guy on the 28th floor seems to have made a fortune and bought all 28 floors in one go. What do you mean by made a fortune? Didn't I hear that he is being kept by someone, and it's a man who keeps him? That's right, you say there are so many things to do at such a young age. Why does he have to do this? SHH, stop talking, people are coming. The voices of these 3 aunties are quite loud. Hu Yauk heard everything that was just said, but he ignored it. Xiao Zissou's eyes lit up next to him. There are melons. Her gossip soul was burning, and she wanted to join this group of aunties with melon seeds in her hands right now. Just as she was about to come forward, Huyu turned his head and looked at her. Dr. Xiao, can Boo medicine be ready tonight? Yes. there is still medicine to be boiled and the gossip will be talked about next time. Zio Zissou turned around and followed. No problem, you can trust me to do the job. That's good. Huyu replied and continued to move forward. In the last life, this group of ants had made a lot of trouble. They all had a naughty child at home, and when they got together, they were a group of devils. When the rainstorm just fell, they were just making trouble at home. But as the supplies were consumed, the ants formed a group and morally kidnapped the people in the whole building, wanting them to provide nutritious food for their children. They said, they are still children. Only a few people paid attention to them. It was about the 20th day, when they made trouble again, no one had food to give them. The crying of the children, mixed with hunger, swept through their brains, and they finally made the same decision. Eating their children. Huyu recalled the scene at the time and immediately shook his head, focusing his attention on other places, and didn't even look at the group of ants. He pushed Boo Boo and walked straight to the unit door. Just as he was about to push the door, a gorgeously dressed figure also walked out from inside. Huyu, Yu Wanyu, it really fits the saying, enemies always meet. Miss Yi. Huyu stepped forward, protected Boo Boo behind him, looked her up and down, and saw another identical necklace on her neck. In addition, there were some bruises under her sunglasses. It was probably Lai Mang who did it, he thought and couldn't help laughing. I haven't seen you for a few days, how come you have become a panda? Yu Wanyu was instantly enraged, raised her hand and pointed at Huyu, and her eyes fell on Zio Zissou behind him. At a glance, she could tell that the clothes Zio Zissou was wearing were all famous brands. Although they were all old models, they were still expensive. Oh, this is the rich woman you found, right? No wonder she can buy the whole floor. Sister, don't blame me for not reminding you. This guy is just a scumbag who is pretending to be rich. If you are with him, be careful not to be deceived by him. Another melon. Zio Zissou immediately stepped forward and took Huyu's arm. Really, tell me in detail. Yu Wanyu didn't say anything, but looked at Huyu, threatening him with her eyes. As if to say, if you don't give in, I will expose your affairs now. Huyu rolled his eyes. Are you going out or not? If she hadn't occupied the aisle, Boo Boo's wheelchair couldn't get in, he would have entered the elevator long ago, so why would he need to stand here and waste time with her? Humph. Yu Wanyu snorted coldly, as if she had something to do, and without too much entanglement, she walked out of the unit door sideways. Just passing by Zio Zissou, he said earnestly, Sister, be careful. The most terrifying thing is not the specific case, but the unknown. If Zio Zissou really has something to do with Huyu, then this sentence is enough to surpass thousands of words. Zio Zissou's curiosity is even stronger. Huyu did not mean to answer, and took Zio Zissou and Boo Boo into the unit door and went upstairs to go home. As for Yu Wanyu, she looked at the backs of the three people, took out her phone and dialed. Hello, Brother Tian. It's me, Wanyu. The person you are looking for is back, yes, at his house, and he shouldn't go out for a short time. Then my account. Okay, thank you, Brother Tian. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there were still 120 hours before the heavy rain fell. Huyu arranged Zio Zissou to stay in 2801 and ordered a takeaway from Mutant to be delivered to the house. After the three of them had a simple dinner, they watched Zio Zissou give Boo Boo a set of acupuncture therapy. Just as she was massaging, the phone rang. Huyu turned on the screen and took a look. Shen Shan. Did you get it so quickly? He picked up the phone, and Shen Shan's voice came from the other end. Boss, the things are done. I'll wait for you at Wannan Mountain in Jinjiao. Okay. Huyu replied, and the other party hung up immediately. It seems that the situation is very urgent. Jinjiao is a country in the south of China. It borders China, but it has been in a stage of warlord melee for many years. It is very chaotic. It turns out that he went there to find a gun. He immediately contacted Wanji Airlines, and then looked at Zio Zissou. Zissou, please look after Boo Boo tonight. Tomorrow, I will definitely find a personal nanny for her tomorrow. Of course I can, but... Zissou flatly refused, but her hands never stopped. You promised me that I can do whatever I want except for the treatment time. Unless you can satisfy my curiosity. What do you mean? It's very simple. Zissou's eyes seemed to smile, and she looked up at Huyu. Just answer 3 questions for me, Tilda. Huyu was helpless. What do you want to ask? No hurry. Zissou lowered her head and continued to massage Boo Boo. Don't you have something to do? Let's talk about it when you come back. Okay, Huyu replied, and immediately went downstairs. He got a taxi just after arriving at the downstairs of the community. But just as he was driving to the airport, a Mercedes-Benz also stopped outside the community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car, followed by a bald man. The two of them looked at one of the buildings at the same time. The top floor of that building was lit at the moment airport. Huyu looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was receiving him in front of him, and felt helpless. So you don't get off work. Search TW can on Google, there's nothing we can do. Mu Lingxiu smiled helplessly. You are a big customer, and wage earners like us can only do what you do. Okay, don't be poor and help me go through the formalities. With the previous experiences, Huyu can be considered familiar with the road. It takes about 3 hours from Jinling to Jinjiao. Huyu was not idle during this period. He called Manager Yang of the casino. The purpose is of course not to set up a gambling bureau but to find someone. Hello, Manager Yang, I'm Huyu. Mr. Hu. Manager Yang was very surprised. Are you planning to make a gambling appointment? I will arrange it for you right now. When will you arrive at Ao Island? I will pick you up. Don't be in a hurry when it comes to gambling. Huyu sighed. I have been feeling poorly recently. Do you know any reliable Chinese doctors? Chinese medicine? Yes, I heard from my friend that there is a Mr. Zio who has extremely high skills in Chinese medicine. It's a pity that he is in Japan now. If you can let him come to Jinling to treat me, I think I will come back soon. Come to Ao Island. A Chinese medicine doctor named Zio. When Manager Yang heard this, he immediately caught the key words. Mr. Hu, don't worry, I will contact my colleagues in Wadao for you. If you need it, we can now find professional doctors to Jinling to treat you. No, I just want to find this Dr. Zio. Huyu decisively refused. Money is not an issue. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Waiting for your news. Huyu hung up the phone and looked at the plane that was about to take off. He felt panicked for some reason and subconsciously wanted to call Boo Boo. Mr. Hu. At this moment, Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and gently reminded, please turn off your mobile phone. If necessary, we will provide you with a satellite phone after the plane takes off. No. Huyu turned on the airplane mode of his phone and put it aside. How do you think about my proposal this afternoon? Well, Mu Lingxiu was speechless for a while and finally rolled her eyes and whispered, Mr. Hu, you should be back later, right? Well, what's wrong? I will ask for leave later. If you still see me on the plane, I will follow you after the plane lands. If not, I can only apologize. Good. Huyu replied helplessly. Thank you for your understanding. Huyu said no more. He felt the turbulence of the plane and gradually closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu stepped forward and asked, handing over a hot towel at the right time. Huyu knitted a towel and wiped his face. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock in the evening. 10 minutes have passed since we landed at Golden Horn Airport. Mu Lingxiu responded with a smile. We saw that you were too tired, so we didn't wake you up. Wouldn't it delay your business? Fine. It's only 10 minutes, so the delay won't make any difference. Huyu handed the towel back, stood up and picked up his phone. Can your car deliver it here? Yes, Mu Lingxiu immediately responded. Where are you going? Wannan Mountain. Huyu said and walked out of the plane, turning off the flight mode. Before he stepped onto the bridge, a text message popped up. The sender is unknown, and there is a picture in the text message. With just one glance, Huyu stopped immediately. In the dim space, 2 women were tied to 2 chairs, one large and one small. Although their eyes were covered by black cloth, Huyu could still recognize them at a glance. Zio, Zissou, Bubu, buzz tilde the bell rings. Huyu immediately picked up the phone. Hello, who are you? Tusk, 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 did you finally answer the phone? A voice that was obviously processed by a voice changer sounded. Mr. Hu, you are really hard to find. Huyu didn't answer but was thinking. The other party kidnapped Zissou and Bubu and called them frantically, so their target must not be them but him. Who did you offend in Jinling? Lai Mang. He was afraid that he would not dare. Then there is only one person. Boss Tian. He might have discovered something. Boss Tian, the repayment date hasn't come yet, right? Mr. Hu is very smart and should know that I am not doing it for the 2 million, but for other things. Boss Tian did not deny his identity but went straight to the point. Listen to my brother, some of my things are in your hands. Brother, Lai Mang, Huyu only thought of this possibility. Even with all his calculations, Lai Mang and Boss Tian didn't know each other. There are tens of millions of people in Jinling. What a coincidence. I can return the things to you, but I'm out of town now and need time to come back. Good. Boss Tian immediately replied. You disappeared for 3 hours, I will give you 3 hours. Not enough. Huyu immediately turned around and looked at Mu Lingxiu behind him. There are no flights back to Jinling now. The earliest flight back to Jinling is 2 hours later. Mu Lingxiu immediately replied in a low voice. 2 hours later. I need 7 hours. Within 7 hours I will bring you everything you want. Huyu knew that he was no match for Boss Tian. Even if you want to go back, you have to take Shen Shan back with you, otherwise you can only deliver food. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice sounded. This is my bottom line. If you don't come, I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Jiang Manufacturing Factory, I'm waiting for you. Good. Huyu hung up the phone and ran directly outside the covered bridge. Quick, arrange a car for me. Okay. Mu Lingxiu didn't know what happened to Huyu, but she hurriedly contacted the shuttle bus as soon as possible. Huyu immediately called Shen Shan. Hey boss. It's me. Huyu said hurriedly. I need your specific location now and something happened to Boo Boo. What happened to Boo Boo? Shen Shan's voice was obviously anxious. Huyu immediately told Boss Tian's deal and how he took away Boss Tian's wealth and life. Of course, because they were still on the shuttle bus and Mu Lingxiu was still on the side, Huyu didn't say the specific method. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that guy surnamed Tian to react so quickly and leave Boo Boo in Oris Hill like this. Now is not the time to talk about that. Shen Shan did not express his attitude towards Huyu but said quickly, How long until you arrive? Let me take a look. Huyu looked at the address and imported it into the navigation system. A route appeared and the estimated time appeared. The fastest is 1.5 hours and the round trip will take 3 hours. Too late. It's too late. Before Shen Shan could speak, a crazy idea came into Huyu's mind. Parking. Huyu said to Shen Shan, I'll find a way to come over. You wait for me where you are. He hung up the phone and looked at Mu Lingxiu, who was also on the shuttle bus. Is there a helicopter rental at this airport? Ah. I asked you if you had any. Yes, yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded one after another. I rented it. Huyu took advantage of the situation and sent the location on his mobile phone to Mu Lingxiu's mobile phone. No matter how much it costs, send me to this location now. Good. Mu Lingxiu responded, then helplessly replied. But even if I send you to this position, you can't get down. Who says there's nothing we can do? 10 minutes later. The sound of the helicopter echoed in Shen Shan's ears. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter flying slowly towards him. It hovered not far ahead before long, and then its height continued to decrease. Finally, it lowered to a height of only 20 meters above the ground, hovered in the air, and dropped a series of rope ladders. Etc. Could it be? I saw a figure coming to the side of the cabin and climbing down the rope ladder. It's really him. The anger in Shen Shan's heart was diluted a lot. He knew in his heart that this incident was too coincidental. Although it was related to Huyu, it was not his intention. No wonder, it's not his fault. And for him, a rich man, to dare to take such a risk and come here is already showing the utmost sincerity. 5 minutes later, Huyu finally climbed down from the rope ladder and immediately called Shen Shan. Hey, Brother Shen, I've arrived at Wan'an Mountain. Where are you? I see you. Brother Shen's tone became much calmer. Go east and you'll see me soon. Good. Huyu didn't say much and immediately ran to the east. Soon I saw Shen Shan. He stood in front of a bush, wearing camouflage and using a flashlight to guide Huyu. His expression was very serious and indifferent, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. Huyu didn't hesitate and ran all the way to Shen Shan. Brother Shen, I'm sorry for you. Now is not the time to talk about that. Shen Shan's tone was still indifferent. He raised his hand and landed on Huyu's shoulder. Go and collect the goods first. It's too late for us to rush back now. Good. Hearing what Shen Shan said, Huyu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shen Shan up and down for a while but couldn't see where the gun was. Brother Shen, where is the stuff you mentioned? Later. As Chen Shan spoke, he swept the flashlight back. Under the bushes, 8 trucks were lined up in a row. Huyu. Symbole 4AA, Symbole 4AA. 8. 8 loads of munitions. Didn't I just want 8 guns? What are you doing standing still? Chen Shan urged anxiously. Hurry up and receive the goods. Ouch, Huyu replied, but still couldn't help but be curious, and stepped forward to open the container of a truck. A bunch of ACs were lined up in the carriage, and boxes after boxes of bullets were piled in the center of the carriage. It was visually estimated that there were at least hundreds of ACs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The pungent smell of gunpowder swept over him, making Huyu tremble with fear. This car is a rifle. Chen Shan stepped forward and explained. The other vehicles are pistols, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I have very few pistols and RPGs, only one vehicle, and the others are all vehicles. Is this enough? Enough? I really have had enough. These 8 trucks of munitions are enough to arm 8 companies. Huyu swallowed his saliva, not daring to leave these things outside, and immediately put them into the space backpack and made an 8 gesture to him again. Brother Shen, didn't I say to get 8 guns? Ah, Shen Shan was stunned and also made an 8 gesture. 8. I thought you bought things by truck. This 8 doesn't mean 8 trucks. Who is a good person to get 8 trucks of munitions? Huyu complained helplessly, but since it was done, the focus now is not on the munitions but on Bubu and Shizo. He shook his head and immediately ran out of the bushes. Forget it, let's go back first. These things are enough to save Bubu. No, not enough. Shen Shan said and ran, and when he passed by Huyu, he directly picked him up by the waist, carried him on his back and rushed to the helicopter at a faster speed. Boss, I remember you don't mind hiring more bodyguards, right? Let me confirm first your so-called sum. Isn't it calculated by car, on the plane back to Jinling? It was already 11:30 in the evening. There are still 5.5 hours left before the time agreed with Boss Tian. Once on the plane, Huyu saw Mu Lingxiu again, but now he was in no mood to discuss the personal nanny with her. He just watched Shen Shan holding the satellite phone and calling people one after another. The method is also very concise with only 3 sentences per phone call. The first 4 phone calls were all, "It's me. Something happened to Bubu. Jinling, meet at the airport within 5 hours." After speaking, the other party will immediately hang up the phone. As for the 5th call, Shen Shan thought for a long time before dialing it. The first 2 sentences are the same, only the 3rd sentence is different. Jinling, Jiang Manufacturing Factory. Everyone on the other end of the phone seemed to know Bubu, Huyu sat across from him and watched, and until the last call was hung up, he did not ask Shen Shan what he meant. All right. Chen Shan put down the phone and looked at Huyu. Before he could speak, he took the initiative to explain. Actually, Bubu is not my biological daughter. Huyu was stunned. Is it so exciting from the beginning? To be precise, she is the child of my comrade in arms. Shen Shan's eyes scanned the table, seeming to be looking for something. Huyu immediately understood. Here comes a bottle of wine, is there any white one? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully, and immediately brought a bottle of Moutai to the table. The quality of this bottle of Moutai is naturally not as good as the one prepared by manager Yang, but it is still okay to drink casually. She poured the 2 of them a drink, and walked towards the cab in a sensible manner, not intending to listen to the gossip. Chen Shan picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then continued. There are 7 people in our team. During an overseas mission, the captain died trying to protect us. Bubu is his only relative. I can't go into details about the specific mission. In short, after that mission, other members of our team were also punished and everyone was expelled from the military. In order to cause some unnecessary trouble, I took Bubu and hid on our island. I thought that with my own skills, I could make money to help her get back on her feet. I didn't expect. Chen Shan drank another glass of wine. Huyu also knew what happened next. Shen Shan was not well liked in the bodyguard company. Perhaps he offended some senior management, which caused him to keep doing cleaning work. And because he had to maintain Bubu's daily expenses, he had no way to resign and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue working. As for the so-called unnecessary trouble, Huyu still remembered the diagnosis Zio Zissou gave Bubu at that time. The bullet hit the spine and left and right leg bones. It was quite a troublesome thing. It was probably related to the overseas mission. Boss. Chen Shan's eyes were red. He picked up the wine glass and looked at Huyu. I haven't finished speaking, but you should be able to understand what I mean. If you think we, father and daughter, are too troublesome, you can still regret it now. I will find a way to repay you the money and favors. Trouble? What kind of trouble can there be when the apocalypse comes? Brother Shen. Huyu picked up the wine glass and touched it with Shen Shan. I call you Brother Shen. Boo is my niece. It's a family matter. It's no trouble to talk about it. Come on, drink. Good. Survival blind box. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that there was an extra black egg in the space backpack. Just crack the egg open to get random items. It's a pity that I'm still on the plane, so I can't use my spatial abilities at will, so I can only watch it after I get off the plane. 3 hours later. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. Huyu asked Mu Lingxiu to go home and wait for news. He still had business to do, and would come to her in the morning to discuss the specific work content and salary. When he and Shen Shan came out of the airport, they saw 2 muscular men far apart, standing on both sides of the airport gate. At this point, there are no flights landing except for their charter flights. I think these 2 should be Brother Shen's comrades in arms. 2 panels popped up in front of you almost at the same time. Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Zilong's skill column again. Epic skills. Above perfection, there are levels. In other words, this person's firearms level is 1 level higher than Shen Shan. No matter what, this person must be accepted. Personality. It doesn't matter. As long as he is loyal and listens to orders, impulsiveness is nothing. Brother Shan. Lai Zhai saw Shen Shan and immediately came up to him, complaining. Why did you bring this guy here? If I don't come, will you save Boo? Su Zilong also came forward at the same time. His tone was extremely cold. Obviously, there was a conflict between the 2. This conflict should not include Shen Shan. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. Let's talk about business first. Shen Shan stepped back and introduced Huyu, who stood up. This is my boss. I am his bodyguard now, and the people who were kidnapped this time, in addition to Boo, there is also a female friend of his. Oh, Su Zilong snorted, looking at Huyu with dissatisfaction. So Boo's kidnapping this time is related to you. A chill suddenly hit. Under the scorching heat, Huyu shuddered. Zilong. Shen Shan frowned and stood in front of Huyu. Some things we'll talk about it later. Let's go save Boo first. HMPH. Su Zilong snorted coldly and said directly, the address, I'll go. Since you want to be a bodyguard, it's better to let me take care of Boo. You. Another voice came from the gate outside the airport. A pair of twin brothers walked slowly and the leader sneered. Aren't you afraid that Boo will become autistic? Autism. Brother, if you let him raise him, it's not certain whether Boo can live to adulthood. Huyu looked at the 2 people at the door, and 2 more panels popped up. Also 9 skills. These 4 people have the same 9 skills as Shen Shan. The only difference is the perfect skills they master. Lai Zhai is mainly responsible for driving and cooking. Zhao Zhang is mainly responsible for first aid and survival. Zhao Yi is mainly responsible for firearms and fighting. As for Su Zilong, not to mention the epic firearms skills, fighting and assassination are also perfect. This is definitely a killer. Huyu immediately thought of recruiting people. If these 4 people can be recruited, and with the 8 carts of arms they can walk sideways, everyone is here. Shen Shan glanced at the 4 people and immediately ordered, execute the task first, then talk about other things. Yes. Even if the 4 people were not in agreement, they all responded in unison at this moment, and lined up in a row at the first time, waiting for Shen Shan's next instructions. Lai Zhai, Zhao Zhang, Zhao Yi, follow me in the car. Zilong, you drive behind me. Yes. Let's go. Shen Shan immediately ran to the parking lot. Others can keep up, but Huyu? He is just a hard-working worker. Not to mention how long he hasn't exercised. Even if his body is at its peak, it is impossible to keep up with their pace. Lai Zhai, help. Yes, Lai Zhai replied, and immediately ran back, put Huyu on his back and followed again. Sorry for the trouble. Huyu blushed and thanked. Lai Zhai replied without any emotion. It's okay. No, this physical fitness must be put on the agenda. If I have to rely on these good brothers to carry me when I run away in the future, it will be embarrassing. Everyone got in the car. Lai Zhai threw Huyu to the co-pilot and sat in the driver's seat. Seat. Huyu immediately replied. Jiang Manufacturing Plant. Sit tight. After Lai Zhai said that, he stepped on the accelerator. A sense of pushing back came, and the G-Class rushed directly to the suburbs. The speed exceeded 1300 km/h. The off-road vehicle driven by Su Zilong behind him kept biting behind, as if it was racing. Hey, that's not right. Didn't Brother Shen make 5 calls? Why are there only 4 people? Huyu turned his head to look at Shen Shan in the back seat and asked, Brother Shen, isn't there another person? Has he gone? What? A cry of surprise came from the car. Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi spoke at the same time, and even Lai Zhai, who was driving, was no exception. Brother Shan you found that person? Zhao Zhang asked with a trembling voice. What else can we do? Shen Shan shook his head helplessly. He is in Jinling, and only he can rush there in the first time. Then are we still going? Lai Zhai asked in confusion. Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi also looked at Shen Shan at the same time. Let's go. We haven't been together for a long time. It's a good time to get together. For a while, the other 3 stopped talking. Even Lai Zhai's car speed slowed down a lot and returned to normal driving speed, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. That 5th person. Who is he outside the Jiang Manufacturing Plant? When everyone arrived, it was already 3:30 in the morning. There was still an hour and a half before the time agreed with Boss Tian. At this moment, the Jiang Manufacturing Plant was brightly lit. After Lai Zhai parked the car, Su Zilong drove in directly without waiting for everyone to get out. When he was about to approach the gate, a Paya stopped at the door. Dust and smoke rolled up. Su Zilong jumped out of the car and walked into the factory with a tang horizontal sword in his hand. Reckless man. Lai Zhai gritted his teeth and cursed. That's it. Zhao Zhang also echoed on the side. If Bubu is still held hostage, he will rush in like this, hee. Continue. Shen Shan frowned and said, Wait until you see him later, do you dare to curse? As he said that, he opened the car door and walked into the factory at the same time. Lai Zhai and others looked at each other and dared not refute, so they could only follow Shen Shan inside. Huyu is now more and more curious about the last person. As he walked through the dust and into the factory, the scene in front of him made him stunned. Su Zilong knelt. Su Zilong, who had perfect fighting and assassination skills, half-knelt on the ground, with a woman in a red vest behind him. She had a high ponytail and a very slender figure. She looked about 1.7 meters tall, but her weight might not even be 100 kilograms. Her thigh was not as thick as Huyu's arm. But such a woman was enough to press Su Zilong to the ground, and he couldn't even stand up. And behind them, a group of people led by Boss Tian were tied up and thrown together, and everyone's eyes, mouths, and ears were tightly stuffed. But Xiao, Zissou, and Bubu were among them. They were not rescued, but they were out of danger. The panel popped up instantly. 5 skills, 5 epics. If it is put in the card drawing game, Shen Shan and Su Zilong are SRs, then Enlingxian is definitely an SSR, this woman. Could she be the last person in Shen Shan's team? Zioner. Shen Shan stepped forward and said, Let Zilong go first. Oh, and Zioner immediately let go and took a step back. And Zioner. Su Zilong stood up helplessly, rubbing the shoulder that had just been pressed. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You still attacked me when you knew it was me. And Zioner turned to look at Su Zilong, her tone very calm. You may not be here to save Bubu. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Su Zilong didn't dare to lose his temper with her and walked straight to Bubu. I'll take Bubu away now, you can do whatever you want. Wait. As soon as Shen Shan finished speaking, and Zioner flashed and blocked Su Zilong, it seemed that as long as he opened his mouth to say shoot to death, and Zioner would attack without hesitation. Zilong, calm down first. I'm very calm now. Su Zilong turned to look at Shen Shan. If you can't protect Bubu, let me do it. I will never let her suffer this kind of grievance. Shen Shan was speechless for a while. He had no choice but to turn to Huyu. Boss, please take care of Bubu first. I want to talk to them first. Okay. After that, Shen Shan turned and walked out of the warehouse. The others followed him. Huyu quickly walked to Boo Boo and took off her earplugs. This action made her body tremble, but she didn't make any sound or movement. He continued to take off the cotton stuffed in Boo Boo's mouth and the blindfold on her head. Boo Boo, it's me. Boo Boo felt relieved instantly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Brother Huyu, hurry, Sister Zai Su was kidnapped with me. Be good, it's okay. Huyu rubbed her head. Don't be afraid, Boo Boo, you and Sister Zai Su are safe. Yeah, Boo Boo responded with a face full of determination. Brother, I'm fine, you go save Sister Zai Su first. Okay, Boo Boo is the best. Huyu praised, untied the rope on Boo Boo, and then came to the side to take off Zai Su's blindfold. The first time she saw Huyu, she was not timid, not weak, but only asked 2 words. Where are the people? What people? Huyu squatted down and untied the rope on her. Are you talking about Boo Boo? No, I mean those who kidnapped us. Zai Su replied, got up from the chair and moved her wrists. Her eyes instantly fell on the people who were tied up, and she was obviously shocked. You did all this? Of course not. Huyu didn't want to take credit and raised his hand to point outside the factory. The people who saved you are having a meeting outside. I will introduce them to you later. Don't worry. Zisu looked at Boss Chan in the crowd, flexed her wrist and walked towards him. You dare to kidnap me, you are really tired of living. Hey, what are you doing? Huyu hurriedly followed. He was not worried about the safety of Boss Chan. The main reason was that it was not the end of the world yet, and it was a society ruled by law. If he did something wrong, it would be difficult to explain to Shen Shan and the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him, so as not to dirty my hands. Zisu pulled out 3 thin golden needles from her hair. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. She stepped forward and quickly inserted the 3 golden needles into 3 acupuncture points on Boss Chan's body. Ah! A shriek sounded. Shen Shan and others outside the factory immediately filed in and saw Zisu behind Boss Chan. They didn't know each other before. The woman named and Ziner had already rushed over. Ziner, don't. And Ziner stopped after Shen Shan's voice fell. A gust of wind came. Her calf was about to fall on Zisu's face. Don't be impulsive. Huyu immediately stood between the 2 women. We are all family, let's talk it out. And Ziner slowly lowered her legs, but her eyes were still fixed on Zisu, who took advantage of the situation and pulled out the 3 golden needles from Boss Chan's body. You saved us just now, right? Zisu stepped forward, reinserted the golden needles into her hair, and stretched out her right hand to Ziner. Hello, my name is Zisu. And Ziner did not respond, and her eyes fell on Huyu again. You said the end of the world is coming. Huyu looked at Shen Shan, who nodded silently. It seems that Brother Shen told them about that. Yes, except for that situation, this group of people can never get together. The end of the world. Zisu also turned to look at Huyu, his eyes full of curiosity. Boss Hu, what is going on? The eyes of the rest of the people were also full of confusion, all waiting for his answer. Let's go home first. Huyu looked at Boss Chan and others who were still tied to the ground. How to deal with these people? Let me do it. Zisu immediately volunteered and said as she was about to pull out a needle from her hair. Give me 15 minutes and make the world green again. Green? Huyu was stunned. Aren't vegetative people green? Good guy, this is the effect of plus. Huyu looked at Shen Shan and found that everyone, including him, had walked out the door. Hey, the weather is good today, and you can still see the stars. Yeah, Brother Shan, do you think it will be sunny tomorrow? I don't know, Ziner, come out and see too. Oh. As they talked, the group of people all left the factory. Lai Zhai even ran back and took Boo Boo out with him. Zisu jumped and started to plant trees, while Huyu came to Boss Chan and squatted down, took out a bag from the space backpack and put it on his back and took off his blindfold. Hello, Boss Chan. Ah, a wail sounded. Boss Chan began to sweat coldly, but he still forced himself to reply. Who, Mr. Hu? Huyu looked down at the time. It's about an hour before the time we agreed to meet, you don't mind. No. Ah, another wail. Boss Chan's legs trembled slightly. He didn't understand how he had offended this great god. Mr. Hu, I didn't recognize the great man and I offended you, please don't blame me. No, don't you want something? I'll find it and give it back to you. Huyu opened the bag and started to take things out. Bang, an AK was placed on the ground. Is it this? Boss Tian was stunned on the spot without even the chance to shake his head. Huyu took out another Desert Eagle. Is it this? No, no, Boss Tian's lips trembled slightly. Huyu took out another 98K. Is that this? No, it can't be this, right? Huyu said, and simply put the rocket launcher on the ground. Boss Tian, what did you lose? Just tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know, right? Mr. Hu, Boss Tian was completely scared. He didn't know who this person was and how could he come up with these things. Those things are my honorary gift to you. Please let me go. Ha, Huyu sneered. There is a saying in your loan bank. What is it called? 9 out of 13 return, right? You kidnapped 2 of my people. Now I come to you to collect the debt. Are you going to perfunctorily treat me like this? Among the contracts he took away, there were also a lot of photos, all of which were women holding IOUs and wearing cool clothes. There were more than a dozen loan contracts for one person alone. From 5,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan, it has not been paid back yet. Based on this alone, making him half paralyzed is considered a light punishment, not to mention the kidnapping of Boo Boo. Then you say, as long as it is something that I, Tian Leiliu, can do, I will definitely do it for you without saying a word. First, Huyu asked in a deep voice, how did you know that the things were with me? He had some inferences in his mind about this matter, but he still had to confirm it. After all, he did not see Lai Mang among these people. When he went there before, he deliberately looked at the tea house. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the entire tea house, so the problem cannot be with the surveillance cameras. It's Lai Mang. Yes, and you wonk you. Tian Leiliu immediately replied. Didn't you scare Lai Mang with that thing? Later Lai Mang found me and I found you wonk you, and finally I was sure that the thing was on you. Huyu frowned slightly. And what about that woman? What happened today was because you wonk you called me and told me that you were back. That's why I took action. Okay, second thing. Huyu interrupted Tian Leiliu and continued. From today on, you will live next to Yu Wonkyu's house. Watch her and don't let her leave this city. You should be able to do such a small thing, right? Yes, of course I can. Tian Leiliu replied quickly. That's good. Huyu stood up and looked down at Tian Leiliu on the ground. You will feel a little uncomfortable afterwards. If you are obedient after a month, if I am in a good mood, I may help you get back to your original state. Zissou, let's go. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded and retracted her needle. The two of them walked out of the manufacturing factory, Xiao Zissou's eyes full of curiosity. Yu Wangyu, is that the woman we saw yesterday? Huyu responded. You don't want to tie her up and make her paralyzed, right? That's what I originally wanted to do. Xiao Zissou looked at Huyu, as if he was looking at someone of the same kind, but I don't want to think about it now. How? I believe you must have a better way to diagnose and treat her. I want to see it. 5 o'clock in the morning. After everyone returned home and coaxed Boo Boo to sleep, they found an empty room for a meeting. Huyu simply repeated what he had said to Shen Shan, demonstrated the capabilities of the space backpack, and stated his purpose. After that, everyone introduced themselves to each other. After knowing that Xiao Zissou was the doctor Huyu had hired at a high price, everyone, including Zioner, had a 10-point increase in their favorability towards him. Oh my, Xiao Zissou exclaimed immediately. I should have brought all the herbs with me. Do you believe it? Lai Zhai asked back. Don't you think this is nonsense? What nonsense? Xiao Zissou said back. Haven't you seen so many similar articles on Huyu? Existence is reasonable and this kind of thing is possible. No, boss Hu, you go home with me tomorrow. No need. Huyu helplessly spread his hands and casually put out a Chinese medicine cabinet. When I closed the warehouse for you, I took it away. What a convenient thing. Xiao Zissou helplessly complained. I don't care, you have to pay me for these. Okay. Huyu said and took out a pile of gold bars from the space. These are the unused arms purchased by Shen Shan. They were previously placed in the truck and were discovered by him after being put into the space backpack. Now there is about half of this pile of gold bars left, which is gold worth 15 million. Everyone. Huyu looked at everyone. I, Huyu, never force anyone to do anything. We are friends when we meet. Whether you believe me or not, you can divide this pile of gold. I am not trying to bribe you, but I admire you. Brother Shen told me about you, not much, but I understand one thing, we can have the peace and prosperity we have now, which is inseparable from your efforts. If you believe me, use this money to stock up some supplies. If you don't believe me, you can use it to improve your life. Of course, if you can stay, it would be the best. Again, in the end of the world, as long as I, Huyu, have a bite to eat, I will never let you starve. This promise may seem tacky, but everyone knows that if the end of the world really comes, this sentence is worth a lot of money. Su Zilong glanced at the gold, said nothing, sneered and left on the spot. He was giving boo-boo face by being able to sit here and listen to Huyu finish. As for the others, I'll join. Xiao Zissou was the first to speak, yawning and walking towards 2801. I'll go catch up on some sleep first. If the end of the world really comes, I still have to stock up tomorrow. Boss Hu, the money will be settled together when we stock up tomorrow. Okay. Huyu didn't expect Xiao Zissou to accept it so smoothly. Yes, after all, she is a middle school girl, so her acceptance ability must be strong. As for the others, Lai Zhai and the brothers Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi looked at Shen Shan. Don't look at me, Shen Shan said calmly. Boss Hu and I have an agreement. If it rains heavily at 7 o'clock on July 13th, I will be in the same boat with him. If it doesn't rain heavily, I will continue to protect him for another year. Since Brother Shan said so, I'll be one of them. Lai Zhai volunteered on the spot. Everything will wait until July 13th to see if there will be a heavy rain. The same goes for the two of us. Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and Zhao Zhang spoke. He looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, right? This is for Boo-Boo's sake. If the rainstorm doesn't fall, we two brothers will turn around and leave. Don't blame us for being disloyal. Of course, Huyu replied, turning to look at Zioner. Zioner, what's your decision? Shen Shan asked. Can you eat enough? Absolutely. Huyu responded immediately, and took out a large amount of high-end ingredients bought from Mutant and spread them all over the table. But do you still need to cook now? Who will cook? Let's not eat yet. Shen Shan slowly stood up. Everyone is tired today, why don't we rest first and talk about it tomorrow? By the way, boss, if you have anything else to stock up, let us brothers take care of it. Really? Huyu immediately counted them. First of all, food. We don't know how long the ocean will last, so the more food the better. The second is medicine. Chinese medicine is far from enough, and we also need some emergency Western medicine. Seeds of vegetables and fruits, these things will become absolutely rare items in the end times. There are also fuel and fresh water resources. The more of these too, the better. Finally, there is power generation equipment, solar energy or diesel. If there is anything else to add, everyone can speak up. Everyone looked at each other, heard Huyu report these things in a series, and understood how much he had prepared for that day. Leave the food to me. Shen Shan spoke first. Lai Zhai followed closely. Then I'll take care of the fuel and fresh water. Leave the medicine to me. Zhao Zhang said, looking at Zhao Yi. Leave the vegetable and fruit seeds to Xia Oi. And Zioner raised her hand and pointed at herself. Me. Power generation equipment. No, you are responsible for other more important things. Shen Shan shook his head. I will take care of the power generation equipment, Zioner. You are responsible for protecting the safety of the boss and Boo-Boo. Oh, and Zioner responded calmly. Boss. Shen Shan looked at Huyu. How much this time, or a car? No. Huyu slapped the bank card on the table. 100 million. Everyone was shocked at first, but before they could speak, Huyu's voice continued. 100 million per person. After arranging the tasks, Huyu finally returned to his little bed. It is now July 9th, 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 109 hours before the end of the world. Huyu finally had time to take out the black egg he got today, and knocked it open casually, and a blue light suddenly burst out. Ding. Good news, it's a skill book. Bad news, it seems to be useless. It's the end of the world, who has the mood to taste food? Even if you can taste it, what's the use? Could it be that he was broadcasting live to the world, letting them watch him eat? Huyu's mouth twitched twice, but he still chose to use it. It's a skill book that he got for free, why not use it for free? A burst of blue light suddenly hit. Huyu didn't feel any changes, and without thinking too much, he fell asleep directly. I don't know how long it took, and a burst of fragrance came to his nose. Meaty smell, herbal fragrance. There is also an indescribable strange fragrance. This should be a medicinal food stewed with various Chinese medicines such as angelica, codonopsis, and wolfberry, using the best pork bone soup. As for the strange fragrance, it seemed to be right in front of him, but he couldn't smell it. Huyu got closer and sniffed twice, but still couldn't smell it, so he could only raise his eyes helplessly. Just one glance and he jumped back in shock. A cold and beautiful face is right in front of you. And Zioner. Those eyebrows and eyes were as if Lin Dayu was still alive, and just one look at her made people pity her. Of course, that's assuming she's never seen her take action. You, why are you here? Brother Shan asked me to watch you. But you won't look at it like that. Huyu hurriedly covered the quilt. He has a little quirk. No matter how cold the weather is, he always likes to sleep naked, and last night was no exception. No matter how tired I was, I had to hold back my sleepiness and take off my clothes before falling asleep. Oh, and Linxian responded, took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Is this okay? Huyu. Black circle, what the hell? Do you think that adding a black filter doesn't count it as pornographic content? Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly and didn't dare to say anything more. You turn around first and I'll get dressed before we talk. Good. And Linxian turned around. Huyu put on his clothes as quickly as possible and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He put on his slippers and walked outside and asked Enziner, you won't stay awake all this time and just stay with me, right? Sleep. That's good. Huyu subconsciously opened the door and found that the door had been locked by himself. He was subconsciously surprised at how Enziner got in, but thinking about her, just opening an ordinary bedroom wooden door, isn't that simple? He didn't think much and said subconsciously, let's go, let's eat first. The two walked out of the bedroom. Boo was the first to react and immediately greeted. Brother Huyu, Sister Ziner, you guys are awake. Hey, are you awake? Zaya Ozisu happened to be busy in the kitchen and looked at the two of them curiously. How was your day last night? Did you enjoy it, Tilda? Don't be mean, the kid is still here. Huyu yawned, walked to the dining table and sat down. And Ziner is here to protect us, don't make fun of others. I know. Zaya Ozisu said, placing a pot of broth on the table, and there were 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table. I discovered before that this girl may have a mental impairment, but her muscles and bones are perfect. She is simply born. People who practice martial arts. Aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Huyu stood up and fed Boo. Do you still know about martial arts training? The end of traditional Chinese medicine is health preservation, and the end of martial arts training is also health preservation. Different paths lead to the same goal. Zio Zisu also gave Enziner a bowl of rice. But there seems to be no cure for this kind of disease. I only heard some words from my grandfather. Grandfather? Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is his old man still alive? Invite him to Jinling for a while. Don't think about it, my grandfather has passed away. Zio Zisu said angrily. I heard from my dad today that a boss named Hu asked him to come to Jinling to see a doctor. He wanted me to go and have a look. Is he talking about you? This. Why doesn't it count? Huyu smiled helplessly. Isn't this also for your family reunion? I thank you. Zio Zisu complained. Then, how do you plan to explain the news of the end of the world to them? Then we can't just leave them alone, right? It's simple. Zio Zisu sat down with a smile, added a piece of meat to Boo, and also took a piece to Huyu. Boss who has so much money, build a hotel with a higher floor for them, and wait for the end of the world to come and then sail out to pick them up. Isn't that good? The room here is actually quite empty otherwise. Dang tilde, a gold needle fell on the table. Oops. Zio Zisu picked up the golden needle and inserted it back into her hair. I accidentally dropped it. Boss Hu, please continue, what else do you want? Nothing. Huyu withdrew a message. He didn't know what Zio Zisu's intention was, but when a person is under the golden needle, he has to bow his head. We can't let Enziner take action, right? That's good. Zio Zisu smiled like a flower. Let's eat, and then go out with me to stock up on some things. Good. Huyu looked at Enziner, who stood behind her without moving. She waited until Huyu made eye contact with her before she took the initiative to speak. Can we eat now? Eat. Oh. Enziner sat in her seat and began to feast. After meal, Huyu called Mu Lingxiu, confirmed the nanny matter, and asked her to come directly to him upstairs. Mu Lingxiu was stunned at first. After going upstairs and seeing Enziner and Xiao Zissou, she suddenly accepted this setting for some reason. It's just that look and the title. It always makes people feel a little strange. No matter what Huyu said, she decided not to call Huyu boss, but master. Bubu is also called miss. Only the names given to Xiao Zissou and Enziner are slightly normal. One is called Dr. Xiao, and the other is Miss Anne. That tone is just like the old lady in the article about a domineering president. Huyu really didn't have time to find a second reliable nanny, so he had to let her go. He also did not tell her about the imminent arrival of the end of the world, lest the Holy Mother would spread the word and cause unnecessary trouble. After signing the employment contract, Huyu hired Mu Lingxiu with a monthly salary of 180,000 yuan to take care of Bubu 24 hours a day starting today. Give her a year's salary first and let her buy more things for the family. In the afternoon, he took 3 beauties, one big and one small, to the streets. Driving the Brabus G800 I bought, I drove all the way towards the Old Street intersection. When he arrived at Kid Plaza at the intersection of Jinling Old Street, Huyu realized what Xiao Zissou planned to hoard. I walked around from afternoon until the sun went down. Xiao Zissou seemed to be here to purchase goods. She only said a few words when she walked into a counter. All inclusive. Send it here. Sometimes, before the shopping guide can react, she hands over a card and says the third sentence. Swipe your card. It didn't take long for her bank card to be maxed out. Fortunately, Huyu still had another card on her. It was a black card he applied for when he left the casino, which is commonly known as the Centurion Black Gold Card. The credit card limit is 1 billion. 7 p.m. There are still 96 hours until the end of the world. Everyone was sitting in the hot pot restaurant. Xiao Zissou took out a small notebook and crossed out the last line on the purchase list. The down jacket and quilt are also done. Xiao Zissou looked at Huyu and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work today, boss Hu. Huh, you're still alive, everything is fine. Huyu was almost exhausted and in a daze. The whole person was slumped on the table, and he didn't even want to raise his head. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassment, he might have let Enziner carry him around. Oh, I'm prepared for this. Xiao Zissou smiled with satisfaction. The cosmetics, clothes, and bags she stocked up today will most likely be enough for the next 800 lifetimes. Don't say that the end of the world doesn't need to be mentioned. Under certain conditions, any woman hopes to be the most beautiful every day. It's okay. Since I promised you, then treat me as a gentleman who will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Huyu didn't say anything, waved his hand and started to show off the hot pot. By the way, have uncle and aunt's schedules been decided? It's been decided. We'll arrive early on the 13th. Do you need me to get a chartered flight over? Don't bother. Xiao Zissou picked up a piece of meatball and threw it into her mouth. Lest they think I'm hooked on some rich man. You don't have to pick them up when they arrive. When that day comes, it will be easier for you to go over and explain. Okay, this leaky little cotton-padded jacket shouldn't have been picked up by them, right? Do you treat your parents like this? Huyu was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mu Lingxiu hugged Bubu and listened with confusion on her face. What day? Meet the parents, or are these two planning to get married? What you are waiting for is probably the physical examination report. Then should I be called Dr. Xiao or Madam from now on, that night at 9 o'clock? After everyone finished eating hot pot and went home, they had not received any news from Shen Shan and others. Come to think of it, it is not so easy to get these materials worth 100 million. But all the things Xiao Zissou purchased today have arrived. One after another, small trucks responsible for transporting valuable goods stopped at the gate of the community, and in front of each truck, there was an extremely professional shopping guide standing. The charming figure formed a sharp contrast with the huge truck. Many people in the community gathered together to watch the excitement and guess what goods were in the truck. Because it was in the mainland, Huyu did not make it too public, but asked them to move the goods upstairs one by one and store them in the empty room of 2804. When the empty room was full, He put them all into the space backpack and asked another brand to continue moving the goods. But no matter how low-key he still attracted many people to watch in the underground parking lot. Have you heard? Someone in our neighborhood won a big prize. Several truckloads of luxury goods were shipped. Hey, I know, isn't it the guy on the 28th floor? I heard that he was kept by a rough guy. What do you mean kept? It's obvious that he's keeping someone else. 3 people who look like female stars, I saw them all. Yes, they're here, isn't that it? Huyu happened to take Xiao Zissou and Enziner downstairs, while Mu Lingxiu stayed upstairs to take care of Boo Boo. There were only 4 boxes left. Unlike other goods, these last 4 boxes contained various utensils and jewelry purchased from the jade shop. The utensils were what Huyu wanted to buy, and the jewelry was purchased incidentally. He had always liked jade and other things before, but unfortunately he didn't have the money, so at most he would buy a smaller piece of Hessian jade to wear. Now that he has the money, he saw it while shopping, so he simply cleared out the inventory of more than a dozen nearby stores. Of course, he didn't want all the garbage. Only fine products can catch his eye, and the unit price is above 6 figures. He also bought a lot of jewelry. There are women on the ship, and they look good in them, which is also a feast for his eyes. More than half of the 1 billion spent today was spent on this. Other goods were fine, and they were directly transported back by small trucks and moved upstairs. But there are a few things that the jade shop dare not give away, so they are directly given to Huyu to carry with him. A set of imperial green jewelry, including a tripod crown, necklace, earrings, pendants, and bracelets. A set of coxcomb red jade, also made into a 5-piece set. There is also a set of mutton fat white jade and a set of top-grade Hessian jasper. In addition to the same 5-piece set, the 2 sets of jade also include bracelets and jade pendants, a total of 7 sets. Each of these sets costs 8 figures. Among them, the bracelets and jade pendants made of mutton fat white jade have been worn by Huyu. It is said that jade nourishes people. Since we want to have children, we must also nourish our health. Huyu ignored the discussion of the crowd and took Xiao Zissou to the underground parking lot. Come on, I said this car is theirs. Brabus G800 G Ultimate Edition. This thing is not cheap. What do you think is specially installed on this car? Seeing that everyone was discussing the car, a little boy rushed out of the crowd, pointed at the Brabus logo, and shouted to the crowd. Grandma, I want this car, buy it for me, buy it for me. My dear grandson, an auntie immediately exclaimed and squeezed out of the crowd. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you right away. Hey, Xiao Hu, what car do you have? I want to buy one too. Where did you buy it? Huyu turned his head and glanced at the man, his eyes full of disgust. Auntie Wang, one of the 3 aunties who gossiped last time. Relying on her son working in a big company with an annual salary of nearly 1 million, she always feels superior to others. In addition, she also works in the so-called neighborhood committee, so she has to get involved in everything. To put it nicely, it is called warm-heartedness. To put it bluntly, it is the Pacific Police. In the previous life, she was also the one who took the lead in organizing everyone to give priority to the elderly and children. Including Huyu, no one expected that the rainstorm would last so long, so they distributed some of the food. But unexpectedly, the elderly in the building did not get a grain of rice, and all the food was given to the 3 families. Not to mention eating, some people even saw them throwing away a lot of leftovers. In this life, Huyu will not let her succeed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, you go ask them. Huyu replied calmly, holding the box and going upstairs. Even if you want to settle the account, it is not now. Mercedes-Benz. Aunt Wang was stunned, looking left and right, and she couldn't see how this car looked like a Mercedes-Benz. The car logo is different. Huyu didn't plan to explain too much. Just as he was about to close the trunk, the child jumped up and rolled in the trunk. I don't care, this is my car. Grandma, the little devil looked at Aunt Wang. I want this car, I want it now. The harsh voice echoed in his ears. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Aunt Wang looked at Huyu. Xiao Hu, don't lie to me. A B logo means it's a Mercedes-Benz. My grandson likes your miscellaneous car, give me a price. Is 200,000 enough? The extra amount will be your lost wages. Give me the car keys first. I'll come to you tomorrow to transfer ownership and give you the money then. A generic car, 200,000. It's not even enough to pay the tax on this car. Huyu didn't answer, but Xiao Zissou next to him came over holding one of the boxes. Auntie, you'd better take your grandson out of the car quickly. 200,000 is not enough to buy a wheel for this car. What nonsense! Auntie Wang rolled her eyes at the two of them. Even if you want to blackmail me, you can't do it like this. Huyu rolled her eyes and didn't bother to explain. Zioner, take the person out of the car. Hey, let me do it. Xiao Zissou was afraid that Zioner would hurt the child, so she took the initiative to step forward and planned to carry the little devil down. Just as she put the box in the trunk, the little devil immediately began to struggle. I don't want it, I don't want it. With one kick, she kicked the box out of the trunk. Fortunately, Zioner was quick-witted. She hooked the box with her in step at the first time, so no serious consequences were caused. Hey! Xiao Zissou was instantly angry. You little brat, come down quickly, don't force me to use force. Maybe it was because of the doctor buff, she just got angry, and the little devil burst into tears instantly. Woo 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 tilde. Grandma, they hit me. Ouch! Aunt Wang immediately shouted. Come and see, someone is bullying us grandparents. Relying on their youth to do whatever they want, it's too much. For a while, more and more people gathered here. Fortunately, someone watched from beginning to end and explained a few words. Everyone didn't intend to step forward to help the evil, but just watched the show from the side. Ha tilde, Huyu yawned. After walking around all day, he was really a little sleepy. Zioner, throw him down. I'm really not in the mood to fight with them. Oh, and Zioner responded, picked up the little devil's neck skin and threw him to the ground. Of course, the force was controlled very delicately, and the guy was not injured. But as soon as his butt touched the ground, he immediately cried and howled, as if a piece of meat was cut off. Seeing this, Aunt Wang also immediately stepped forward to respond, and a grandparents and grandchildren duet. The art form of this grandparents and grandchildren was too advanced, and he really didn't want to pay attention. Just closed the car door, carried the box into the apartment building, and Zioner and Xiao Zissou followed closely. Perhaps seeing that the real owner had left, the Wang family grandparents and grandchildren stopped crying and howling, but stood there cursing. The little brat didn't know where to find a stone, and started painting on the car body directly. Some people watched nearby, but didn't remind him. After all, this little devil has been dominating for a long time, just in time to deal with them. A sharp voice sounded in my ears. Huyu, who had just walked into the elevator, simply put down the box. You two go up first, I'll go take care of it. Seeing Huyu walk out of the elevator, Aunt Wang not only did not hide, but even stood in front of the car with her arms folded, and took the initiative to speak. What, have you thought it through? Let me tell you, the paint of your car will be ruined if it is scratched. You don't care about money at a glance. I will give you a maximum of 150,000 for this car, you can sell it or not. Tusk, you really wipe your ass with gauze, showing me your skills. Huyu laughed and shook his head, too lazy to explain to her, and directly called someone. Professional matters must be left to professionals to solve. Less than 3 minutes. Tian Leilu went downstairs in a wheelchair, followed by 2 younger brothers. Looks very obedient. He moved in next to Yu Wanyu. Hey, boss Hu, what do you want? Simple. Huyu took out the payment receipt for the car and pointed to Aunt Wang and her grandson behind him. These 2 people scratched my car, you take care of it. Okay, Tian Leilu responded immediately, looking at the grandson of the Wang family with eyes like a wolf seeing its prey. Do you think it's a civil or a martial one? I'll have an idea in my mind. Huyu didn't answer, patted Tian Leilu on the shoulder, turned around and walked into the elevator. Written, Marshall, is this important? All he wants is for these 2 guys to get to know each other so that they can open the microphone when dog bites dog in the future. Listening to the roar coming from behind, Huyu smiled with satisfaction. Go upstairs and sleep. After returning to the room, Huyu immediately arranged a room for Zioner. I thought I couldn't let her stare at me anymore, but this woman refused to sleep. She went wherever Huyu went. Even if she went to the toilet, she had to wait at the door. Huyu thought about calling Lao Shen and asking him to help persuade him. But once the call is made, the user you dialed is not in the service area. God knows where he went to get supplies. Huyu had no choice but to admit it. After completing physical therapy with Boo Boo, He fell asleep under Enzioner's gaze. Maybe it was because he was too tired, but even though he was a little unaccustomed to it, he fell asleep quickly and fell asleep not long after his head hit the pillow. July 10th, 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still 84 hours until the end of the world. The alarm clock rings. Huyu opened his eyes and found Enzioner still standing beside him. He had no choice but to get into the toilet and take out the second black egg that was refreshed. Raise your hand and knock, and the white light will light up. Bite. Can you still open this thing? Huyu had no intention of trying, so he stuffed the fairy beans into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out of the toilet. He called Shen again, and this time, someone answered. Hello. Hey, Brother Shen, how's your progress going? It went very well. We should be able to arrive in Jinling tonight. I see you called me last night. Is there anything that happened? It's Zioner's business. Huyu briefly explained the confusion caused by Enzioner. There's nothing I can do about it. Shen smiled helplessly. Zioner only listens to the orders of 1.5 people. I can only count half of them. I asked her to protect you and Bubu's safety, but there is no way to interfere with her specific actions. Who is the other person? Huyu asked curiously. Bubu's father. Shan's tone suddenly became heavy. It's a pity that he has already died. Feel sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'll drive first. I'll tell you about brother and when I have time. Good. As soon as Huyu hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door so early? Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu have keys and can come in directly. Tian Leiliu cannot rush upstairs. Could it be that the Wang family came to apologize? Huyu walked to the door, looked outside the door close to the cat's eyes, and was suddenly startled. It's him, Su Zilong. What is he here for? Zioner, come and protect me. Huyu doesn't care about so much. It's more important to save his life first. And Zioner's body flashed and she was already behind Huyu. Then he opened the door with confidence. Su Zilong raised his head and did not look at Huyu at first glance, but first looked at Zioner behind him. With just one glance, Zioner was ready to take action. Etc. Su Zilong immediately took a step back. I'm not here to fight. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Su Zilong was thrown over his shoulder by Zioner, fell to the ground and punched him in the eye socket. Zioner's whole set of movements was smooth. After the fight, Zioner took a step back and stood behind Huyu before Su Zilong slowly uttered the next 2 words. Set up. Then what are you doing here? Huyu asked immediately. Let me ask you a few questions. Su Zilong stood up like a carp, as if he was used to being greeted like this. He looked at Huyu. How did you win so much money? Are you investigating me? Huyu lowered his eyes slightly. He could tell the secret of the space backpack, but the secret of the system, that was his trump card. No matter it was Shen, Bubu, or anyone else, he would never reveal any information. That's right. Su Zilong did not deny it. Boss Hu, your identity is too mysterious. Before July 6th, you were just like an ordinary social animal. Besides working, my only hobby is dog licking. Hey, let's talk about it without any personal attacks. Huyu was furious on the spot. If he hadn't been able to control Zioner, he would have chosen to convince others with reason, the truth of physics. But right after July 6th, you acted like a different person, which makes it difficult not to suspect something. Su Zilong ignored Huyu's protest and continued. I need an explanation now. Explain shit. Hu Yaoxiao looked at Su Zilong. He knew that, after investigation, this guy believed his previous doomsday remarks and wanted to join them. But with his arrogant temperament, it is definitely impossible to join directly, so he needs a step up. Now, he waited for Huyu to pass the steps. But how can stairs be so easy to build? Sorry, I can't explain a little bit. Huyu looked at Su Zilong with a smile. You and I are not related, so why should I explain to you? Zioner, see you off. Etc. When Su Zilong saw Zioner coming forward again, he immediately shouted, If the end of the world is really coming, you are not safe here. Hearing this, Huyu suddenly became interested. He stopped Zioner, who was about to step forward. What do you mean? Monitoring and protection. Su Zilong said calmly. The most difficult thing in the apocalypse is the human heart. If you buy a ship but choose to return to Jinling, it means that you will live here before the apocalypse, or even in the early stages of the apocalypse. In this kind of environment, It's easy to hide from open guns and hard to prevent hidden attacks. If you want to ensure your own safety, you need to install surveillance cameras in the entire building or even the entire community. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you be prepared for any danger. And your room is too shabby. If a heavy rain really comes, the temperature will inevitably drop sharply. At that time, air conditioning alone will not be enough. I will be responsible for installing a 5-constant system for the entire floor, which includes constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant cleanliness. This sentence really speaks to Huyu's heart. Can you do it? 3 days. Su Zilong raised 3 fingers. Before the 13th, I will install the surveillance of the entire building and the Wu Hang system on this floor for you as a prerequisite for our cooperation. Cooperation? Huyu asked doubtfully. Right. Su Zilong nodded. You and I are not in an employment relationship but a cooperative relationship. The specific conditions will be discussed at 7 o'clock in the evening on the 13th. Good. Huyu smiled and said nothing more. Just do as you say, make a deal. By the way, let me remind you that 7 days after the heavy rain falls, the whole world will be disconnected, and monitoring may not be useful by then. It's just disconnection, I can handle it. Su Zilong said and turned around and left. For the next whole day, Huyu stayed at home and played various online games to pass the time. This is the last hooray. By the 7th day of heavy rain, the global network will be completely paralyzed. By then, there will be no online games, no short videos, no TV movies, no online novels. Everything related to the internet will disappear. Even if you store some resources in advance, it won't be enough. Well, Huyu sighed and suddenly thought of something. Nowadays, everything on the internet, including but not limited to games, short videos, novels, etc., is stored in the databases of major companies. If I could get their hands on their database, I would be able to read all the short videos and novels I have accumulated in a lifetime. But the problem is money. This thing can be said to be the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless the entire company is acquired, it will never be possible. Even if Huyu could win tens of billions in gambling and had enough funds, there would not be enough time left to go through the process. Forget it, these things can only be submerged in the sea tilde at 7 o'clock that night. There are still 72 hours until the rainstorm hits. Shan's call arrived. They all delivered the goods to the suburbs of Jinling and waited for Huyu to receive the goods. Huyu then left the computer and took Zioner to the underground parking lot. Seeing the brand new Babos, he secretly praised Tian Leiliu's speed in doing things. However, he also knows that it is a disaster for people like this to stay around. When the end of the world comes, he will be liquidated sooner or later. Come to the suburbs. Huyu just glanced at it and his whole body was stunned for an instant. Densely packed large trucks filled the entire wasteland. A rough estimate is that there are at least 1,000 large trucks. Huyu's heart trembled, so much. If I collect them all myself, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Shan happened to come over and seemed to know what Huyu was worried about, so he explained. Don't worry, boss. These goods are all scattered, and we are the only people who know about it, so it took so much time. The driver is also trustworthy. Just collect the goods and leave the car here. That's good. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward, and began to put those things into his space backpack, while Shan's report came to his ears. In terms of food, in order to ensure the diversity of food, in addition to seafood, I bought some of each. As long as it is an edible ingredient on Blue Star, I bought a cart of each. Meat, eggs, and milk are more. Everyday meat, eggs, and milk are all grown in about 5 carts. The various reserves combined are enough to feed 20 people for 50 years. I also bought a cart of various vegetables, fruit seeds, and common special medicines. Zaya Ajong also obtained some common medical equipment. Western medicine methods can also be used normally on the ship. The power generation equipment is also the most advanced, with a truckload of fuel and photovoltaic equipment. As for fuel and fresh water, Shan's voice paused, and Huyu also stopped and turned to look behind him. There won't be any problems with these two, right? Freshwater resources aside, fuel is a standard strategic material. When buying in bulk, problems can easily arise. A little bit, but not much. Chen Shan smiled bitterly and replied, there are a total of 2,000 tons of fresh water resources, all of which are packed in water tankers. If you save some, it will be enough. More fuel oil, about 3,000 tons. Huyu frowned slightly. Not enough, neither water nor oil. He checked online. According to the calculation that each person drinks 1.5 L of water per day and consumes 2 tons of water per month, an adult needs to consume 25 tons of water per year. 2,000 tons is only enough for 8 people to live for 10 years. And the ship needs at least 30 tons of fuel oil for 1 day of sailing, and 3,000 tons is only enough for 100 days of sailing. I know. Shen Shan frowned and said, for water, Zaya Ajang and Zaya Oi have contacted the mineral water factory. Their inventory output is about 20,000 tons, and they are already contacting for transportation. As for oil, Lai Zhai went to northern Russia, which can provide about 100,000 tons, 8,000 per ton, and cash settlement is required. Good guy, that's 800 million. Now Huyu only has about 500 million left, which is only enough to buy 40,000 tons. If he drives sparingly, it should be enough, right? Order 40,000 tons of goods and I'll go over there when the time comes. Okay. Shen Shan called Lai Zhai and told him about the situation here. Huyu was also busy receiving the goods. He received all the way to the last car and suddenly heard some movement inside. Huyu turned his head and looked at Shen Shan. What's going on? Shen Shan said as he stepped forward and opened the car door. Oh, some small things I bought. Just a glance, Huyu's eyes suddenly went dark. What the hell is called a small thing? Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks. The small truck was filled with poultry and livestock other than fish. There are 8 heads of each type. Moreover, they are all alive. Brother, what are you doing with these things? Huyu was speechless for a while and tried to collect it into the space backpack. Pity. The space backpack only collects the truck, and all the little things in the truck escape. Huyu immediately put the car out again. Of course it's breeding. Fortunately, Shen Shan has quick eyes and quick hands. He replied casually, while busy loading those guys back into the car. I've seen it. There are still a lot of free spaces on the ship which can be used to breed these. If we find land, we don't have to worry about sitting on nothing. I have to say that Shen Shan is quite forward-looking. No matter how much stuff you hoard, it's just a ration. If these things can be well cultivated at sea, there is no need to worry about the future. You win. Huyu gave a thumbs up helplessly, but before the end of the world comes, how do we deal with these things? It's simple. Shen Shan seemed to have been prepared. Miss Xiao lives in 2801, you live in 2802, and Boo Boo and I live in 2803. Isn't there still an empty room? It will take a few days to recover and it will be fine. Good guys, where do Lai Zhai and the others live? Shen Shan seemed to think of something and rolled his eyes. These things have to be fed by someone, right, boss? You are still ruthless. Just average. Taking advantage of the darkness, Shen Shan drove back to the community and drove all the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks into the room. Fortunately, the things he bought were all small, not too big, and could barely fit into a room. 10 p.m. Chen Shan tried several times but still couldn't take Ziner away from Huyu. He didn't know what was going on with Ziner, but he seemed to recognize Huyu and kept following him. Since no one could understand her brain circuit, she had to let her do it. This time, Huyu had to count tens of thousands of sheep before he managed to fall asleep. July 11th, early morning. Huyu got up early and had a simple breakfast with everyone. He was just about to fly to northern Russia with Shen Shan to solve the fuel problem. Boo Boo suddenly asked out of curiosity, Dad, when will Bubuxi go to school? Go to school. As soon as the 2 words came out, everyone except Mu Lingxiu and Ziner looked at each other. How could I forget this? Shall I get the teaching materials? Xiao Zissou asked tentatively. Need not. Huyu took out his phone and called Manager Yang of the casino. He would soon receive a call from the manager of Jinling Huixin bookstore. Purchase. Get a copy of all books, regardless of category or nationality. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. There is such a big space, and the ladder has to be moved in. If you encounter any technical difficulties at that time, you might as well just read the book, right? When the bookstore manager heard this, he was a big customer. The price is 80 million, and it will be delivered to your door tomorrow. After finalizing the delivery location, Huyu and Shan got on the plane together, and Enzioner also followed. When we arrived in northern Russia, we paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other hand. Hu Yaoshan took 40,000 tons of fuel and ran away in a hurry. He was afraid that people from northern Russia would discover some clues and be caught growing potatoes in Siberia. When he came back, Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi also came back with 20,000 tons of mineral water. What is the concept of 20,000 tons? A bottle of normal mineral water is 0.5 L. 1 ton is 2,000 bottles, and 20,000 tons is 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City. Looking at it, it was much more shocking than the truck convoy yesterday. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that Huyu loaded these goods into the space backpack. There are still 48 hours until the end of the world. Fuel, fresh water, everything is taken care of. Once I buy the books tomorrow, there will be almost all the things I need to stock up on. Huyu collapsed on the bed, completely relaxed, and gradually got used to the feeling of Enzioner watching from the side. Just when he was about to chat with Dukshu, there was a sudden noise downstairs. It's shameful to disturb the people. Oppose the urban pig pen. Get out of the community. It's shameful to disturb the people. Oppose the urban pigsty. One noise after another rang out. Huyu frowned and moved to the window sill to look down. I saw a group of old men and women gathered together, holding red banners. They stopped dancing in the square and kept shouting downstairs with a big loudspeaker. If it was really shameful to disturb people, these guys would probably have a mouth full of dentures. Bang bang tilde there was a knock on the door, and Shan's voice sounded outside. "Boss, it's me. Please come in." Shan pushed the door open and obviously heard the noise below. "Boss, you need to deal with it below." "Need not." Huyu conveniently closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and enjoyed the cold wind of 23 degrees Celsius. On this hot day, it's okay for the adults to move around more. "By the way, didn't you make some ham?" "Well, there are about 1,000 in total. What's wrong?" "Pick out 50. Huyu glanced at the crowd making trouble below. "Go down and tell them that at this time tomorrow, everyone can receive half of the ham, which will be regarded as our hush money. By the way, give the leader a break and tell them we will move out in a few days." "Hush money. This is ham. This is not the kind of ham sold in supermarkets. Not only does it contain sufficient salt, but it is also meat that can be stored for a long time. Once the end of the world comes, the price of 1 gram of ham can even be higher than 10 grams of gold. The boss is really kind-hearted, perfect grade. This is the first time that Huyu has opened a perfect grade item. That's the remark. It's too redundant. It's a pity that Liquin was not opened. Huyu put away the waterproof coating and prepared to use it on Babos later. He walked out of the bathroom, said hello to Boo Boo and Mu Lingxiu, and pushed the door out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shan and Su Zilong standing at the elevator entrance. A gust of wind came from behind. Huyu didn't have time to react, and Su Zilong was pushed down again. This time he didn't even resist. Zilong is here to hand in a task. Shan smiled bitterly and did not stop him. He has already installed the surveillance, and the computer can be connected to the server to watch it. Yeah. Huyu looked at Su Zilong with a little pity. "I'm going out for a while, Zilong, do you want to come with me?" "Okay." Although he was very reluctant in order to avoid being beaten again, Su Zilong nodded on the spot. The four of them came to the underground parking lot. Shan sat in the driver's seat. "Boss, where are we going?" "Zijing Mountain." Shan started the car and asked in confusion, "What else can be stored there?" "You'll know when you get there." Huyu did not explain too much, but took out his mobile phone to check the latest news. There is no news of rainfall worldwide. 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 9 hours before the end of the world. The four of them came to the foot of Zijing Mountain. Because it was Saturday, there were many citizens who came to play around Zijing Mountain, most of them with children or pets. Too many people. Even if it rains heavily, there are many places to hide on the mountain, and they may not go down the mountain immediately, but there is a way. "Brother Shen, go buy umbrellas, the more the better, the bigger the better." "Umbrella," Shan was stunned, "or buy it according to the old rules." Well, one truck is enough. Huyu responded. According to this flow of people, a truck of umbrellas can only be considered as barely enough. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Shan drove the truck back and bought parasols. Just right. Although the weather is not sunny, there is no sign of rain. If it is a normal umbrella, it will be bad. Huyu immediately hired 30 college students passing by. 500 yuan each, and there is only one job: content selling umbrellas. No need to scan any QR code. Only $1 can buy an umbrella. The premise is to pick up a water bottle or a can on the road as a symbol of environmental protection. Each person is limited to one. Just as these 30 college students were scattered in Zijing Mountain, another 170 college students came later. These were all classmates of the group of college students just now. A high salary of 500 yuan was obviously a rare job for them. Huyu gave the same order. 200 college students, each carrying 100 umbrellas, went up the mountain. Huyu and his team were not idle either, busy distributing umbrellas at the foot of the mountain. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. College students came down the mountain one after another, and more than 30,000 umbrellas were distributed, including those distributed at the foot of the mountain. This was only half of the truck. There was still half a truck. Brother Shen, you go to Qixia Mountain and distribute umbrellas in this way, the sooner the better. Okay. Shen Shan responded and drove to Qixia Mountain immediately. There were still 3 hours before the end of the world. Huyu looked up at the sky, which was gradually gloomy at this time. Almost instantly, that poem popped up in his mind. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the city was about to be destroyed. But this time, it's not just the city that is destroyed, but also the entire human race. Due to the weather, more and more people choose to go down the mountain. Huyu was not idle either, and by the way, he swept away all the duck blood vermicelli soup, steamed dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, salted duck, and so on within a radius of 2 kilometers. Although Shen Shan collected a truckload of snacks from all over the country, Huyu still felt that it was not enough. If you can stock up more anyway, there is no harm. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still an hour before the end of the world. The umbrellas on Qixia Mountain have also been distributed. Huyu finally had some free time, standing on land, enjoying the feeling of being down to earth for the last time. The phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Enziner calling. Hello. Hello, you're not at home. Isn't it going to rain soon? What are you doing outside? I still have some things to stock up. Huyu explained helplessly. How are your parents? They are all settled, and they have enough food and drink for half a month. By the way, I also gave them guns. This was arranged by Huyu. Last night he specially found 2 pistols and asked Xiao Zissou to find time to give them to Xiao's father and mother. He didn't want the 2 elders to be killed by human nature before he could pick them up. They didn't ask anything. What could they ask? Xiao Zissou chuckled. I stuffed the gun into the innermost part of the suitcase, and the instructions and explanations are also inside. Only when the end of the world comes, and they finish eating the things in the suitcase, will they find it. 6. Huyu replied helplessly. Have you ever thought that if the 2 elders are robbed, will the gun fall into someone else's hands? Yeah, that's right. Xiao Zissou suddenly realized. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll call them as soon as the rain falls. Okay. Huyu hung up the phone and continued to look up at the sky. And 50 minutes the streets were full of people. Taiwan Novel Network. Right arrow letter 1D4FD letter 1D500 letter 1D4F4 letter 1D4E letter 1D4F7. Letter 1D4EC letter 1D4F8 letter 1D4F6. On the mountain, there is laughter and laughter. Huyu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, watching all this for the last time. 50 minutes is very long enough to hold a class, but also very short, so short that Huyu doesn't even notice, and the time has flown by. 6:30. Chen Shan rushed back. He did not disturb Huyu but stood aside silently, looking towards the sky from time to time. The alarm sounded at 6:59. Huyu didn't hesitate, closed the umbrella and got into the car. Let's go, get in the car. Chen Shan and Xianer followed closely behind. Only Su Zilong didn't get on the bus. He raised his head as if waiting for the next proof. 30 seconds. Chen Shan sat in the driver's seat and dialed Bubu's phone number. Hey boo-boo, are you taking the medicine obediently? Yes, when will Dad come back? It's time for dinner. Right now, Dad and brother Huyu have things to do, so they will be back soon. 10 seconds. Huyu sat in the car, rolled down the window and looked out the window. Dark clouds gradually gathered. There were bursts of thunder, and the dull sound was like the wrath of a god exploding in the air. 5 seconds. It's thundering. It's going to rain. Go home and collect your clothes quickly. Go, go, go. Fortunately, someone handed out an umbrella. Otherwise, I would have been a drowned rat today. 3, 2, 1. Boom, the downpour suddenly fell. Thumb-sized raindrops formed a curtain of water in the air and fell to the ground without warning, causing splashes everywhere. The rain still fell. Huyu sighed and looked at Su Zilong outside the car. The two looked at each other. Su Zilong didn't hesitate and immediately got into the passenger seat. Boss Hu. Ah, just after he spat out 3 words and Ziner came forward and punched him. I didn't get on the bus just now, but now I'm on the bus, it's one side again. I'm really. Su Zilong uttered 3 words and felt his teeth itching looking at Ziner, but he was still helpless. He looked at Huyu and said again, Boss Hu, we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Huyu made a nasal sound. He's not in the mood for relationships right now. This was supposed to come, but it came. Under the heavy rain, people ran away from the mountains with umbrellas. He sat in the car and used the waterproof coating he had just obtained on the car. He took out his cell phone and started a group chat. 7 people, Chen Shan, Xiao Zisu, Lai Zhai, Zhao Zhang, Zhao Yi, Su Zilong, and Ziner were all included in the group chat. He thought about it and finally pulled Mu Lingxiu in. A small group of 9 people. Huyu sent a message inside. Close the doors and windows, turn on the Wuhang system, and connect it directly to the generator. We will be back in 3 hours at most. There is no need to wait for us to eat. Several people headed by Shan immediately replied received in the group. Xiao Zisu asked in the group, Aren't you ready to come back? The water will flood your car in 3 hours. It's okay, it can't be flooded. Huyu replied and didn't look at the phone again. Half an hour later. Rainwater has destroyed the entire city's drainage system, and water has begun to accumulate on the surface. Global news is reporting on this strange rain. But so far, no one has discovered or announced this terrible fact. It's raining all over the world. Almost everyone thought that the rain might stop soon. At the same time, it also includes people on the mountain. Most people have gone down the mountain. Only a handful of people huddled on the mountain, holding umbrellas in their hands and refused to go down. They believe the heavy rain will stop soon. Huyu also knew it, so he didn't move. Another half hour passed. Not only did the heavy rain not stop, but it got worse and worse, even forming rain and fog. The visibility at this time was less than 1 meter. The original water was almost 10 centimeters deep. Su Zilong couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go back quickly? Almost. Huyu replied. There have been no cars coming down the mountain for half an hour. An hour has passed by now, and those who haven't come down yet can no longer do so. Heavy rain can cause cable cars to malfunction and cause soft soil, reducing visibility to less than 1 meter. If you go down the mountain now, it will be like a blind man trying to get down from the mountain without any help. This is simply impossible. There is only one fate they face. Starve. Huyu pushed open the door and got out of the car. The heavy rain and strong wind made him somewhat unsteady, and he could only half lean on the car. Boss. Shan didn't know what he wanted to do, so he could only shout. What do you want to do? Get in the car. Huyu didn't answer, just squatted down. Hands put on the ground. Close your eyes and think. Huyu stood up. There was still a hazy mist in front of his eyes, but he could clearly feel that there was nothing in front of him. Bohinia Mountain was put into his bag. Just as he was about to get in the car, there was suddenly a lot of noise in front of him. What's going on? Aren't we hiding from the rain? What about the pavilion? Hey, don't squeeze. Mom tilde these sounds are people who are still on the mountain. It seems that after collecting the mountain, the creatures on the mountain will appear in front of you. The noise grew louder and louder. Huyu ignored it and got on the bus as soon as possible. Without wiping the rain off his body, he looked at Shan. Let's go to Kixia Mountain. Good. Shan seemed to have thought of something and immediately replied. drive and follow the navigation route all the way towards Kixia Mountain. Fortunately, current navigation can prompt traffic lights and can use onboard radar to detect whether there is a car ahead. Even with this visibility, Chen Shan was confident that he would not crash. Etc. Su Zilong vaguely guessed it, and he turned to look at Huyu. You took over the Bohinia Mountain, right? Could those voices just come from those people? Uh-huh, Huyu replied. The whole mountain is gone. Su Zilong's expression was extremely shocked. How much can you pack in? Can even Blue Star be packed in? I don't know either. Huyu shook his head and looked tentatively out of the car window. If I weren't afraid that everyone on Blue Star would die in the vacuum, I would want to try it. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shan and Su Zilong couldn't help but shudder. This ability is too outrageous. An hour later, Kixia Mountain has arrived. Since this is a paid scenic spot, many people received a notice from the scenic spot and went down the mountain directly after the heavy rain fell. The staff at the scenic spot are also off work. Huyu didn't hesitate and got out of the car. The water level has now risen to 30 centimeters. He put his hand out of the rain and took away the entire Kixia Mountain according to the process just now. Get back in the car. Before Huyu could speak, Chen Shan frowned and said, Boss, the car may not be able to drive back. We still have 2 hours to go back, but in 1 hour at most the water level will reach 60 centimeters and the car will not be able to drive. It can be opened. Huyu completely believed in the system. Just drive it and nothing will happen. Good. Shen Shan replied and started the vehicle. As the rain got heavier, more and more cars started to stop working. 9 p.m. The water level reaches 60 centimeters. What is this concept? It is equivalent to the height of 2 mineral water bottles stacked up. Even if you are 1.8 meters tall, the rain can still reach your thighs. There are no pedestrians on the road, and only a few vehicles are driving slowly at the risk of being scrapped. There is only one outlier. This car seemed to ignore the stagnant water. Its speed did not slow down at all, and it even continued to speed through the stagnant water. At 9:30 p.m., we arrived at the underground garage. At this time, the water in the underground garage is almost 80 centimeters. Not to mention the chassis, the tires on this car are still dry. No one had time to be shocked and hurriedly got into the stairs and started climbing. Elevator. That thing is definitely useless. Isn't it the 28th floor? Climb. Shen Shan didn't wait for Huyu to speak and directly carried him behind him and started climbing with heavy weight. In less than 6 minutes, we arrived at the 28th floor. Huyu opened the door and saw everyone gathered together. The moment I saw him coming in, a warm breeze hit me. Except for Boo Boo, everyone stood up and paid attention. They know. If it weren't for Huyu, they would have been caught off guard by this rain. Survive, it is possible to survive. But life. Naturally, it won't be the same as before. What are you doing? Sit down, sit down. Huyu walked into the room, and it could be seen that everyone had not eaten yet. I'm going to take a shower, Brother Lai. Help me prepare some food and we'll have a good meal later. Good. Huyu got into the bathroom and took a hot bath. For up to 3 days, once the water plant shuts down and wastewater flows back into the water plant, water will become a scarce resource. If I want to take a shower in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to use a wiper, or I'll have to modify the water heater. Cleaning is complete. Huyu came out of the toilet and happened to hear the sound on the TV. It is reported that widespread rainfall has begun across the world, and rainfall in many places has broken world records. People are advised not to worry too much. Some experts say that this rainfall is the result of meteorological weapon research. The heavy rain will stop in 3 days at most. No country has recognized this yet. Please stay home for the time being and do not go out unless necessary. 3 days. 3 days later will be 3 days, 3 days, 3 days and 3 days. Even now, some people still believe this. No one spoke, just watching Huyu walk out and all the way to the dining table. Instead of sitting down, he took out the white wine that night, poured a glass for everyone except Boo Boo, and placed it in front of them with his own hands. Everyone. Huyu raised his own glass of wine. From today on, we will be a family. I won't say much else, just one sentence. Drink this glass of wine and let's survive together. Everyone raised their glasses together. Stay alive. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 flavors of food are gone. Huyu was not idle either. He first asked Su Zilong to contact the operations of several major internet companies and propose prices. Prepare to use 20 boxes of instant noodles to acquire their database. Of course, at this point, they will just think that the person who posted this news is a crazy person. Wait another half-month. They know the weight of the price. By the time we finished dinner, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The water level has risen to 1 meter. At this time, most people have gone to bed, ready to wake up tomorrow to enjoy a rare vacation. Except the people on the ground floor. At this time, there was already a quarrel among the surveillance and resident groups. No matter how she sent a message, she could only see a small circle that kept spinning. Forget it. I don't want to bother with them. Aunt Wang simply threw away her phone. Anyway, I use the best electronic anti-theft lock. As long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. And that guy surnamed Who is simply hateful. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Aunt Wang didn't want to pay attention, but the little devil who had just fallen asleep was awakened, and an impatient voice sounded from the room. "Grandma, what's that sound?" "It's okay, my dear grandson, continue to sleep, Grandma is here." Oh, Aunt Wang got up and walked to the door, just about to speak to persuade everyone to leave. In the next moment, click, the door opened. The so-called electronic anti-theft lock had long been conquered by Su Zilong. As long as he wanted, he could open all the electronic door locks in the entire building at any time. Oh, Aunt Wang. The male owner of 104 immediately stepped forward and shook Aunt Wang's hand. "Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for helping us." He took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. "Aunt Wang, I will pay you 3 days' rent first, 6,000 yuan. No matter when the rain stops, this money is yours." 6,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's eyes turned green, and she simply stepped back, put away the annoyed expression on her face and took out her mobile phone. "We are all neighbors. What money is not money, come, just scan this." Okay. The male owner scanned 6,000 yuan and was welcomed into the house by Aunt Wang with a smile. "We still have 1 room left in our house, and we may need you two to live in the living room," Aunt Wang said immediately after receiving the money. 6,000 yuan and live in the living room. The hostess of that house was about to speak when she was stopped by the male owner. "Okay, we have no problem." The brother and sister immediately stepped forward. "Can we live in the living room too?" "You guys," Auntie Wang looked them up and down. "Do you have money?" "Yes." Without waiting for the 2 siblings to reply, a voice sounded from behind them. A figure walked out of the stairwell. Shen Shan walked towards the crowd with a stack of cash, a total of 20,000 yuan. He handed the money to the 2 siblings and said with a smile, "Mr. Hu on the 28th floor knows that Miss Wang is kind and is willing to take you in. He specially sent the rent. You should give it to Miss Wang." How can I be so embarrassed?" The brother looked embarrassed, but still walked to Auntie Wang. "Auntie Wang, you see. Even if you have money, you can only live in the living room." Auntie Wang took away 20,000 yuan and turned and walked into the room. "Hey, how can 4 people live in this living room?" The hostess of that house immediately said, "Our 6,000 yuan is for 2 rooms. "Then I don't care." Auntie Wang had already received the money and walked towards her own empty room. "Don't make noise. If you disturb my grandson's sleep, I will kick you out." The 2 families looked at each other and stopped talking. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and this sentence is vividly expressed. They just wanted to find Shen Shan and ask Mr. Hu if he could provide a room, but found that Shen Shan had left. No matter what, as long as they can take shelter temporarily, it will be fine. The heavy rain continued to fall. By 7 o'clock on July 14, the water level had risen to 2.7 meters. This precipitation speed can be said to be extremely terrifying. But for some people, as long as the water has not flooded their feet, it is not a big deal. Of course, Tian Leiliu, who lives next door to Yu Wanyu, is an exception. Huyu's alarm clock just rang, and a private chat message popped up. Tian Leiliu. This guy can make a name for himself in Jinling circles, so he must be a smart person. Huyu frowned slightly as he read the information. He probably guessed something. Thinking about what he had done some time ago, I'm afraid I couldn't hide it from him. He would definitely not want someone like this who had no bottom line in doing things. But it's not impossible to have fun. Call, now you don't have to worry about the ship's navigation. Huyu walked out of the bathroom with a happy face and his phone vibrated. Hey, Huyu just glanced at it and immediately clicked delete. This kind of thing is too disgusting. This Tian Leiliu still has some brains. Huyu took out a cup of watermelon smoothie from his backpack, biting the straw, enjoying the refreshing and cold feeling in his mouth. He looked at everyone. What are you drinking? I'll find it for you. Strawberry smoothie. Bubu was the first to raise his hand. You can't drink ice. Xiao Zissou hurriedly stopped. Bubu, you have to stop eating now. After your leg heals, can we drink slowly? All right. Bubu immediately stopped and pouted his little mouth, which was so cute. Be good, Bubu. Huyu casually handed a cup of warm strawberry milkshake to Bubu. Drink this first. Thank you, brother Huyu. It's okay. Huyu rubbed her head and gave everyone a cup of milk tea. Continue to look at the picture on the surveillance camera. Only 15 minutes have passed. Tian Leiliu had already gathered all the residents on the second, third, and fourth floors. Counting him and Yu Wanyu, there were 8 households in total, not counting the elderly and children, 10 boys and 6 girls. Everyone. Tian Leiliu is sitting in a wheelchair, but his temperament is still upright. I don't need to explain the situation outside, I believe everyone knows it. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The water level is now rising by 20 centimeters every hour, and it is close to 5 meters a day. Even according to the official statement, the rain will stop in 2 days, and all our residents below the 4th floor will be displaced. It doesn't matter where we live. We are young and can still fight on the stairs, but what about food and drink? What about our parents and children? We can hold on, but what about them? We can't let children and old people go hungry with us, right? Cannot. A bald man raised his hands in the crowd and shouted. Everyone hesitated for a moment and immediately responded in unison. Huyu took a closer look. Okay, isn't that Lai Mang? Why is this guy here? Wait. Couldn't he be with Yu Wanyu? Now it's fun. Under Lai Mang's instigation, everyone quickly united and prepared to listen to Tian Leiliu's orders. Brother Tian. Lai Mang stood in front of the crowd and asked Tian Leiliu. Just tell me, how can we not be hungry? It's very simple. Tian Leiliu said, turning on the flashlight of his mobile phone and shining it behind him. There were several pieces of frozen meat, some vegetables, 2 bags of rice and a bucket of peanut oil piled there. This is all the food in our family. I will take it out now and share it with everyone. I also hope that you will also take out the food at home and give priority to our elders and children, so that we can tide over this difficulty together. That's right. A voice came from the crowd. But the meat and vegetables we have stored together are not enough to eat. Yes, and the place where we live is about to be flooded on the 2nd floor. What will we do then? Yes, Brother Tian, what should we do? It's simple. Tian Leiliu raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Don't they have food? Isn't the accommodation just above our heads? We knock on doors and use money to buy the food we need. If they are willing to sell it, then everyone will be fine. If they don't sell it, then it's reasonable for us to live in their house temporarily. Even if the heavy rain stops in 2 days, we can make sense. Of course, it would be even better if they would join us. We share food, we live together. Isn't this great? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Some people already understood what Tian Leiliu meant, but they had no intention of talking to him. Under order, they still have basic conscience. This. Brother Tian, isn't it good? We are all neighbors. What's bad? Lai Mang immediately retorted. Brother Tian, this is called courtesy before fighting. Are you just willing to watch your old people and children starve? Done, a young man said angrily. Brother Tian, I'll do it with you, as long as my parents have a place to live and something to eat. Good, Tian Leiliu responded. Then let's gather the food from our respective homes together first. If anyone doesn't want to join, they can withdraw now, I won't force it. This. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses flinched. Brother Tian, we live on the 4th floor, so we're not in a hurry. Look. It's okay, I understand. Tian Leiliu maneuvered the wheelchair forward and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Here, scan the code. Ah, scan the code. Tian Leiliu said with a smile. I will give you the money and you will bring out the food from home. Didn't we just agree? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000. Why don't you just sell the house to me and I'll pay 3 million? If you don't join, then you are my target. Money for you, food for me. The middle-aged man trembled and smiled quickly. Brother Tian, I join. That's good. Tian Leiliu patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and looked at everyone again. I have plenty of money. As long as you help me get through this, I will give you a red envelope that will satisfy you. Good. Brother Tian, tell me, where's our first target? Why don't you go to the 28th floor? Isn't it true that the people there are stupid and rich? They also raise so many pigs. We have to go to the 28th floor sooner or later. Tian Leiliu gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. If it wasn't for that guy, why would he come out wearing sunglasses and a mask? But not now. You all know about conquering cities and territories, right? He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor. From low to high, let's take it slowly. 12 o'clock noon. The entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Leiliu and his men. The method was extremely simple and crude. Knock on the door. You open it and start talking about business. There are two choices, selling supplies or sharing supplies. Most people will choose the latter. At worst, share your house. If you don't open it, it's even simpler. Pick the lock. Anti-theft door locks are more difficult to open, especially when they are locked. But Tian Leiliu is a professional. A piece of wire and a hard card, the door opened in less than 10 seconds. Even Huyu didn't expect that Leiliu actually had this skill. 12 o'clock noon. When the people on the 28th floor started to have lunch, Tian Leiliu and others had already come to the 7th floor, gathering more than 40 people. They gathered in a clean water room on the 7th floor and held a grand celebration banquet. There were also a few troublemakers tied up next to them. These were the residents who refused to cooperate and resisted. Now, they could only squat in the corner and watch those people eat their own food. Brother Tian. Lai Meng came to Tian Leiliu. This is such a big noise, is it really okay after the rain stops? Not only him, but everyone had this doubt in their hearts. As soon as the question came out, the scene was silent instantly. Don't worry. Tian Leiliu raised his glass. All actions are the responsibility of Tian Leiliu. As long as everyone can eat enough and have a place to live, I don't care if I am disabled. Brother Tian is righteous. Brother Tian is righteous. Come, let's toast Brother Tian. When they toasted, Huyu and others also sat at the dining table, eating hot pot, watching this scene through the surveillance. Boss, is it really okay to just let them do this? Shen Shan asked. They are about to take over the mountain. If they don't knock them down, not only will the other people on the floor suffer, but they may also become targets. It's okay. Huyu simply replied and picked up a beef ball from the pot. This is nothing, it will only get more chaotic later, and getting involved now will only cause trouble. He glanced at the time. 12 o'clock 5. If I remember correctly, the time is almost up. Boom! Huyu just put the beef ball in his mouth, and the light around him suddenly dimmed. The power was cut off July 14, 12:06 noon. The water level reached 3.7 meters. More than 90% of the world's power systems were shut down. This included Jinling. All nuclear reactors that could be shut down were shut down, and as for those that could not be shut down, no one could deal with them now. The rain continued to fall in the dimness. Screams and fear filled the entire community. The next second, ding, the power supply equipment that Huyu had stockpiled began to operate. The power was restored, the server was reset, and 10 seconds later, the monitoring screen reappeared on the screen. Most residents opened the curtains to let the weak light outside into the room, but they couldn't even see the food in the pot. The sun had long been covered by dark clouds. Brother Shen, turn on the light. Okay, boss. Shen Shan replied and turned on the main light. The fierce light pierced the darkness and instantly attracted the attention of the entire community. That was the light. Wasn't there a power outage? Why could he still turn on the light? Everyone in the community took out their phones and wanted to ask questions in the owner group. Their fingers kept tapping on the screen, but before the message was sent out, they discovered something. The network is gone. This message can't be sent out. The people in other buildings were speechless and could only start looking for lighting equipment at home. The people in Building 3 were an exception. They were in the same building and couldn't see the light above their heads at all. 10 minutes later, the roar of helicopters and the sound of broadcasts sounded above everyone's heads. Due to heavy rain overnight, Jinling's power system, water supply system, gas system, and communication system have all stopped. relevant departments are fighting the disaster and repairing. Please don't panic. The broadcast kept echoing in the sky. Almost everyone knew what happened. Electricity, water supply, gas, communications, all gone. When people live normally, they don't think these things are important. Once they all stop, people in the steel forest will be no different from returning to primitive society. No, there is still a difference. People in primitive society have always lived in primitiveness and have never seen light, so they can endure darkness. But the human beings nowadays are different. They have enjoyed too much, and compared with the primitive society, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are living in paradise. Now falling from heaven to hell will always create some demons. Food, fresh water, power. These will become the original sin of their fall. 7th floor. Tian Leiliu is maintaining order. After the power outage, everyone's rationality has begun to collapse, and coupled with the announcement that just sounded, the line representing order in everyone's mind has begun to tremble. Now, I can't listen to a cripple's words at all. Until, bang, a gunshot exploded. The firelight awakened their rationality and returned to silence. Tian Leiliu turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, attracting everyone's attention. I still like you to keep quiet all the time. He spoke calmly, holding the flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other. Now I will issue the first order. It is an order, not an opinion. Move the supplies. Lai Mang, take 10 people and move all the available supplies downstairs upstairs, and the rest of you follow me. Yes, Lai Mang responded and then asked, Brother Tian, where are we moving to? Move it upstairs, the higher the better. The power went out. Tian Leiliu also knew that the rain might not stop. Even if it could stop, it would never stop in 2 days. What he has to do now is to seize the time. Seize the time before everyone reacts, gain an absolute advantage first, and then slowly settle accounts with Huyu. That kid. I don't know how he knew about the rainstorm in advance, and I don't know how much supplies he has hoarded. As long as he can be robbed, it is estimated that he can survive this rainstorm. At the same time, someone else also realized this. Yi Wangyu. She left the crowd in the dark and started running all the way to the 28th floor. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Wangyu ignored the movement downstairs and finally came to the 28th floor. She raised the flashlight and was stunned on the spot. Alloy door. She had only seen this door in a bank vault. Not to mention prying it open, even using C4 to blow it up might not work. How many things did this guy prepare? Huyu. Yi Wangyu rushed over and started knocking on the door. It's me. Open the door. The voice echoed in the stairwell, but there was no response. Huyu, I know you can hear it. Yi Wangyu kept shouting. You even installed this kind of door. I don't believe you didn't install surveillance. I just want to talk to you. Can't I even do this? Chat. The voice came from the door. A screen lit up. Huyu had a half cup of watermelon smoothie next to him, and he was curled up on the sofa, playing Happy Candy Crush on a tablet. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you want to talk about water margin or romance of the 3 kingdoms? We are having afternoon tea, so you start and I will talk about 50 cents. Light, Yi Wangyu exclaimed. How do you have electricity? That's a good question. If you have studied junior high school physics, you should know that there is something called generator. Very good. Yi Wangyu's face was filled with joy. Hurry up and let me in. What's the reason? Huyu reached out and picked up an egg tart from the table and brought it to his mouth. There was a sizzling sound as teeth cut through the pastry. Yi Wangyu swallowed. From the time the heavy rain fell until now, she has only eaten 1 bowl of instant noodles. This is the reward you get after serving Tian Leiliu. This guy actually had afternoon tea at home. Gudu tilde, Yi Wangyu swallowed. I'm telling you, Tian Leiliu wants to deal with you, and he has already brought people to fight. I'm here to inform you, he knows how to pick locks and he has a gun in his hand. Let me in quickly, I have a way to help you stop them. Oh, I see. Just Yi Wangyu was stunned. She didn't expect Huyu's attitude at all. Yeah, I should thank you for coming to give me the news. Huyu got up from the sofa, took the camera from someone unknown, pointed it at the coffee table, and started picking. Egg tarts, scones, macarons, tiramisu. Even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings are on the table. This afternoon tea is also a combination of Chinese and Western styles. What should I give you as reward? Either way, anything is fine. Yu Wanyu had no idea of going in, she just wanted to stuff everything on the table into her mouth. Never mind. The camera turned. Huyu faced the camera again. With your level, you will definitely disdain our afternoon tea, so I'd better give you a blessing. Boo-boo, come and sing a song for your sister, just 365 blessings. Okay brother Boo-boo replied, cleared his throat and started singing on the spot. There are 365 sunrises in a year, and I send you 365 blessings childish singing echoed in the stairwell. Yu Wanyu's smile suddenly froze. You? What did you call me for? The camera turned. Huyu's face appeared again on the video. Don't you like it, Miss Yi? Then there's no problem if I sing one for you myself. No need. Yu Wanyu still wanted to struggle. Huyu, can you let me in? I know there are many empty rooms in your house, I just need a place to stay. That Tian Leiliu, he is a complete pervert, help me. Help me, no matter what, I can do it. Oh, Huyu asked in a provocative tone, can you do anything? Yes, anything is fine. Yu Wanyu lowered her head and pretended to be shy. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you. Then let's jump frog. Frog. Leapfrog. Yu Wanyu was stunned. Yes, Huyu pointed behind her. From here, jump all the way to the second floor, and then jump back from the second floor. As long as you can do it, I will let you in. Okay, wait for me. Yu Wanyu immediately squatted down, put her hands behind her back, and began to leap towards the 27th floor. She looked quite honest. But in the surveillance video, she had just jumped to the 27th floor when she stood up straight and spit at the 28th floor with disdain. Heh, Huyu sneered. He knew that this woman would not be so stupid. The weak gesture just now was just her disguise. If she was really let in, there would be only one outcome. This snake would find the best time to bite him. Xylong. Huyu looked at Su Xylong. This guy was working out not far away and seemed to be working hard to defeat Xioner. I remember you installed screens on every floor, right? Yeah, Su Xylong replied. Why you want to negotiate with them? Negotiation. It's too early. Huyu stepped forward and handed him his mobile phone with a smile. Pass the picture just now. I think Tian Leiliu found out that someone is missing and should be anxious. I thought you really wanted to let someone in. Su Xylong took the phone and started to operate it. Don't say she didn't leap at all. Even if she really leaped up, I would only let her jump again. You are really a devil. Thank you for the compliment. In this period, angels will go to heaven soon. 1 minute later, the surveillance footage outside the 28th floor was played in a loop on all floors of the 3 buildings. Especially the first scene, they can pick the lock and have a gun. All residents above the 7th floor began to be alert. The cat's eye seal it, block the keyhole with a key and lock it twice. Finally, use the refrigerator, sofa, and TV to hold the door firmly. Triple insurance. Let alone sneaking in and picking the lock. Even if you use an electric saw, it will take a long time to saw. Tian Leiliu stood in front of the door of 801. His teeth were almost broken, and he couldn't think of any other way to open the door. Resentment surging in his chest. This guy, damn it. That is to say, he is now hiding in that turtle shell and there is no way to find him otherwise. Humph. But it doesn't matter. Tian Leiliu took a step back, pushed the glasses on his nose, and his mind gradually calmed down. He asked around. There are a total of 10 people in Huyu's family now. Not only have they hoarded a lot of resources, but they have even bought a boat. There are so many resources that it is impossible to store them all on the 28th floor. It is estimated that most of them were placed in the cabin. Now we just need to wait. When they finish eating the food hoarded on the 28th floor, or even earlier, they should go find a boat. Therefore, as long as they can occupy the floor closest to the water, they can cut off their way out. Now the resources of the 6 floors combined are enough for 20 people to eat for 10 days. Even if other people don't open the door anymore, it's enough. Now the key to the problem is, if the number of people is reduced, it's actually very simple to reduce 40 people to 20 people. Afternoon. Under the cover of Lai Mang, Tian Leiliu convened 20 people for a small meeting. These 20 people were the most obedient in the crowd. The content of the meeting was very simple. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The source cannot be opened now. To ensure the food supply for everyone, the only way is to reduce expenditure. They don't kill people either. They just need to tie up the remaining 20 people and let them stay on the 4th floor, where they can't be flooded and starve. Everyone hit it off and started that night. It's just starving for 2 days, it's not a big deal. As for Yu Wanyu, she knew she couldn't go back, so she had to start from the 27th floor and knock on doors door to door, hoping that someone would take her in. When she knocked all the way to the 24th floor, she didn't expect someone to open the door, a fat otaku with glasses. He was very anxious to welcome Yu Wanyu in and served her delicious food and drinks. As for what happened that night, Huyu was too lazy to see it. After eating and drinking, he fell asleep. Nothing happened on the 3rd day. Everyone was waiting for 7 o'clock in the evening of the 4th day to see if the rain would stop. July 16, 7 o'clock in the morning. The water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor had been completely flooded, and the rain was still pouring towards the 4th floor. The rain, but there was no sign of stagnation. People living on the upper floors were still enjoying a rare holiday, including those living on the 8th floor. In their minds, there were at most 12 hours before the heavy rains stopped completely. There was nothing to panic anyway, it wouldn't flood them. Tian Leiliu was also calm. He knew very well that what he needed now was to conserve his energy, not useless mania. 20 people were scattered by him at all the windows from the 4th to the 7th floors. As long as someone jumped into the water, or was about to jump into the water, they would be discovered at the first time. Huyu was naturally less anxious. After getting up, he habitually went into the bathroom and raised his hand to knock the egg. Ding! Yes, another useless skill book. At least it is useless now. There is a fishing rod. The egg I opened yesterday just happened to open a fine fishing rod. There is no need for bait, unlimited ropes, just throwing the rod, and there is a probability of catching the fish. But the 28th floor is still more than 70 meters away from the water, so you can catch a hammer fish. I'm afraid that, before the fish is caught, someone will cut off the beard halfway, but Huyu still chose to study. He clearly felt that the strength of his arms and lower limbs had increased a lot, but it was not useless at all. After washing, Huyu walked out of the room. At this time, Zio Zissou was already preparing breakfast. Lai Zhai was on the side, Mu Lingxiu was teaching Bubu how to read and write, Su Zilong was still working out, Shen Shan was squatting in front of the monitor, Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yu were standing at the window, staring at the rising water level outside the window. Hey! Huyu walked to Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi and looked down from their sight. What are you looking at? Thinking about how to fish. Zhao Zhang smiled and replied, Brother Shan told us that there seems to be no river fish among the things he stocked up. So my brother and I were thinking about catching some fish to give Bubu a balanced nutrition. Zhao Yi agreed from the side. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that there is no fishing rod. Even if there is, you can't catch it. Chen Shan replied from the side. This floor is too high, it will be about the same in a while. It's time to eat. Zio Zissou conveniently placed the last bowl of medicinal food on the table. Come on, Bubu, it's time to eat. Don't worry about the fish, let's eat first. Huyu led several people to the dining table. Let's eat something light this morning. In addition to the medicinal diet prepared by Zio Zissou, Huyu took out 5 cages of shrimp dumplings, 5 cages of chicken feet, 3 cages of small steamed buns, and even freshly baked fried dough sticks and soy milk from his backpack. No way. There are 6 bodyguards at this table, and their food intake can basically be calculated as 2 people. It won't work if you don't prepare more. As soon as everyone was about to take their seats, a knock on the door came from the door. The sound didn't come from outside the door, but from the alloy door. Who is it so early? Huyu took out his cell phone and called up the surveillance camera to take a look. Only a face full of resentment appeared on the screen. Aunt Wang, that's not right. If I remember correctly, Aunt Wang will start taking her team tomorrow and start collecting rations from house to house. Why did this life start today? By the way, it should be the 2 households 103 and 104. 6 more people appeared for no reason. If they wanted to eat enough, the rations would naturally be consumed quickly. Zio Hu, I know you are here. Aunt Wang's voice sounded at the door. Hurry up and hand over the food, I saw it in the video the day before yesterday. You packed so many people into my house, don't think about it and don't care about anything. Hurry up, don't make me impatient. Hee hee. Huyu sneered. You are still waiting impatiently. You think you are the second cousin of the Jade Emperor. He simply turned on the video and pointed the camera at the table. After the other party saw clearly what was on the table, he pretended to be in the wrong camera and apologized profusely. "Oh, is it Aunt Wang? What do you want from me?" "You." Aunt Wang uttered a word, and without bothering, she put her hands on her hips and repeated her needs. "Hurry up, take out everything I want, and bring me a portion of those on your table. My grandson wants to eat." "Hey, Aunt Wang, I don't know what you are talking about." Huyu took a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. "We don't have much to eat. At most it's just enough to satisfy our hunger. How can I give it to you again?" "What's not much?" Aunt Wang became anxious on the spot. "If you don't eat, will it be over?" "They are all young people, and it's not like they are hungry. My grandson is growing. I'll just pay you back when the time comes." "Look what you said." Huyu patted his chest. "As the saying goes, 23 jumps around and I am also growing." You, I have never seen such a shameless person." "Hey, you saw it today, Tilda." Huyu held a small steamed bun in her mouth and blew hot air from her mouth. "Aunt Wang, don't be angry. You will have high blood pressure by then, but I will give you some medicine to treat it. Tilda." After that, the video hangs up. While Huyu was enjoying his delicious breakfast, Aunt Wang's irritable knocking on the door kept coming to his ears. It's already the 16th, and their food must have been exhausted. Coupled with the video I played the day before yesterday, no matter what floor they are on, they will not open the door rashly. It won't be long before those people living in 2602 will show their fangs. Noon, 12 o'clock. Riots began on the 26th floor. Get out of here. You guys only know how to eat but don't know how to find food. Either bring me food and I'll let you continue to live there. Either get out of here now." Aunt Wang took a kitchen knife and forced the 6 members of 103 and 104 to leave. Logically speaking, this scene should not appear until another day. However, because of the appearance of Tian Leiliu, everyone felt the crisis. Forget about making excuses, even opening the door to a stranger is impossible. This led to Aunt Wang's emotional breakdown. "Aunt Wang, calm down." Lai Qiang stood in front of his parents and wife. "We can skip one meal, it'll be okay, the rain will stop soon. Don't get excited and put down the knife first." "Brother Zhang Si, please say something." "Yes, no problem." The man from 103 also said quickly. "Aunt Wang, aren't you just worried that there is not enough food to eat? We don't have to eat as long as you don't kick us out." "Really? Really? Real?" Lai Qiang and the man from 103 responded at the same time. "Just skip a few meals. As long as the rain stops tomorrow night, everything will be fine." "That's good." Aunt Wang said, but she still didn't put down the knife in her hand. "You two, and the old man, you 3 should leave my house now, and I will let your sister and your family members live here. You two go to the stairs and wait until the rain stops. If someone comes upstairs on the way, it won't be too late for me to open the door for you." "This." Lai Qiang hesitated. "No bargaining." Aunt Wang immediately agreed. "You 3 men, if you threaten me, what should I do?" "I'm doing this to protect myself. I can go out." Lai Qiang thought for a while and said, "But my father is already over 70, and his legs and feet are inconvenient. Aunt Wang, please let him stay." "Son, no need." Father Lai shook his head. "I'll go out with you." The 3 of them left the house immediately without thinking much. Bang! The gate to 2602 is closed. Aunt Wang began to cook rice and vegetables for herself and her grandson. "I really only cooked food for 2 people, and did not cook anything for the old lady 104 and the lame woman 103. As for those 3 people, they are now squatting in the corner of the 27th floor. Once they notice any movement, they will knock on the door and get into 2602. "You said." Zhang Si looked at the heavy rain outside the window. "If the rain doesn't stop, what should we do?" "No." Father Lai frowned and said, "As mentioned above, it can be stopped in 3 days, so it will definitely be stopped. We just need to wait." "Dad, you can't say that." Lai Qiang frowned and said, "We are young people. It's okay to be hungry for 2 meals, but you can't be hungry. If the rain really doesn't stop, we will have no choice but to imitate the so-called boss Chan downstairs. There's no point in learning." Zhang Si shook his head. "No one is opening the door now. If the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid Aunt Wang won't open the door for us." The door doesn't just open if she says it can't be opened. A voice sounded in the stairwell. In the darkness, a screen lit up. Lai Qiang stood up slowly and looked at the screen. Are you? Zio Hu from the 28th floor? No, Boss Hu. Boss Hu. Zhang Si stood up immediately. Thank you, Boss Hu. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would be living on the streets. It's all little things. Huyu held a cup of milk tea and sucked the soft pearls into his mouth. I made a video call to give you a chance to choose. As long as you nod, I can open the door of 2602 for you. This. Zhang Si hesitated. It's not too bad, is it? I said, I'm just providing an opportunity. The choice is in your hands to open or not to open. If you want to open the door, just knock on the door 3 times. The video hangs up. Huyu didn't want to waste any time talking to them. He wouldn't have made the call if it didn't make the building more lively. Lai Qiang, Zhang Si. In the last life, these 2 people were colluding with Aunt Wang, creating a nest of snakes and rats. Not only did they occupy his house, they also tied him up in a dark room like a 2-legged sheep. If it weren't for that person, maybe he would have been stewed by this group of people. Now, he wanted to see what it would be like when they became 2-legged sheep. In the dark, Lai Qiang was silent for a few breaths before speaking. Brother Zhang Si, do you like watching movies? Hong Kong movies. Hong Kong movie, which one are you talking about? 8 Immortals Hotel. You may not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of another name, Human Meat Bun Shop. Lai Qiang looked at the door. To be honest, I actually want to taste what human flesh tastes like. Father Lai was stunned on the spot. Zhang Si was just stunned for a moment, then swallowed. Brother Lai, I listened to you. They haven't eaten anything all day. Since noon yesterday, Aunt Wang has only cooked 1 pot of white rice for everyone on the excuse that there is not much food. Let your grandson feast on it. That night, there wasn't even white rice. So much so that they haven't even had a few sips of water since yesterday. I'm almost hungry now. Time passed quickly. 7 p.m. The water level rose to 13 meters. The heavy rain outside the window still continued. The radio did not ring. Everyone looked up at the sky, their hopes gradually dashed. Those suppressed desires began to expand. Lai Qiang, who was sitting on the stairs on the 26th floor, stood up. He patted his father on the shoulder, stepped towards 2602, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Aunt Wang, it doesn't look like the rain is going to stop. Please open the door for us and let us in. There was no sound from inside the door. After a while, Aunt Wang's voice sounded from inside the door. You can come in if you want. You go find food. If you find food, I'll let you in. Aunt Wang, is it really not possible? Lai Qiang's tone was full of pleading. Otherwise, you want to put my dad in, and I will go find food with brother Zhang Si. No, Aunt Wang refused quite firmly. Lai Qiang could only shake his head, turned to look at Zhang Si, and knocked on the door 3 times. Then Aunt Wang, I really just feel sorry. Click tilde, the door lock was opened again. Almost at the same time. Huyu, who was watching the live broadcast on the 28th floor, immediately took Bubu away and handed her to Mu Lingxiu. Zaya Amu, take Bubu to bed. Okay, sir. Bubu looked puzzled, but still followed Mu Lingxiu back to 2802. There is no way, the next scene is really not suitable for children. Chen Shan frowned and asked, Boss, is it really necessary to do this? Not only him, but everyone else also cast questioning glances at Huyu. From their point of view, these things can be ignored. Sooner or later, they will kill each other because they run out of food. Why add fuel to the fire at this time? I had a dream. Huyu ate Haagen-Dazs, enjoying the cold and lubricating taste. In the dream, when the apocalypse came, I didn't hoard these things and I never knew you. I'm just a homebody living on the 28th floor. In the first 5 days, everyone still has a lot of food at home. With a little planning, we can still get through it. On the 5th day, the rainwater turned from fresh water into acid rain, and people who had not stored fresh water before began to fall into a water shortage crisis. On the 7th day, after the food was finished, everything below the 10th floor was flooded. Those people had to run to the stairwell to survive. They stuffed everything they could eat into their stomachs. Belts, shoe soles, even those rats and cockroaches in the stairwells. On the 10th day, the water level did not continue to rise, but there were more and more people on the stairs. The rats had eaten all the food, and the cockroaches had also become extinct. Now only people are left to eat. Some people starved to death, but he saved the rest. On the 18th day, the water level rose again, and there were fewer and fewer people on the stairs. The survivors found a chainsaw from the room and started looking for people door to door from the 17th floor. On the 22nd day, they found the 28th floor and sawed open the door of my house. At that time, I had nothing to eat in my stomach. I begged them to let me go, but they didn't answer. They just threw me into a dark room where there were other people besides me. That day, I learned a word: two-legged sheep. The people in it are no longer called people but live as sheep. I heard from the sheep there that almost every 2 days, a sheep is taken out and our remaining sheep will also be given a little broth. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by. Another sheep and I jumped into the water at night and were rescued by people on the yacht. Maybe I have been stewed. After Huyu finished speaking, he took another bite of ice cream. This is the result of his careful consideration. After so many days of getting along, everyone's favorable impression of him has increased to over 30. Especially Chen Shan, Bu Bu, and Xiao Zissou. Xiao Zissou and Chen Shan's favorability level has reached 60, while Bu Bu's is 70. Even the lowest Su Zilong has reached 30. In this case, it's time to tell them something else. Rebirth is so absurd that it can best be described as a dream. Everyone fell into silence. Only Xiao Zissou came over with shining eyes. So you are reborn, right? Yes, it's you as expected. You're a girl with middle school syndrome. You guessed it right away, right? Rebirth is just a dream. Huyu immediately changed the topic and looked at Shen Shan. So I will answer you now. It's necessary, it's necessary. Even if it's just a dream, I will never let go of those who treat me like a sheep. I want to live, but at the same time I will never let them live well. Everyone stopped talking. Feel the same, not really. But if you think about it from their perspective, if they had suffered the same situation and had another chance, they would probably do something even more extreme. After all, what they lack most is power. When Huyu saw that everyone stopped talking, he knew that his goal had been achieved. He lowered his head and looked at the surveillance screen again. After just one glance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly after Lai Qiang opened the door. He subdued Aunt Wang and the little devil while Huyu was talking. Amidst the roars of the grandfather and grandson, the two did not directly use the knife, but tied them up and threw them into the room, and began to rearrange the food in the room. Soon, they discovered the ham that Aunt Wang had hidden in the room. Thanks to this ham, the grandfather and grandson temporarily escaped the fate of being cooked. Everyone cooked a pot of rice with rainwater and had a simple dinner. Human flesh. Emergency food like this, which is easy to store and does not spoil easily, should naturally be saved for last. The first priority now is to find enough food. If I remember correctly, in addition to Aunt Wang's family receiving ham, other families also received ham. Lai Qiang looked at the window as if he had made a decision. Brother Zhang Si, do you want to live? Brother Qiang? Zhang Si swallowed a mouthful of broth. You say it, I will listen to you. Good. Lai Qiang walked to the room and pulled off the sheets and quilt covering the little devil. Can you do ropes? Brother Qiang, do you want to? Go downstairs through the window. Lai Qiang's eyes were full of madness, and he had already begun to tear the fabric and make ropes. It's raining heavily now. It's almost impossible to climb up from downstairs, but it's much easier to climb down. Tie a rope and go in through the window. Even if you fall, you won't fall to death because of the depth of water below. Only in this way can we store enough food. But, Zhang Si hesitated. Brother Qiang, I'm afraid of heights. For you, Lai Qiang handed one end of the sheet to Zhang Si. I'll get down and you will be my stake on top. Good. At the same time, 5th floor. I believe you all have seen it. Tian Leiliu stood above the crowd, overlooking the 20 people in front of him. The rain hasn't stopped. We still don't know the reason for this, but one thing must be admitted. We have to be prepared for a long war. There are more than 20 people downstairs. They want to eat and we also want to eat. Only by getting more food can we live better. The door lock can't be opened, but we can still find other things. As Tian Leiliu said this, he took out a mouse from his pocket. Rats in the south are usually about the size of a palm and covered with black hair. They squeak as soon as they are picked up. Among the crowd, some people looked embarrassed, and some even went straight into the crowd. In their view, this kind of thing is not only not considered food but can even be called a monster. Tian, brother Tian, do we really want to eat this kind of thing? No need now. Tian Leiliu replied, but we need to catch them. Not only that, but there are bodies on the water. Most of the animals that are drowned in the water will float to the surface. The brothers who are responsible for guarding the windows have to work harder. When you see them, use this thing to fish them out. As he spoke, Tian Leiliu took out another drain net made of many pots and spoons. Remember, the more we catch, the later we will have to eat this food, and we may not have to eat it. In order not to eat mice, everyone immediately cheered up. 20 people, occupying 10 windows, changing shifts every 12 hours, began to stare at the water surface to catch food. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 18th, 10 o'clock in the morning. On the 5th day of heavy rain, the water level reached 22 meters. The floors below the 7th floor were flooded by rainwater, and even the 7th floor was mostly flooded. Tian Leiliu and others have completely lost their place, but their process of catching mice went quite smoothly. Those mice seemed to be very hungry, and they would be fooled if they saw food. 2 days. They caught more than 20 mice, and every one of them was so fat, but the fishing work was not very smooth. Except for 3 dead fish weighing 2 pounds, they didn't catch anything. Now the water level has exceeded the 7th floor. The door can't be pried open. There is not much food left for them. On the other hand, like Yang, his luck is good. Although only 2 households, 2502 and 2402, were looted, half a ham and 2 unopened bags of rice were harvested, enough for 6 people to last 3 more days. It was at this time that Lai Qiang went out carrying the half ham. He went all the way to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door. Bang bang tilde Huyu is sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Today's breakfast is a steak sandwich with eggs Benedict and soy milk, made by Lai Zhai. Hearing the knock on the door, Huyu opened the surveillance screen and saw Lai Qiang standing at the door carrying a ham. Hey, you're a rare visitor. Huyu connected the video and smiled at Lai Qiang opposite. Brother Qiang, it's morning. Have you had breakfast? Good morning, boss Hu. Lai Qiang forced out a smile, not daring to let his eyes stay on the sandwich. I came here specifically to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my father and I would probably have died of hunger outside. This ham is a gift to you. If possible, I would like to ask you to give us some fresh water. Gift. To put it bluntly, it is an exchange. Today is the 5th day of heavy rain. Rainwater has transformed from fresh water into corrosive acid rain. For those who had no fresh water before, not only did they not have enough to eat, they even had trouble drinking water. Ham, you can eat it, but after eating it will speed up the consumption of water in the body, and the more you eat, the thirstier you will be. This is also the reason why Huyu chose to give this as a gift to Aunt Wang and others. From a rational analysis, ham will definitely be stored as their final food. But as long as it is stored on the 5th day, the ham will be completely useless. Don't eat, you're hungry. Eat, you are thirsty. Even if they stuffed the ham into their mouths, they would probably have no saliva to help them chew it, and they would eventually choke to death. Taishui, right? I do still have some left over at home, but ham. Huyu turned the screen of his phone and pointed it at the window. There was a row of hams drying there, at least dozens of them. Lai Zhai was slicing it there, preparing to serve it with fresh cantaloupe for today's afternoon tea. What do you need? Lai Qiang's tone was very calm. As long as I have it, I can exchange it for you. Including your life. Lai Qiang fell into silence. The reason why he works so hard is just to survive. How could he dedicate his life to it? Just kidding. Huyu knew he would not agree. It's up to you to keep things or not, I won't give you fresh water. After saying that, he stood up and stretched himself. Without avoiding Lai Qiang, he directly asked Shen Shan, Old Shen, are you ready to take a shower? I'm still waiting to take a shower today. Immediately. I'll make sure it's done tonight. Ding tilde the screen went dark. In the darkness, Lai Qiang was the only one standing in the stairwell carrying the ham. He held the ham tightly, thought for a long time, and finally went all the way downstairs. 27th floor, 26th floor. All the way to the 7th floor. Tian Leiliu and others heard the sound of footsteps and immediately got ready to take action. When they saw Lai Qiang carrying ham downstairs alone, everyone's eyes turned green. Who is Boss Tian? Lai Qiang stood on the stairs with a smile on his face. A wheelchair was pushed out of the crowd. Are you looking for me? I'm here to give you a gift. Lai Qiang offered the ham with both hands. In the dim space, the sound of saliva and swallowing kept ringing. Tian Leilu thought for a moment and finally hugged Ham in his arms. What do you call this, brother? Lai Qiang, Boss Tian, just call me Xiao Lai. Brother Lai. Boss Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. You are not just here to give gifts, are you? Boss Tian is smart, I'm here to cooperate with you. Oh, what kind of cooperation method? Food, fresh water. Lai Qiang got straight to the point. Boss Hu from the 28th floor once sent hams to people in our community, most of which came from our building. There are at least 20 hams like this in our building. Now that there is no fresh water, ham has become their food reserve. We get 50/50 of the ham they snatched. That's true, but brother Lai, this door, we can't open it. Door, I have a way, I want a quarter of fresh water and ham. Tian Leilu frowned. How do you know I have fresh water? First of all, none of your lips are chapped and, if there was no fresh water, would you have smashed this ham in my face? Really? Tian Leilu didn't know how long the rain would last, so just in case, he collected enough fresh water. Ha ha ha, I like to work with smart people. Tian Leilu immediately stretched out his right hand. Deal. July 18th, 12 noon. The water level is close to 23 meters, and the 8th floor is already half submerged. Before Tian Leilu's people could saw the door, the people on the 8th floor had already ran out. Can't bear it, I can't bear it at all. Seeing the new partners joining, Tian Leilu decisively confiscated their food. Those who are obedient stay in the team, those who are disobedient, tie them up and put them at the back of the line. Brother Tian, Lai Mang frowned, looked at the rising water level and tentatively said, where do we have to rush to get there? It's better. Just go to the 28th floor. Can't go. Before Tian Leilu could speak, Lai Qiang replied, there is an alloy door on the 28th floor, but it cannot be cut with a saw. My suggestion is to go to the 27th floor. Just listen to brother Lai. Tian Leilu immediately made the decision. Go to the 27th floor. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone successfully occupied the 27th floor. There are 3 households on the 27th floor. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, who originally lived here, there were 2 other families who were tied up and thrown to the end of the line. After occupying the base area, Tian Leilu held a brief meeting in 2702. He had just called Lai Mang and Lai Qiang together before the formal meeting began, when he heard rumblings coming from upstairs. That seems to be the sound of mahjong. They were struggling on the edge of life and death downstairs, but the guys upstairs actually had the leisure and elegance to play mahjong. Brother Akyang. Tian Leilu pointed upstairs. What do you think of them? There are a lot of supplies, but it's not easy to get them. Is that possible? Lai Qiang nodded. Isn't there a rooftop on the 28th floor? Rooftop, you mean? Descend from the rooftop. But now it's acid rain, Lai Mang frowned and said. Who dares to go to the rooftop now? As long as you wear thick enough clothes, it won't be a problem. Lai Qiang stood up immediately. I can go up, but I need 3 more people, 2 to serve as stakes and 1 to accompany me down. Okay, I'll be your stake. Tian Leilu raised his hand and landed on Lai Qiang's shoulder, then looked at Lai Mang. Then I'll come too. At the same time. On the 28th floor, 4 people per table, Huyu and others gathered 2 mahjong tables and started this afternoon's entertainment activities. On the right-hand side, there is a fruit plate, Shizuoka honeydew melon with Iberian ham. On the left-hand side, there are various drinks such as Yamazaki Juji, Fat House Happy Water and Cheese Milk Tea. 3 strips. Win! Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the mahjong, pulled up her sleeves and stood up. All the same color, come on, put your head over. What luck you have. Huyu had no choice but to complain, but he could only put his head forward. I always point the cannon at you, can you still play? You don't understand the luck of the European emperor. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and flicked a few times, pushed down the cards and planned to continue, and asked. By the way, the water level has risen to almost the same level, when are we going to leave? Even before leaving, she left enough food and fresh water for her parents to supply for half a month, and even weapons. But as a child, she was still worried about the two elders getting into trouble and thought that the sooner they could be brought back, the better. After all, it was already the 5th day. It was even starting to rain acid in the sky, so it would be best to pick them up earlier. 4 more days. Huyu pushed the cards into the machine. The acid rain won't last too long, and it will turn into normal rain on the 9th day. It won't be too late for us to set off then. By then, the heart of the ocean would have been integrated, so it wouldn't be a problem to pick up Zio's father and mother, or even sail to the Sea of Stars. Come on, keep going. I don't believe I can't beat you. July 18th, 7 p.m. The water level reached 24 meters. Huyu ended the game with a red and swollen head. Sure enough. As long as he didn't cheat, he had no luck at all. It seems that he should participate less in this kind of entertainment in the future. There is no benefit except for wasting his brain. After dinner, everyone started watching the surveillance video that they loved today. Now, all the residents below the 9th floor have moved out. Under the coercion and inducement of Tian Leiliu, half of the people joined them, and the other half were tied up like dumplings. Among them, Aunt Wang and the little devil were also tied up like dumplings. No matter how noisy these two were, they had not eaten for almost 3 days, and they could not make any waves now. Huyu took a look at their warehouse by the way. Well, the mice had been separated into male and female, and they were ready to force them to breed. Fortunately, the cockroaches escaped and have not been included in their diet yet. Just as Huyu was about to turn the surveillance to see the pictures on other floors, he caught a detail in an instant: rope. Lai Qiang and Lai Mang were making a lot of cloth into ropes. It seemed that they wanted to make a safety rope to lower from somewhere. Don't they already have a chainsaw? Do they still need to use this method? What's more, it's still raining acid outside. Where can they take such a big risk? Unless. It seems that there will be fun tonight. 10 o'clock in the evening. 28:02. As the last headlight went out. In the dim living room, only the flashing red light of the server and the breathing of the crowd could be seen. Half an hour later, 2 black shadows fell from the upstairs and landed precisely in front of the glass window. One of the figures pushed the window directly, but after pushing it twice, he found that he couldn't push it at all. The two looked at each other and took out a hammer from their pockets at the same time. Smash, bang, bang, bang. Several muffled explosions, but the glass didn't move at all. But in the next moment, ding tilde, the light came on. Under the warm yellow light, a group of people were holding watermelons in their hands, sitting on the sofa with their legs crossed, like audiences waiting for the show to start. On the other hand, the 2 men. Layers of clothes wrapped together made the 2 strong men look like old ladies. The outermost layer of clothes was almost corroded by acid rain. Huyu raised his hand to greet the 2 people and took out a cardboard from behind. There were 3 words written on it. Retreat, retreat quickly. Lai Qiang immediately pulled the rope on his body and began to climb up. But Lai Mang was obviously not convinced. Why retreat? This is our only chance. Bang, bang, 1 hammer, 2 hammers. Lai Mang was still knocking on the glass frantically. You are really a thief who is not dead. Huyu said, and took out a remote control. The 2 people outside the window were stunned at the same time, not knowing what this meant. Lai Qiang saw that Lai Mang did not move, so he had to do it together. But just a few seconds later, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Turning around, I saw a drone hovering about 2 meters behind the 2 people, and a pistol was installed on the controller. Hey, can you hear me? Huyu's voice came from the drone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 bullets in the gun. You can choose who to shoot. If you 2 choose the same person, I won't shoot you. If your choices are different, then I'm sorry, the 2 bullets will fall on you separately. After 3 seconds, the choice will begin. 3, 2. Lai Qiang immediately looked at Lai Mang and gave him a look, but the other party was already panicking at this moment. Not to mention the look, even if the fairy sister came down to earth, he might not be able to see it. 1. The 2 raised their hands almost at the same time. Lai Mang pointed at Lai Qiang, and Lai Qiang also pointed at himself. Passed, the 2 were immediately happy. Huyu also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations on passing the test, you don't have to be shot. But the drone slowly took off. It came all the way to the top of the 2 people's heads and then, bang, 1 shot. The bullet hit the cloth rope that Lai Mang was leaning on. Ah, the rope broke instantly. Lai Mang fell into the water. Lai Qiang also understood what Huyu meant by seeing this. People don't have to be shot, but it doesn't mean that the rope won't be shot. He immediately used both hands and began to climb up. But how could Huyu let him succeed? Another shot. Lai Qiang also fell from the air. Huyu controlled the drone to return and clicked on the surveillance equipment pointed outside the building. On the surveillance screen, the two fell into the water, splashing a lot of water, and no figure was seen floating from the water surface. Could they be dead? Xiao Zissou asked on the side. From here to the water surface, there is a drop of nearly 60 meters. If you fall down like this, you will be disabled even if you don't die. Huyu replied casually. Just as he was about to move the surveillance screen to see how the two people on the rooftop were doing, Shen Shan suddenly spoke. Wait, boss, look here. Shen Shan pointed to the screen. Everyone's eyes gathered at the same time. A dark red appeared on the water surface and a broken arm floated out of the water. Broken hand. If the posture is not correct when diving at this height, you may be injured or even die, but you will never break your hands or feet. No, there is something under the water. At the same time, Lai Qiang also floated up. His expression was very terrified, as if he had discovered something, and he kept swimming towards the stairs. The speed was so fast that it only drew a ripple on the water. The next second, the floating arm was pulled down by something again and never floated up again. Lai Qiang swam into the window of the corridor on the 9th floor at the fastest speed, and he escaped. The surveillance still stayed on the water surface. Except for the arm just now, nothing else floated to the surface. Only a pool of scarlet remained. Everyone looked at Huyu, and he didn't know what happened. Is there something else under the water? He hadn't seen it either. He stayed upstairs for the first 22 days of the apocalypse and stayed on a boat for the middle 20 days. He stayed on the kayak for the next 7 days, but they never went into the water, so they didn't know what was under there. Shark. Jinling is still some distance away from the sea surface, and it is impossible for a shark to swim over in such a short time. Even if it is a shark, where is the dorsal fin? There should be a dorsal fin on the water surface, right? Just now, not to mention the dorsal fin, there was not even a ripple on the water. Check. Huyu frowned slightly. Lai Qiang should have seen something just now, go ask him. I'll go. Shen Shan immediately said, I'll go downstairs now and bring him up. No need. Huyu turned on the surveillance camera on the 9th floor. I'll do it. On the surveillance camera. Lai Qiang huddled in a corner of the passage, his eyes fixed on the water, as if he had experienced some great horror. Lai Qiang, what did you see? Lai Qiang did not respond, his body trembling constantly. Lai Qiang, can you hear me? Monster! Monster! Lai Qiang raised his head and looked at Huyu in the video, his eyes gradually turning red. His body suddenly stopped trembling and then he suddenly pounced up. Ah, the screen was destroyed. Huyu frowned and frowned as he looked at the picture taken from another angle. Lai Qiang. No, he should not be Lai Qiang now. It is now swooping on the screen and biting continuously, as if it wants to take Huyu out from the screen. But that's obviously impossible. But even if the screen fragments scratched his mouth and his fingers drew bloody marks on the cement wall, it still had no intention of stopping. Zombies. Xiao Zissou frowned. Have you ever seen such a thing in your dream? Huyu shook his head. If he knew there would be zombies, why would he stay in a place like this? Those who flew away directly went to live on the nearest uninhabited island. You know, the entire population of Jinling exceeds 9 million. Even if half of them starve to death and a zombie crisis breaks out, there will still be more than 4 million zombies. Just 8 trucks of weapons, is that enough? I'm afraid even 8 armies may not be enough. How about I go down and take a look? Shen Shan suggested again. Need not. Huyu frowned. Currently, this thing should be contagious, and we don't know how it spreads, so it's better to be careful. What now? Lai Zhai's face was full of worry. We can't just let it stay down there like this, right? If other people are infected, can our alloy door outside prevent it? Snort, Su Zilong snorted coldly. That is a bank standard explosion-proof door. Let alone zombies, even 10 RPG rounds can't destroy it. Hey, what about 100 rounds? Zhao Zhang looked on at the side with a strange look. There are still about 100 people down there. If some kind of monster comes out, can your alloy door be able to guard against it? Okay, let's stop arguing for now and let's see what the situation is. Huyu interrupted everyone. The monster found that he couldn't get food out of the wall, so he didn't continue. Instead, he stooped and walked up the stairs. 10th floor. There are 10 people there who are responsible for guarding the people there to prevent them from being suppressed in time after the people on the 9th floor come out. When Lai Qiang came up the stairs, the flashlight immediately hit its face. Who? The monster didn't answer, but subconsciously raised his arm to cover it. Ah, it's Brother Lai. The man immediately turned off the flashlight and took the initiative to greet him. How do you come up from downstairs? Ah, before the man could finish his words, Lai Qiang pounced on him. Take one bite. Blood splattered all over the floor. Eating, cannibalism. When the other 9 people saw this, they didn't dare to delay at all and immediately ran upstairs. Lai Monster Qiang didn't chase him, he just squatted on the ground and enjoyed the food he had just caught. Case solved. This thing must be a zombie. Xiao Zissou was very excited, without any trace of panic or fear, and her tone was full of curiosity. Boss, who do you think you can do me a little favor? Who you vaguely guessed something, tell me first. After determining the transmission route, I want to catch one to study, you see. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Zissou differently. Why no? Xiao Zissou raised her head and asked. I am contributing to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a brand new topic. Okay, research is possible, but at least not now. Now that there are new friends joining this building, we can't just keep it to ourselves. Huyu controlled the surveillance screen and broadcast the surveillance on Lai Qiang's floor to other floors. For a moment, the sound of chewing big bones spread throughout the building. People's hearts were instantly panicked. Everyone who had not left the room began to strengthen their protection. Those who had already left the room kept running upstairs. Who cares whether you stick to it or not? There is a man-eating monster down there. Only then did Tian Leiliu take Zhang Xi down from the rooftop. Originally, he planned to find someone to rescue Lai Qiang and Lai Mang immediately, but when he arrived on the 28th floor, he saw Huyu broadcasting the scene to the people in the building. That thing. Is it Lai Qiang? Didn't you just fall into the water? Why did it become like this? Tian Leiliu's eyes were full of disbelief. If 9 people hadn't gone upstairs to report it soon, he might have suspected whether this was a fake picture. Pity. It's all true. He rushed to the 28th floor immediately and knocked on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu, help me. Huyu switched to the video call function of the alloy door, glanced at Tian Leiliu who had not had time to change clothes, and laughed directly. There are obvious traces of acid rain corrosion on this guy's body. Obviously, he was also on the rooftop just now. Hey, isn't this Boss Tian? Huyu yawned and pretended to fall asleep. It's so late, what do you want from me? Or are you planning to come and clean the windows of my house? Bang! Tian Leiliu fell down from his wheelchair and knelt directly on the ground. Boss Hu, I know I was wrong, I should never have done it. I shouldn't have had such evil intentions. You also saw what happened below, please help me. No matter what, you don't want such a monster in our building, right? Please help me, help other innocent people in the building. He is gambling. Bet that Huyu will use him as a spearman, so kill that monster first. After all, no matter what, he would always go downstairs. That ship that cost 2.1 billion to buy must be used after all. As long as you can bet correctly, at least you can get some assistance. Oh, innocent, Huyu sneered. Who is not innocent? You want to steal my things and now you want me to help you, am I not innocent? Yes, it's my fault. Tian Leiliu knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. I kowtow to apologize to you, and you can make a clear path. As long as I, Tian Leiliu, can do it, I will do whatever it takes. Simple, don't you have a gun? Huyu immediately said. Go downstairs, shoot at the monster, and empty the bullets. As long as you can do it, regardless of whether the monster dies or not, I will give you a chance to come in. Really? Tian Leiliu raised his head and asked tentatively. After all, he had been tricked into sending a naked photo, so he had to be careful. Believe it or not. Huyu hung up the video and continued to observe Lai Monster Qiang's movements through the surveillance camera. This guy seems to be full. After chewing off the unfortunate guy's upper body, he stopped eating. Instead, he sat next to the unfortunate guy's lower body, hanging his head and swaying. It seems that he is sleeping. Go to bed after eating. This shouldn't be possessed by pig spirit, right? In any case, this is also an opportunity. It depends on whether Tian Leiliu can seize it. Soon. Tian Leiliu got back into the wheelchair with Zhang Xi's help. He asked 4 people to carry him downstairs, all the way to the stairwell on the 11th floor. Now, he was less than 3 meters away from Lai Monster Qiang. As long as he shoots, with his marksmanship, he can definitely hit the opponent. Of course, the premise is in a bright environment. It's dark now. Tian Leiliu could only take out his pistol and use the faint light from the screen in the corridor to aim at the opponent's head. Bang! One shot, hit the monster gunpowder, sparkling in the darkness. Lai Monster Qiang's body trembled suddenly and he turned his head, as if he had discovered something. Tian Leiliu's hands trembled slightly, but he immediately emptied the magazine without having time to think about it. 3 shots in a row, all hitting the opponent. Ouch! A roar sounded. Lai Monster Qiang rushed forward. Quick, take me away. Tian Leiliu panicked, but 3 of them were already rolling and running upstairs, ignoring him at all. Only Zhang Xi. He gritted his teeth and thought for a moment, then immediately carried Tian Leiliu behind him and rushed upstairs. 1 floor, 2 floors. Everyone climbed 3 floors, but saw from the video that Lai Monster Qiang was still staying where he was, guarding half of his rations. What's going on? Could it be that, in its rules of action, food is more important than counterattack? That's easy. Even if you can't kill it, as long as you feed it, everyone will not be in danger. Tian Leiliu immediately patted Zhang Xi on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, do you dare to go down and help me get the wheelchair? Dare. Zhang Xi didn't think much and walked directly with him on his back. Tian Leiliu tilted his head. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down and get it for me. I didn't ask you to go down and get it with me on your back. Hey! But we were halfway through the journey, and Tian Leiliu couldn't talk much, so he had to stay silently on Zhang Xi's back without saying a word. At the same time, 28th floor, Huyu frowned and looked at the surveillance camera. Naturally, everyone saw the scene just now. He looked at the people behind him. What do you think? There were 4 shots in total, hitting the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest respectively. Chen Shan frowned and said, although these 4 places are not fatal, they are not still capable of movement. Xiao Zissou also added. There was blood flowing out of the wound, and the color was dark red. The bullet obviously penetrated the internal organs. Unless the creature does not require energy from its internal system, it will die within half an hour at most. Click tilde caca tilde while everyone was talking. A crisp sound sounded from the stairwell again. Lai Monster Qiang started eating again. Quick, drone. Shine a strong light on it and see what it is doing. Xiao Zissou said hurriedly. Good. Su Zilong walked to the window, controlled the drone and started to land, all the way to the window of the stairwell on the 9th floor. Strong light illuminates the entire stairwell. I saw Lai Monster Qiang crazily chewing the food in front of him. Even if it was a bone, he would chew it into pieces and swallow it into his throat. Look. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and pointed at the surveillance screen. Bullet holes. The bullet holes on its body are being repaired. It's really. Huyu frowned slightly. Something like this obviously goes beyond the scope of biology. I don't know if it was the acid rain or the heavy rains in the previous few days that caused the problem. In short, there is no way that there is only one monster like this, Lai Qiang. Fine. After Lai Monster Qiang ate more than half of the corpse, it fell into silence again. Obviously, food is the most important thing in its eyes. They will stay still when they are full. Okay, let's go and rest first. Huyu stood up and turned off the surveillance. At present, it seems that this kind of thing will not affect us. If anything happens, we can wait until tomorrow. But Zhao Yigang was about to say something when Zhao Zhang pulled him back. The two looked at each other and said nothing. At night. 2804. Brother, why are you pulling me? Can't you see that boss who has no humanity at all? Zhao Yi frowned and roared at Zhao Zhang. There's not enough food, so just don't let anyone else go upstairs. Now that there's a monster down there, doesn't he care? It's not that I don't care, it's that I can't control it. Zhao Zhang raised his hand and landed on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, if we 2 brothers can be valued by Boss Hu and live carefree in the apocalypse, we should listen to Boss Hu's words. Whatever he asks us to do, just listen carefully and don't think about meddling in other people's business. Bullshit, it's all bullshit. Zhao Yi raised his hand. There are so many innocent people down there. I can watch them starve to death because the food is not mine. But I can't see them being killed by monsters, because I obviously have the ability to save them. Brother, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What do you want? Another voice sounded. The two brothers turned their heads at the same time and looked out the door. I saw Su Zilong leaning against the door, his tone slightly provocative. Get out. If you want, I can let you go downstairs now. Okay, Zhao Yi's neck stiffened. You let me go now, I'll go down to save people and you just stay here and act like cowards. Zhao Yi, please calm down for me. Zhao Zhang roared angrily, then looked at Su Zilong. Zilong. Hey, don't call me so affectionate. Su Zilong interrupted the other party, stepped aside and said, It's useless to tell me what you want to say. A figure slowly walked out from behind him. Huyu. He was wearing a nightgown at this time with Enzioner following behind him. Bang! Before he could speak, Su Zilong received another punch from Enzioner. I said. Huyu looked at the two of them. You can leave at any time if you want, I will never stop you. Let go of the desire to help others and respect the fate of others. This is the most useful thing Huyu learned in his previous life. Since you want to meddle in other people's business, then go ahead. Stop him, it's definitely impossible to stop him. Okay, Zhao Yi responded, and immediately clasped his fists towards Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu, for your understanding. When I come back, I will definitely. What do you mean by come back? Huyu asked back, and then seemed to think of a joke. Zhao Yi, don't you think that you can come back after you leave here? If you don't want to come back, then don't come back. Zhao Yi hesitated for a few breaths, then frowned and said, Boss Hu, see you later. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhang still pulled his brother. He knew that once he left Huyu, even if his brother could survive, he would never live a carefree life like here. Hunger, illness, human nature. Each one could take his life. Please give me another chance. One day, give me one day, I promise to persuade him. Brother, you don't need to persuade me. I will never follow such an inhuman person. If you want to follow me, it's up to you. Humanity. Huyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Haha, what did you just say? Humanity. You're talking to me about human nature. Okay, then I'll show you what real human nature is. He took out an AK from the space backpack and took out the bullets in the magazine, leaving only 3. The gun was thrown into Zhao Yi's arms. There are 3 bullets in it. With your marksmanship, you can shoot it in the head with every shot. If you shoot its head off, not to mention zombies, Godzilla will die. Go down now and save those people. Let's see if you will become their savior or something else. Let's go now. Let's talk about human nature after you recognize what human nature is. Okay, Zhao Yi stood up with the gun. Zhao Zhang wanted to stop him, but Huyu turned to look at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stopped him. Obviously, Zhao Zhang was no match for him. Brother, don't be confused. Brother. Zhao Yi came to the door and turned to look at Zhao Zhang. Brother, I have more important things to do. I will pick you up after I organize the people below. After that, he turned and left. Huyu opened the alloy door remotely, and after watching him leave, he closed the door again. Su Zilong. Zhao Zhang roared, and while Su Zilong was retreating, he turned over and pressed him down, punching him in the face. Hey, you're still excited. Su Zilong was ready to get serious. Okay. Huyu frowned and said, took a step back and hid behind Enzioner. Zhao Zhang, if you want to go down too, I can give you a chance now. Zhao Zhang didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that if he left again, the two brothers would really have no chance to come back. So he just lowered his head and said nothing. Okay, let's go to sleep first, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Huyu yawned and turned around, taking Enzioner back to 2802. Huyu returned to the room and lay on the bed. When he turned on the surveillance again, Zhao Yi was still at the door, and in front of him was Tian Leiliu, who had escaped. Needless to say, this guy must be here to make Huyu fulfill his promise. Seeing this guy knocking on the door continuously, Hu Yaogui didn't care and just closed his eyes. Sleep. Until dawn, the alarm clock rings. July 19th, 7 o'clock in the morning. The water level reached 26 meters. Huyu picked up the phone and glanced at the surveillance camera. There was no one in front of the alloy gate. Now everyone is gathered on the 27th floor. Tian Leiliu was sitting in front of the crowd and was introducing Zhao Yi. It looked like they had just come downstairs. Huyu got up, went into the bathroom to wash up, and cracked open today's black egg. Ding tilde it's this thing again. It seems that the last time I drew the heart of the ocean, I ran out of European energy. Today, and the previous 2 days, the result in every draw is fairy beans. Now he has 4 fairy beans in his backpack, which is enough for an ordinary person to eat for 4 months. Huyu put it back into his backpack, washed briefly and walked out. Everyone at the table is having breakfast. Except for Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu and Su Zilong, who looked normal, the others were a little depressed. Obviously, they already knew about Zhao Yi. What's wrong? You're listless. Huyu walked to the table and sat down, knowingly asking, Did you not sleep well last night? No one spoke. Only Bubu spoke. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Huyu. Brother Huyu, Uncle Zhao Yi. Uncle Zhao Yi went to fight monsters. Huyu smiled and rubbed Bubu's head. Shall we wait for him to come back? What? Zhao Zhang suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huyu with surprise on his face. Boss Hu, are you serious? Huyu nodded. He knew Zhao Yi's status in other people's hearts. As the saying goes, the 3 irons in life are, we have carried guns together, been in jail together, and bought seafood together. If he is really left to fend for himself, this team will not last long. This was also the result of his thinking all night. Don't worry, I will give your brother another chance. Since he wants to do something, let him do it first. When the matter is finished, as long as he is willing to bow his head and come back, I can accept him again. I said at the time that we are a family now. As long as we recognize our mistakes and can correct them, it is not unacceptable. Very good. Zhao Zhang immediately stood up and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu, bite. Finally, it's over. In the early morning of July 16, the system underwent its 3rd upgrade. This upgrade provides a breeding system. Whether it is a living thing or a plant, as long as Huyu chooses the place, he can start the breeding mode. But only organisms or plants produced by the system can enter the breeding system. How to give birth? Only by relying on black eggs. So far, Huyu has not produced a single seed or creature from the black egg. Etc. Could the fairy beans I got a few days ago be considered seeds? It doesn't matter. After all, the ship is still in the dormant stage, so he can't confine the breeding area to this building, can he? Now that the ship has been upgraded, it depends on when it will be launched. Let's eat first. Huyu looked at everyone, casually took out some Hong Kong-style breakfast, and asked questions about ships. The water level is almost there. If you want to go into the water, you can do so now. Xiao Zissou, who was about to reach for the shrimp dumplings, was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to speak but noticed the looks on the other people's faces and finally said nothing. If she were to tell her, the sooner she leaves here, the better. She still has to pick up her parents. But now, Zhao Yi is still downstairs. It would obviously be unrealistic for Shen Shan and others to abandon him and leave like this. Now that Huyu is bringing up the matter of going into the water, it actually means one thing. Zhao Yi's matter cannot be delayed, it is best to resolve it now. Tomorrow. Before Shen Shan could speak, Zhao Zhang took the lead and said, Boss Hu, please wait for us until tomorrow. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if my brother is still stubborn, we will set off immediately. Good. Huyu immediately agreed. In fact, he didn't plan to leave at this time. The acid rain will stop tomorrow. If we set out now, even if the heart of the ocean can withstand the acid rain, the environment will not be easy. It's better to rest more in this room. After breakfast, everyone still turned on the surveillance. The 27th floor was a mess. 2 monsters sat in the middle of the room, with 4 corpses piled beside them. One is Aunt Wang, the other is Little Devil, and the other 2 are Lai Qiang's parents. Obviously, this is not the result of the monster attack, but the result of people's selection. Huyu searched the surveillance camera and finally found Tian Leiliu and the others on the 24th floor. As for the 26th and 25th floors, a group of people were tied up again. It is used as a natural wall between them and monsters. In Tian Leiliu's view, this floor was obviously not safe enough, so he moved the base 2 floors down. Then, another familiar face appeared. Yu Wanyu. Her face was rosy and she didn't look hungry at all. As for the fat man who opened the door for her earlier, Huyu scanned the crowd several times, but saw no sign of that person. Maybe he was shy, or maybe he already had a heart-to-heart with someone. Now she was standing behind Tian Leiliu and was responsible for pushing the wheelchair again. The crowd at this moment is discussing. discuss how to deal with current emergencies. I have a solution. Yu Wanyu suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on her instantly. Didn't you say that someone from the 28th floor came down? Since he can come out of the 28th floor, he may know how to enter the 28th floor. Even if he doesn't know, then the 28th floor is willing to give him a pig for his sake, so it is not difficult to destroy those two monsters. Bar. This. Zhang Si frowned slightly. Miss Yi, you may not know that the person below, we are no match. You are not, but there is something that is. Yu Wanyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly, raised her hand and pointed to her head. They can't open the alloy door, but people can beat it, right? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a lot of discussion. That's right, there's only one bullet in Brother Yi's gun. There's no way he can do anything about it. But, isn't it a bit bad to treat your stepbrother like this? What's wrong? He's so useless. You can't say that. Isn't my sworn brother doing it for us? I think he will understand us. Yes, let's go find my sworn brother. In the crowd, voices of sworn brother came and went. They quickly came to an agreement. Although the process and methods are somewhat inappropriate. Brother-in-law, you will definitely save us. People are always smart. Even if they can't defeat the monster, they can still come up with many means and methods to make it do something according to people's ideas. The fishing rods that Zhao Yi made for them came in handy. People fished pieces of meat on fishing rods and led the monster downstairs, and soon reached the 13th floor. The sound of people's footsteps echoed on the empty stairs. Zhao Yi, who was holding the fishing rod, frowned. He didn't look back, but he understood what was about to happen. Come out and speak. My sworn brother deserves to be my sworn brother. Tian Leiliu's voice echoed in the stairwell. It seemed a little blurry in the sound of rain. But Zhao Yi could still hear clearly. But there's no need to come out. There are two things blocking my way, which is a bit inconvenient. What do you want to do? Zhao Yi held the fishing rod, but his heart was no longer on the float. It's very simple. Tian Leiliu's tone was relaxed, as if he was confident. Aren't you going to save us? Now we are in trouble. If you can open the door on the 28th floor and let us live together, wouldn't you have saved us? I said, I will only save you in my own way, but you don't. Your way. Before Zhao Yi could finish what he said, Tian Leiliu immediately roared. What is your method? Fishing, still fishing. How many people live in a building? Just a few fishing rods. Do you think you can eat enough? According to me, you are sick. You have a serious illness. Tian Leiliu knew. If you tell Zhao Yi properly, there is no way he will agree to open the door. It's only a matter of time before we break up. Rather than wasting time, why not get straight to the point? I put my words here. There are two ways. One way, you take us upstairs together now, even if you don't have a way to open the door. I do. Article 2. Brother Yi, you don't want to fight with this thing, right? In the rain, Zhao Yi still didn't look back. He stood in front of the windowsill, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. At this moment, he understood what human nature is. The favor of rice rises, and the hatred of rice rises. These 6 simple words seemed easy to say, but when he truly understood their meaning, he realized how difficult it was. Boss Hu, you are right. Human nature is called human nature because it is not the same as morality. I was wrong. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked at the camera on the 13th floor. A smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. He knew they were watching. Brother Shan, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Lai Zhai, you kid, if you don't have anything to do, just stand back. Don't let me look down on you. And you, Su Zilong, I don't accept you, no matter what. Boss Hu, thank you. Floor 28, panic. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Zhao Yi wanted to do. Zhao Yi, Huyu immediately turned on the microphone. Don't do anything stupid. What the hell? Zhao Zhang also cursed angrily. What do you want to do? Come back to me. Do you hear me? Elder brother. Zhao Yi smiled even more. Follow Boss Hu from now on, and don't be stupid like me. Brother, I can't take care of you anymore. You have to take good care of yourself when you are alone in the future. It is best to find me a sister-in-law quickly. I will still be your brother in the next life. Quick, get downstairs. Huyu immediately opened the metal door. Before he could recover, Zhao Zhang, Chen Shan, Su Zilong, and Lai Zhai all rushed out. Only An Zioner was still standing beside him. I'm sorry for you. On the monitoring screen, Zhao Yi turned around and uttered one last sentence. Jump into the water. Bang. Water splashes. The people who had just rushed out of the 28th floor stopped. They stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the surveillance video playing in the corridor. Under the water, a black shadow floated. "Younger brother," Zhao Zhang roared. "Judging from what has happened before, even if he survives entering the water, the things under the water will make Zhao Yi look less like a human and less like a ghost. This is no different from death." But in the next moment, a human head emerges. Zhao Yi's expression was full of horror. He kept swimming towards other buildings. "There seems to be something terrible down there." Huyu frowned, and then continued to zoom in on the surveillance screen. The last time it was dark night and heavy rain, it was impossible to see clearly what was going on under the water. Although this time it was also raining heavily, it was still during the day. That's dark shadow. No, to be precise, it's a large black shadow. They followed Zhao Yi closely, speeding up and seeming to wrap him up. "School of fish, or something else. No matter what it is, let's give it a fucking shot first." Huyu immediately rushed to the balcony, took out an RPG from the space, and aimed it at the water behind Zhao Yi. Boom. The powerful recoil caused him to fall backwards and almost flip over. Fortunately, an Zioner stood behind him and supported him in time. The explosion echoed throughout the neighborhood. A large number of surviving residents looked towards the 28th floor of Building 3. They had already paid attention to this alien, but they didn't expect that they would have such a powerful weapon. As for the others on the 13th floor, their necks suddenly tightened. The flames on the water surface exploded, shattering the last bit of hope in their hearts. There were even rocket launchers. What the hell are we going to do on the 28th floor? One shot can send everyone to heaven. The smoke dispersed. The black shadow under the water surface suddenly lost a piece, but no fish corpse floated up. I don't know what is under there, but there is one thing that can be confirmed. The speed of the black shadow slowed down. "Boss!" Shen Shan and others heard the noise and rushed back. Huyu immediately took out 5 rocket launchers and gave each of them one. No need to say more, everyone immediately understood. Continuous explosions sounded. The black shadow under the water finally stopped. As for Zhao Yi, he has swam to the location of other buildings. But he doesn't seem to want to stay here. Perhaps he knew that if he returned to the 28th floor, it would definitely make Zhao Zhang difficult, so he simply swam farther away. "Zhao Yi," Zhao Zhang's voice rang out. "Come back here." Zhao Yi obviously heard it. He continued to swim forward and raised his hand to make a gesture to everyone. Goodbye. There was no meaning of no C in the gesture, only this gesture. Knowing that the possibility of seeing each other again was very small, Zhao Yi could only make this gesture. His figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. And there was no corpse of any creature under the water of Building 3. Maybe it was eaten, or maybe it was the damage caused by RPG, and it didn't hurt the other party at all. No matter which reason it is, it's not what we need to deal with now. Huyu didn't put away the rocket launcher, and he didn't even close the alloy door of Building 28. Zhao Yi doesn't want to die, he should have found something. There must be something under Building 3. Or Su Zilong's eyes were full of curiosity. "I'll go down and take a look." "Zhao Yi can swim out, I can come up after taking a look, it shouldn't be a problem." "If you want to become like Lai Qiang," Huyu added unhappily. He could only shrug and stop talking. "Let's not talk about the underwater matter for now." Huyu's eyes fell on the surveillance again. On the screen, the people on the 13th floor seemed to be discussing something. "Let's deal with this group of people first." If Huyu is willing, he can let Shen Shan and others hold their guns and shoot down below. Regardless of whether it is a monster or not, as long as it has vital signs, it is impossible to get out alive. Even to prevent infection, he can let the drone operate. But what's the point? The real pain is not physical pain, but a little bit of the spirit that is wiped out. Huyu had personally experienced such horror when he was imprisoned in a dark room like a 2-legged sheep. Now, of course, we have to let them taste it. Video is on. From the 27th floor to the 13th floor, all video equipment was turned on, and a picture was played at the same time. Breakfast. Breakfast on the 28th floor. Soy milk and fried dough sticks Zaya Longbao, milk dessert sandwich. A dining table that can accommodate 10 people dining at the same time is filled with a variety of breakfasts. Huyu is sitting in the middle. He smiled at the camera, took a sip of the milk at hand, and the pure white color remained on his lips. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Not to mention milk. There was not much fresh water left, only enough for 500 ml per person. Under Tian Leiliu's arrangement, even Zhang Si began to circulate water in his body. It sounds like it's called internal circulation, but it actually means expelling urine, distilling it, and then drinking it. In a few days, even the distillation step will probably be omitted. I heard that the neighbors really want to come up and see me. That's the good thing about me. Listen to me. Since you want to see it, let you see more of it. From now on, I will live broadcast 3 meals a day. No, 4 meals to be precise, and a midnight snack. It can be regarded as killing some of your boring time. No need to thank me, Tilda. As soon as he said this, everyone downstairs almost had their teeth chewed. Come on, let's have dinner. Everyone on the 28th floor began to eat breakfast slowly. The drone uses 3 angles to provide a 360 degrees live broadcast of the scene. 13th floor. Tian Leiliu and others gritted their teeth and watched. I want to turn off the live broadcast, but there is no way. The video equipment is embedded in the wall. There is no way to cut off the power, no way to break the screen, and even no way to block the sound. Fine. At least the fragrance won't drift away, etc. What a smell. Oh Tilda, I almost forgot to tell you. Huyu's voice sounded again. Every day during the live broadcast, I will put the same piece of food in the corridor. First come, first served. This morning's food is on the 14th floor. Everyone went crazy instantly. Food, same food. Everyone understands what this means. In an instant, they swarmed towards the 14th floor. As for Tian Leiliu, as a man in a wheelchair, he couldn't defeat those guys. But there were still 2 people who didn't move. One is Yu Wanyu and the other is Zhang Si. They stood behind Tian Leiliu, not because they didn't want to grab it, but because they couldn't. If you rush forward now, you will only become cannon fodder. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Zhang Si frowned. Wait. Tian Leiliu clenched his fists and looked at Huyu's smiling face in the video. Isn't it just to show off? Let's see how long he can show off. With so much food, I don't believe his inventory won't be empty. That's right, this guy. Cough, cough. Yu Wanyu swallowed subconsciously before spitting out 5 words, almost choking to death. 14th floor. Crowds of people came up. Soon I saw the incubator in the corridor. The box is not big, only 30 centimeters square, but it was steaming hot inside and filled with alluring aroma. That taste is their long-lost delicacy. Everyone rushed forward with red eyes. With fists and knives, he kept greeting the people around him, until a lucky person walked through the crowd, threw himself in front of the box, lowered his head and looked in front of him, tears flowing out of the corners of his mouth. It was a drawer of hot steamed dumplings, with a bottle of warm milk next to it. Stuff. Without thinking, he stuffed a bun directly into his mouth. Just when he picked up the milk and was about to pour it into his mouth, another person came over. Milk spilled all over the floor. F***U0026. Didn't think much about it. Faced with this hard-won water resource, everyone almost did not hesitate. They immediately lay down on the ground and started licking it. The crowd coming from outside also arrived. People kicked them one after another, just to kick them away and take a sip of milk. Blood quickly mixed on the ground. 28th floor. For the sake of Boo-Boo's physical and mental health, the surveillance was not broadcast directly, but was only played on the mobile phones of a few other people. Boo-Boo couldn't see. Half an hour later, the last piece of bun's skin was taken out of the mouth of a lucky man. Breakfast is over. 3 of the 25 people selected by Tian Leiliu died. The 3 of them ate the most. Of the 22 people left, 2 were guarding downstairs and did not participate in the fight. There were still 20 others, and together they could not eat more than a small steamed bun or a mouthful of milk. But they were not discouraged. It's almost noon. There's still a chance. There's still a chance they'll be full. After eating the last piece of fried dough stick, Huyu smiled and said goodbye to everyone, as if he didn't know what happened below, and made an appointment to see them again at noon. The video was closed. Tian Leiliu slowly went upstairs. He looked at the mess on the ground, his voice full of anger. Are you full? No one spoke. I ask you, are you full? Tian Leiliu's voice was full of anger. He knew that Huyu's move was ruthless, but it was an open conspiracy and could not be defended at all. There are only 2 ways to regain control of the situation. Either give everyone greater benefits. This is impossible, resources need to be reasonably allocated. Or, it's ruthless enough. Tian Leiliu only has the latter way. He still has a trump card in his hand, those two monsters. Brother Tian, we are really hungry. One of them said, you can't blame us. Yes, Brother Tian, you know how long I haven't eaten. I fished all day yesterday, I can't bear it without eating. Did you eat? Tian Leiliu raised his hand and pointed to the corpse on the ground. Those who ate are lying there. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. I understand if you want to eat. Next time if there are more resources, give them to me as soon as possible, and I guarantee a fair and reasonable distribution. If not. Tian Leiliu turned his head and looked behind him. The two monsters are now full, and they have lost their appetite. Now they are like pets, following the meat of the fishing rod and being fished forward. Understand, we all understand. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry, noon. Wait until noon, we will definitely bring you the food. Everyone patted their chests and promised. But Tian Leiliu knew that this was just a promise. Noon. A new round of live broadcast begins. Since they wanted to know the airdrop location as soon as possible, everyone didn't dare to miss it. So much so that the residents who were huddled in the building before also looked through the cat's eye. They kept praying in their hearts that it would be great if the airdrop could be refreshed in front of their door. It wasn't until Huyu and others finished lunch that everyone's stomachs were about to rebel. A piece of news was thrown out by Huyu. The food was on the 27th floor. To be precise, it was on the legs of a lucky person who was tied up on the 27th floor. A sliced Angus steak fell in front of him, to make it easier for him to eat. The drone also handed him a knife and a pistol full of bullets. There was also a note in the lunchbox. 27th floor. When Tian Leiliu and others arrived, dozens of people had already stood up. The crowd blocked the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of the blade cutting the rope continued to ring. Almost every second, one person would join the crowd. There was no hatred in their eyes, only one emotion. Hunger. To them, the people in front of them were no longer human. Ah, I don't know who made the first roar. The crowd began to charge. Stop them, quick, Tian Leiliu roared. If we let them rush over, none of us will survive. Fight, beat them to death. Let them know who is the master of this building. The crowd began to fight each other, until a gunshot exploded. Everyone stopped at the same time. Those who had been tied up began to retreat. I saw a young man walking out of the crowd. There was still black pepper sauce left at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Tian Leiliu. Just an hour ago, the two monsters were hungry again. This time, the tribute that Tian Leiliu handed over was his mother. Tian Leiliu panicked. He felt an obvious killing intent boiling in front of him. Brother, let's talk. Bang! The words were not finished yet. A bullet pierced Tian Leiliu's abdomen. Blood soaked the wheelchair. Tian Leiliu looked down at the wound and hurriedly covered it with his hands, still trying to save himself. But the young man didn't care about that. Raised his hand, one shot after another. No matter who it was, no matter who it was. As long as you stand opposite him, you will become his target. More than 10 seconds later. The last bullet left the gun chamber. The young man's arms kept shaking, and there was no one standing in front of him. Only Yi's wailing was left. Snap tilde the gun fell to the ground. The young man's body softened, collapsed on the ground, buried his head in sobs, and roared. Ah! The sound echoed throughout Building 3. Make the silence even quieter. Gulp tilde in the silence, a swallowing sounded. Someone is hungry. No, to be precise, many people are hungry. Coincidentally, there are a lot of food lying in front of me. A middle-aged man picked up the knife beside the young man and walked towards the group of food. An old woman turned around and began to look for pots and pans. Several middle-aged women stepped through the crowd and walked downstairs to find suitable dismemberment tools. More and more people took action spontaneously. They were all hungry. Only the young man was still squatting in the same place, with the steak he had just eaten in his stomach. Wait. He seemed to remember something and immediately stood up to stop everyone's behavior. Everyone turned to look at him, and he took out a note. This is given to me by the 28th floor. Do you want to take a look? Everyone was stunned and gathered together. There were 2 words and a sentence on it. Boat. Ticket. The young man's tone was full of disbelief. With this ticket, you can bring any number of people to join the fleet, enjoy food and accommodation without worries, and cannibals are not allowed. Do you think this will be true? People laughed. No one took it seriously. Don't eat meat. Bullshit. Who can survive if you don't eat meat now? July 21st, 2 p.m. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the water level reached 37 meters. In the entire 3 buildings, except for the 28th floor, there were only 35 living people left. 20 of them hid in their rooms, and only 15 lived outside the stairs. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat around a big pot. All kinds of curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were thrown into the fire, and the pot was boiling with blood, and pieces of flesh and bones boiled out of the water. Fear, disgusting. No, they only have one feeling now: hungry. However, the remaining humanity did not let them eat raw meat and drink blood, but waited. Waiting for the meat to be cooked or waiting for something else, until a woman stood up. With her belly bulging, she came to the big pot, scooped a large piece of meat for herself with a spoon, hid aside, and began to eat. Seeing this, the people next to her also began to stand up one by one. Only one person did not move. The young man. Strictly speaking, these foods are actually his prey. But now, he would rather sit on the ground and watch the people feasting by the big pot from a distance, and he was unwilling to go up. Maybe he was not hungry enough, or maybe for some other reason. He did not join in. Soon, a large pot of meat was shared by everyone. When the stomach is full, there is time to think. They gathered together and discussed one thing at the same time. Food, or damn food. People who have been hungry understand the preciousness of food better than those who have not been hungry. Like the pot of meat just now, they can cook it 4 more times. But this is far from enough. A word that Tian Leiliu said came to their minds. Open source, save money. If it is difficult to open source, then save money first. A new small group was formed, with only 5 people, one of whom was the middle-aged man who picked up the knife at that time. He took the knife and swung at the young man first. The reason was simple: he was the only one who didn't sit by the pot. They still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. When the rain stopped, they would return to society as human beings. People like the young man who didn't become a ghost but knew the identity of a ghost obviously couldn't survive. Then came the elderly, the weak. The screening mechanism was exactly the same as that of Tian Leiliu and others. 7 o'clock in the evening. The 27th floor was full again. 10 people were tied up in the stairwell, while the other 5 began to prepare today's dinner, until an abrupt voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black shadow reflected in the stairwell. Everyone's attention was attracted. A group of figures slowly walked out and looked at the people in front of them. It was the people on the 28th floor. They came down. The 5 people immediately stood up, some with chainsaws and some with knives, as if they would pounce on each other and fight in the next second, even if there are guns on the other side. Half an hour ago. 28th floor. No one has an appetite today. Except for Boo Boo, who ate the medicinal food and a few bites of dessert, no one ate anything. They watched the surveillance from beginning to end. Even Shen Shan and others who have been in the battlefield for a long time just felt nauseous. Even Huyu was the same. He had seen the same scene on that ship before, and every time he saw it, his stomach would churn uncontrollably. That time, he had only one choice in front of him: a glass of extremely sticky red wine, a piece of meaty venison steak, and a roaring protest from the 5 internal organs. But this time is different. He doesn't need to choose anymore, but start to make options. Huyu stood alone in front of the window, watching the heavy rain in front of him, and took out a glass of red wine and shook it in his hands. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the acid rain will turn into normal fresh water. Although the rainfall will not decrease, navigation will not be a problem. And the next route is almost planned. Just this afternoon. A certain audio, a certain information, and a certain hand sent a message through the radio. They are willing to sell the database. As for the price, the 3 parties are surprisingly consistent. Face-to-face negotiation. 3 coordinates were sent. As long as Huyu can come to them, the price of the database can be negotiated. The nearest coordinate is in Pengcheng. According to Lai Zhai's calculation, the entire route is 635 nautical miles, and the heart of the ocean can reach a maximum speed of 20. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. On the way, we need to pick up Xiao Zisu's parents. 9 days have passed, and I don't know if the two elders are okay. Bang bang tilde there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Me. It was Xiao Zisu. Huyu turned around, walked around and Xioner who was standing not far behind him, and walked forward to open the door. Xiao Zisu's eyes were red, obviously crying. What are you doing? Puff. Xiao Zisu suddenly threw herself into Huyu's arms. Tears flowed down his shoulders. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let them live outside alone. Huyu. Xiao Zisu raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Help me, let's set off tonight, okay? I don't dare to let them stay outside. Can we set off earlier? To be honest, Huyu can understand Xiao Zisu. If his parents were still alive and not around at this time, after witnessing the horror of human nature, it would be strange if he didn't worry. But it's still raining outside. What's underwater is still unclear. He originally planned to use a rocket launcher to clear the way early tomorrow morning and blow it up for 2 hours before sailing. Huyu. Xiao Zisu raised her head, her eyebrows drooped slightly and her eyes were full of desire. Please, go wake them up and set off after they are ready. Great, 7 p.m. Everyone gathered on the 28th floor. Everything that needs to be packed has been packed. However, since the water level is too far away from the 28th floor, if we let the boat down now, no one would dare to jump directly except Shen Shan and others. If you want to board the ship, it's best to get to the 14th floor before boarding. So they have to go downstairs. In fact, Tian Leiliu's prediction was correct. If he really followed his plan and strictly guarded the upstairs, it would indeed be difficult for Huyu and others to go downstairs now. But now, on the 27th floor, there was only a ragtag group of people left. Even so, preparations still have to be made. After Zhao Zhang and Lai Zhai broke up, there was Mu Siyu in the middle, who was responsible for leading the group of little pets, Su Zilong in the front to prevent emergencies, and Xiao Zisu, Bubu and Huyu in the front. Bubu had fallen asleep after acupuncture. In this state, she might not wake up even if there is a thunderstorm outside. At the front are Chen Shan and Xioner. Everyone carries a gun in case something unexpected happens. When everything was ready, the alloy door slowly opened. Everyone started walking downstairs. There were chopping sounds downstairs and footsteps upstairs. As the sound gets closer, both voices stopped. The moment he saw Huyu and others, the young man who was tied to the ground immediately stood up. He stared at Huyu, his eyes full of longing for the chance to live. Hey, is the turtle willing to come down? The middle-aged man at the head was carrying a chainsaw and stared at Huyu fiercely. I thought you still had a lot of food. What, you finished eating now? Do you know how to go downstairs? Don't worry, we will accept you too. If only. The middle-aged man looked at Xioner in front of Huyu and Xiao Zisu beside him. These days they are all holding it back. These two beauties are of standard beauty, the best of the best. Oh! Huyu sneered and stepped aside to make a small gap. Show off the little pets following you. Pigs, cows, sheep. Just these things are enough for them to eat for a month. Why? When one of them saw this, he immediately roared. You obviously have so much food, why don't you take it out? Why don't you share it with us? We can definitely survive together. Why? Huyu took a step down. He crossed Chenshin Mountain and came to the front of the team, looking at each other. Zhao Yi, do you all still remember? He gave up the chance to live and chose to go downstairs just to save you. And what about you? What did you do? Weird, I'll kill it for you, pig, let you eat it. But you are not satisfied and want more. More. Why? The middle-aged man holding the knife rushed forward and asked Huyu. Then why do you do so? We just want to survive. We are forced to do these things. Why do you blame us? Don't you dare say you wouldn't do the same thing if you were in our situation. Huh, the same thing. Huyu sneered and turned on the video play button. The screen on the 27th floor lit up, playing the afternoon feast. Every person, every face, and the way they wolfed down the food were clearly recorded in the camera. Is this what you are talking about? Everyone fell into dead silence. Some people who were tied to the ground leaned over and vomited when they saw it. Even if the others didn't vomit, their faces were pale at the moment. Everything given by fate has a price that has been secretly marked long ago. Huyu said calmly. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Some people are confused and have not thought about what opportunities are. But someone thought of it. That note. Fart, return the ticket. If there is a ship below, we won't be able to see it. That's right, why don't you worry about food and accommodation? I think you don't want us to eat the meat and plan to eat it yourself. What nonsense, I see they are also hungry and confused. That is, the crowd was noisy. Huyu doesn't like to talk too much. He just looked at the crowd and said something. You can find out if there is a boat or not by following me downstairs. After that, Huyu walked at the front and started to go downstairs. Everyone looked at each other. To be precise, the 5 people standing looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Go check it out, everything has an answer. Me, I'm going too. The young man on the ground immediately shouted. I am the only one who has not eaten human flesh. You should take me on board. Still getting on the boat. I see you are struggling to get on the kang. The middle-aged man kicked him forward, obviously not taking his words seriously. Huyu just glanced at him and walked towards the 26th floor without saying a word. This is his plan. Curiosity is also a kind of human nature. If he wanted to, he could let Shen Shan and others fight their way out. There were only 5 people. Even without guns, even Lai Zhai could kill them. But it's not good to beat and kill too much. Huyu didn't want to see blood on the way downstairs, not only for Bubu's physical and mental health, but also to prevent certain ways of infection. There is nothing wrong with being careful, that's why I designed such a small note. Regardless of whether they eat human flesh or not, they still want to go downstairs and watch the boats. Everyone went all the way to the 15th floor. Further down, there are the 2 monsters. Everyone was hiding around the corner. Su Zilong immediately controlled the drone and led the 2 monsters upstairs before setting off again. Oh! The middle-aged man sneered, and a guess emerged in his mind. There are probably no bullets in the guns of these people. How can any normal person get so many guns and bullets these days? If they still have bullets in their guns, why bother making it so complicated? Can't they just shoot a few shots at the 2 monsters and they'll be done? He turned to look at the people behind him and gave him a look. His meaning was clear. As long as you don't see the ship later, just do it. The other 4 people also responded with their eyes. Pity. If they hadn't been tied up on the 27th floor, they might have been able to see the sound of RPG bombing on the water. Because of this, they did not understand the strength of Huyu and others. Soon, everyone arrived on the 14th floor, walked through the corridor, and stopped at the window. In front of him is a wall. Why don't you leave? The middle-aged man's questioning voice rang out, and he hooked his hand and took the chainsaw from the man behind him. He's ready to get started. But what answered him was a loud roar. Boom! The firelight illuminated the entire 14th floor. The middle-aged man was stunned, and everyone behind him fell into a daze. What the hell is that? At the same time, the wall on the 14th floor was completely blown open. The water was not far below them. Chen Shan picked up the headlight and illuminated the water. I saw a large black shadow moving quickly underwater. Those things are indeed still down there. Huyu started to take out the RPG and gave one to each of Su Zilong, Chen Shan and Nzioner. I want it too. Xiao Zissou stepped forward and said, Huyu, give me a try too. You can, but you have to stand firmer. The recoil of this thing is not small. No. 5 people carried rocket launchers and began to bombard the water indiscriminately. Every explosion sounded like an explosion deep in the heart to the middle-aged man. Then, what on earth is that? What, you seem shocked. Lai Zhai stood in front of the 5 people. Didn't you sneer just now? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? The middle-aged man said nothing, his face as pale as a piece of paper, but his hand was still holding the chainsaw tightly. I heard someone say that a gun is faster from 7 steps away, and a sword is faster within 7 steps. Now he is less than 5 steps away from the person in front of him, and he has a chainsaw in his hand. If he gives it a try, maybe. No matter. Even if those people really conjured up a ship, they would never let themselves get on the ship instead of just sitting there and waiting to die. Why not give it a try? He didn't believe that everyone in this group was as good at fighting as his sworn brother. Buzz, the sound of a chainsaw sounds. Lai Zhai reacted almost instantly, punched him, and snatched the chainsaw away with his backhand. The buzzing stops. The chainsaw fell on the middle-aged man's neck. Lai Zhai's eyes fell on the start button, eager to try it. Lai Zhai. Zhao Zhang's voice sounded. Lai Zhai took his eyes away from the button. Don't do anything stupid. Brother Zhang. I know you want to vent your anger for Zhao Oi. Zhao Zhang raised his hand and landed on Lai Zhai's shoulder, patting him twice. It's okay. Lai Zhai replied, then kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen. Kick him to the ground directly, along with several people behind him. You guys are lucky, get out of here. The middle-aged man was lying on the stairs, covering his abdomen and saying nothing. He just continued to listen to the roar that kept ringing in his ears. Brother Zhang, how about, we should go up, one of them frowned. SHH, the middle-aged man hissed softly. You don't really think they can conjure a boat, do you? Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Watch. The middle-aged man sat up and sat on the stairs. I want to see how they get out of here today. A boat, I guess it's just a few inflatable kayaks at most. As long as they dare to get on it, I'm sure it will be punctured by them. Yes. What kind of boat can I carry with me? The only one is an inflatable boat. Brother Zhang, you are still smart. SHH, keep your voice down, we'll just watch. 2 minutes later, most of the dark shadows under the water were gone. They didn't dare to surround the 3 buildings and immediately swam towards other waters. For now, it is considered safe. Almost. Huyu put away the RPG and walked to the hole on the 14th floor. Acid rain continues. He raised his hand slightly and took out the heart of the ocean from his backpack. A moment, a 100-meter-long giant appeared under 3 buildings. The rain falling on the deck made a clear sound. There was a lot of movement, but these sounds were still drowned in the sound of rain. Activate the gangway. With a thought, the ship controlled by the system immediately stretched out the gangway. Right in the window on the 14th floor. As long as you take a step forward, you can walk to the gangway, and after walking a few meters, you can reach the interior of the ship. Get ready to board the ship. Huyu uttered a sentence and took out the umbrella in the space. In the face of acid rain, ordinary umbrellas naturally cannot last long, but it is quite easy to hold them until everyone gets on the boat. He opened his umbrella and walked first. He took 3 steps and then 2, and quickly rushed forward. Then came Xiao Zissou holding Boo and Anzioner who were sleeping. Chen Shan held the umbrella and did not plan to get on the boat next. Instead, he looked at the pigs, cows, sheep. This man can escape the acid rain with an umbrella, but these animals cannot. I'll do it. Su Zilong replied, holding the pig in one hand and an umbrella in the other, and walked over from the gangway. Fortunately, these pigs, cattle and sheep are not too big, otherwise even Su Zilong would not dare to use this method. About 10 minutes later, all the livestock was then transported to the ship. Su Zilong had already taken them to the ship to find a room, while Huyu and others were still waiting at the gangway. Next came Mu Siu. She had also learned about her master's magical abilities in the past few days, but she never expected that he could even take out this thing. That's a yacht. Lai Zhai, Zhao Zhang. Chen Shan shouted to the back. You can get on the boat. Okay, Lai Zhai replied. After thinking about it, he threw away the chainsaw and walked towards the stairs with Zhao Zhang. Follow up. The middle-aged man immediately became energetic. He rushed forward, picked up the chainsaw and followed him. When he rushed to the aisle, Shen Shan had already followed Lai Zhai and Zhao Zhang up the gangway. A huge ship came into view instantly. Kayak. What kind of kayak has a ramp? That is obviously a yacht. Big yacht. Take me one, take me one. Before the middle-aged man could recover, someone had already rushed over. I haven't eaten much meat. Can you please bring me one? Fart, you're the one who eats the most. Take me, I can be a cow and a horse for you, anything is fine. Unfortunately, the gangway was taken back. They could only lie down at the window and watch the ship go away. Right, the middle-aged man exclaimed. Floor 28, now that they've left, is the 28th floor also empty? Those foods. Yes, the other people also came to their senses. They immediately rushed towards the 28th floor. But just as they passed the 16th floor, the 2 monsters smelled the food and immediately pounced on them. The middle-aged man took a chainsaw and swung it wildly, and he actually dismembered the 2 monsters. The 5 people worked together, stepping on the corpses of the 2 monsters, and rushed to the 28th floor. But the moment they went upstairs, Everyone froze. The alloy door is gone. There was only one hollowed-out wall. Further inside, there is only empty space. Walls, floors, all gone. Only the cement floor and the cement platform above our heads are left. The wind is blowing in. The middle-aged man stood there, his body shaking uncontrollably, and slowly uttered a sentence. Ghost, there is a ghost. July 21st. 8 o'clock in the evening. The water level is close to 39 meters. A yacht flexibly passes through the building, and the white lights are on, illuminating Jinling at night. This is the only light they have seen in the past few days. Countless people leaned on the window and screamed at the top of their voices. Hey, there are people here. Save me, please save me. Boat, how can there be a boat here? The voice is very loud. It even drowns out the sound of rain. But the voice is also very small. It is so small that the people in the boat can't hear it at all. After Huyu sets the destination, the heart of the ocean will automatically sail according to the route and avoid obstacles on the way. The breeding system also begins to cover. The location is on the deck. After the coverage is completed, a small greenhouse appears out of thin air, and the livestock are driven in and it's done. In order to celebrate the first day of sailing, and also to better welcome Zio's father and mother, everyone decided to make a big meal. The ingredients are put in the kitchen. Lai Zhai and Shen Shan started to get busy. Huyu brought Zio, Zissou, and Enziner to the deck. Looking around, the lights of thousands of houses before, now only a few lights flickered in the windows. Voices kept echoing. Can't save them at all. Even after merging with the heart of the ocean, the whole ship can accommodate hundreds of people, but it is only the number of people in a building. And in front of them, there are dozens or even hundreds of buildings. How can they save everyone? Especially after experiencing the Zhaoyi incident. The word helpful seems to have been erased from their dictionary. Half an hour later. The yacht sailed to the downstairs of Mutant Hotel amid the roars of the crowd. This is the most luxurious hotel in Jinling. The floor height reaches 33 floors. The Mutant that Huyu and his friends ate before is also a prominent restaurant in this hotel. When the yacht approached, the whole Mutant began to boil. Especially those people on the 15th and 16th floors. They were all wearing waiter, waitress, or chef clothes. Some of them on the 16th floor even broke through the window and jumped out, trying to jump directly onto the ship. Unfortunately, the ship was not close yet. The man fell directly into the water. He did not float up again. It seems that there is something under the water here. Huyu frowned. He did not expect that there were still so many people in the hotel. Which floor did you book for your uncle and aunt? Zio Zissou's mouth twitched and she looked up. The top floor. You are really a big filial piety now. Su Zilong. Huyu turned to look at the cabin and shouted loudly. Hey, come on. Su Zilong responded and ran out. After experiencing what happened to Zhaoyi, his favorability towards Huyu is now second only to Shen Shan, Bubu and Zhao Zhang, all of whom have reached 59. Just a little short of reaching 60. Boss Hu, what's going on? I'm studying the ship. Stop studying it now. Come up with me later to pick someone up. Okay. By the way, there is also Zhao Zhang. Huyu looked behind him. At this moment, Zhao Zhang was looking at the water through the porthole, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard Huyu calling him, he jumped up immediately. Boss Hu. You guard the ship and don't let anyone else get close except those coming up from the gangway. Okay, I will definitely live up to my mission. Huyu controlled the ship and slowly approached. Soon, the gangway was set up in the corridor on the 14th floor. Before he could even walk up, the crowd started to crowd onto the gangway. It's still raining acid at the moment. That group of people wanted to get on the boat even if they faced the risk of being corroded by acid rain. But Huyu is not used to it either. He casually raised a spray gun, raised his hand and fired a shot into the air. Boom! Everyone was stunned on the spot. After a breath, the crowd immediately retreated. Rush, if they had no hope before, they might still give it a try. But now, hope is right in front of us. How can you rush? Seeing everyone making way, Huyu took Zio Zissou and walked out. In addition to the two of them, Su Zilong and Enziner were also following behind them. Since I didn't know the specific situation in Mutant Hotel, it was safest to bring the two highest force values. The four of them walked all the way to the 14th floor, entered the hotel through the window. Huyu glanced at everyone. Although none of them spoke, one emotion could clearly be seen in their eyes. Desire. This is the lowest level. If the door of Mutant Hotel was not high enough, the water would have flooded over. But they still stay here. There is probably only one reason. Oppression. Oppression from above. In other words, the food in the hotel is quite sufficient otherwise. They would have been tied upstairs and become two-legged sheep by now. Huyu glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Do you want to live?" "Think," the roar immediately echoed throughout the 14th floor. "Well, I can give you a chance." Everyone's eyes widened, anticipating his next words. "Now, bring all the living people here. Whoever brings the most people will get a ticket. Remember the rules. No harm is allowed, no robbing is allowed. People who come must be willing. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified." "Do you understand? Boat ticket. That's a boat ticket." For a moment, everyone went crazy. Countless people rushed up the stairs and started looking. "Will your method work?" Xiao Zissou probably knew Huyu's intention, but she was also a little worried. "Don't worry, just do it." Huyu took out 4 single sofas from his space backpack and sat on one of them. "Sit, we'll know later if it's okay. In terms of enjoyment, you will still enjoy it a little bit." Xiao Zissou sank into another sofa and turned around to look behind her. "You guys should sit down too. Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Need not." "Neither do I." Su Zilong and Enziner spoke back and forth. "Sitting will only affect the speed of their shots. It's not absolutely safe here." Huyu shrugged and put away the other 2 sofas without saying anything. Soon, people began to arrive on the 14th floor one after another. Everyone had an almost excited expression on their face. Obviously, they used some tricks. The boat ticket. I didn't say there was only one. Only when they reach the 14th floor can they get a chance to board the ship. "Gentlemen." A girl with a pretty face walked up. Her face was haggard, but she could not conceal her exquisite facial features. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "Excuse me, how can I board your ship?" Huyu glanced at the other party, and the panel popped up. All other attributes were quite satisfactory, but there was only one, which had the most outrageous numbers he had ever seen. Purity, -1. Good guy, this thing can still hold up. It turned out that 100 people were killed in front of his face, which was disrespectful and disrespectful. Huyu shook his head. "Not everyone is here yet." With one word, the woman retreated, but she stood at the front with her head held high, as if she believed that she would be chosen. More and more people. Whether it's a woman or a man. The first thing I did when I arrived on the 14th floor was to rush up and make various promises to Huyu. Some planned to sacrifice their bodies, and some planned to sacrifice their money. Huyu was not interested in any of this. But there was one person who caught his attention. A cook. To be precise, he should be called a pastry chef. Even at this time, she was wearing a neat business suit, and there was not a trace of dirt on her body. Although her face looked bad, her eyes were very determined. She was one of the few people who didn't come up to ask about the boat tickets. That's why Huyu took a look at her panel. On the ship, there is a Chinese chef, and Lai Zhai can barely make some Western food, but no one can make this dessert. That's the name. Zhang Surui. Isn't it the advanced international version of Zhang San? Hu Yaomo remembered the name and continued to sit on the sofa and wait. Half an hour passed. People were still coming down one after another, but there was no trace of Xiao's parents. Xiao Zissou was anxious. She didn't sit down anymore, but looked outside from time to time to see if there were any new people who hadn't come. Another half an hour passed. No new people had come down for 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Huyu, waiting for him to take the next step. But Father Xiao and Mother Xiao still didn't show up. Huyu also frowned. He couldn't help but stand up, looked at everyone and asked, "Are all the people here?" "All the people are here." "No." The voices of the people were not in unison. "Very good, not in sync at all." Huyu stepped forward. "I'll ask again, are all the people here?" Some people didn't speak. Some people lowered their heads and muttered quietly, but it was unclear what they said. They were all hotel service staff. Louder. "No one is here." Zhang Surui spoke in the corner. "There is another group of people on the top floor. They took most of the hotel's resources up and blocked the top floor. Now, I guess they don't know anyone is here." Well, the case is solved. It seems that no matter where, after this kind of thing happens, everyone wants to hoard things first and occupy the high ground. I just don't know how Zio's father and mother are doing. Very well. Huyu looked at Jang Surui and asked knowingly, "What's your name?" Jang Surui. Well, do you have a way to get them down? Yes. Jang Surui uttered a word, and after a few breaths he slowly spoke. But why should I help you? A chance to get a boat ticket. Huyu gave his own conditions. Even if it is just an opportunity and not a real ticket, it is enough for everyone to fight for it. Good. Jang Surui agreed immediately. She raised her hand and pointed to a man with Mediterranean hair in the crowd. He has a communicator on him. Only this one can contact the people upstairs via radio. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the Mediterranean Sea, their eyes filled with anger. Before Huyu could say anything, a group of people immediately swarmed up and beat him up. It seems that this guy uses this communicator for a lot of things. Zilong. Okay. Su Zilong responded and immediately walked through the crowd. Less than 10 seconds, he tore a hole in the crowd and he carried the Mediterranean Sea to Huyu. First, sir. The communicator was hidden in the Mediterranean Sea, and he looked at Huyu with longing eyes. I can give you the communicator, but I want a boat ticket. Oh, Huyu sneered. Su Zilong raised his hand and struck the opponent on the back of the head. Mediterranean fainted immediately, and the communicator was easily obtained. Just when the communicator was taken out, Jang Surui spoke again. Let me come and make sure that everyone on the top floor can come downstairs. Interesting. Huyu held the communicator and handed it to Jang Surui. Congratulations, you are one step closer to your ticket. Thank you, sir. Jang Surui bowed in response, then pressed the communication button and said only one sentence. The rescuers are here, come downstairs. Just one sentence. The other end of the communicator was stunned for a moment, and then a response came immediately. Now, wait for us. If this kind of lie was normal, it would definitely not fool those people on the top floor. But now, the boat is parked under Mutant Tower. There are also bright lights on the boat, so no one is blind. How could they not believe when hope appeared in front of them? 15 minutes passed. A group of people came down from upstairs. Different from the group of people just now, this group of people can be said to have red faces, and they don't look like they are hungry at all. It seems that there are a lot of supplies stored on the top floor, which makes them full of food. But when they arrived on the 14th floor and saw a group of people crowded here, they understood what was happening. Got cheated. But there is indeed a boat outside, but it's just not part of the rescue team. Who is the owner of the ship? A dull sound penetrated the crowd. I saw a man wearing a noble suit come out. His eyes instantly fell on Huyu, and he asked immediately, "Are you the captain of the ship?" Pretending to be guilty. Huyu's eyes continued to search the crowd. Pity, still couldn't see Father Zio and Mother Zio. Something will happen, right? Huyu and Zio Zissou looked at each other, and just as they were about to go upstairs in person, the pretender took a step forward, passed through the crowd, and stood at the front. Friend, is it a bad habit to ignore others? Huyu didn't want to pay attention at first, but in the next second, this guy took out a pistol from his pocket, and instead of pointing it at Huyu, he kept playing with it in his hand. Or do you plan to talk to this thing first? Gun, Huyu frowned. If I read it correctly, the model of this gun is exactly the same as the one purchased by Chen Shan. Even the gun fell into someone else's hands. Old man, could something really happen? You! Zio Zissou also recognized it. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu immediately caught her. We are all mortals, so it's hard to say anything when we encounter this thing, so, outwit is the best. Friend, that's my problem. Huyu smiled respectfully and said, Tell me, how do you want to talk? I want to get on board. Good. My brother has to come too. No problem. Ha 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 ha, brother, you are quite a nice person. The pretender laughed wildly, but after laughing, he did not get on the boat directly but asked Huyu, Brother, are you not afraid that I will take your place after getting on the boat? You have a gun. Huyu spread his hands and shrugged. What can I do? But you need to keep me. Without me the ship can't sail. Just now, when he was sitting on the sofa, he felt that the troll was in the way, so he put it away directly. So when the pretender came out, I didn't think he was any threat. Sensible, then I will spare your life, I'll wait for you on the boat. The pretender smiled indulgently and walked towards the window with more than 10 people behind him. Let's go. Su Zilong immediately wanted to take action. But from the corner of his eye, he saw Huyu shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly. And Zioner also saw it. A few people could only watch the dozen or so people walking past them and stepping onto the gangway. The pretentious man seems to still have concerns. He did not get on the boat first, but let everyone get on first while he stood next to Huyu. His hand was placed on Huyu's shoulder. "Brother, what's your name? From now on we will be brothers. If you call me brother, I will ensure that you have food and shelter in the future." "Huyu. Huyu, flirting, ha 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 ha, your name is so unpleasant." The pretentious man laughed crazily. The muzzle of the gun was always pointed at Huyu. As long as his brothers didn't get on the ship, he would kidnap Huyu as soon as possible. It's a pity. There were two people standing beside him. One is Zioner and the other is Su Zilong. Just after the last figure walked onto the covered bridge, Huyu immediately put away the covered bridge. At this time, the first person had not yet boarded the ship. After a moment, the sound of falling water sounded one after another. The pretender was stunned for a moment, and then immediately pointed the gun at Huyu, planning to carry out his own backup plan. But just this stunned moment was enough for the situation to change, and Zioner and Su Zilong took action at the same time. One seizes the gun, the other restrains the man. In an instant, the pretender was already lying at Huyu's feet. The gun fell into Su Zilong's hand and was handed to Huyu. "Come and see." Huyu handed the gun to Xiao Zissou. "Is it this one?" "It's true." Xiao Zissou immediately loaded the gun and pointed the gun at the back of the pretender's head. "Say, what did you do to my parents?" "Your parents?" The pretender was stunned for a moment. "Who are your parents? How the hell do I know?" "Where did you get this gun?" Huyu then asked. "In the hands of a middle-aged couple." The pretender seemed to have thought of something. "Let me go. Otherwise, you will never know where they are for the rest of your life." "You." Xiao Zissou was furious and pulled out the needle on the spot. "Okay, I'll see if you tell me or not." "No need to bother." Huyu spoke calmly. He reached out and grabbed the pretender's head, raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. "I'm only asking you once, and if you don't tell me, then I'm sorry, I'll let them deal with you. Whoever thinks of a way to get you to talk, I'll give him a boat ticket." "You want to try it?" People with evil thoughts will always think in the most evil direction about possibilities that have not yet happened. Since this guy can occupy the top floor, it means that he often uses tricks on the people downstairs. If it fell into Xiao Zissou's hands, the worst-case scenario would be to threaten death. But if it falls into the hands of these people, death may only become a luxury wish. I said, the pretender spoke immediately. He spoke immediately. "It's upstairs. I locked them in the innermost room on the top floor." When Xiao Zissou heard this, he was about to rush out of the crowd on the spot. Fortunately, Huyu reacted in time and caught her immediately. No matter what, they couldn't get out of the 14th floor. Based on his understanding of human nature, once any of them left, the crowd would definitely block them inside. Even if you have a gun, you may not be able to stop them from going crazy. Even if we finally get on board, it will take a lot of effort. Zhang Surui. Huyu looked at the woman, then at the guy who brought the most people down. "And you?" "Boss, my name is Chen Chong." The man immediately bowed and smiled. "What are your orders?" "Now you two have the chance to get the boat tickets. If you go up together and bring me down, your tickets will be cashed." "Do you understand what I mean?" "Clear." Chen Chong responded, ignored Zhang Surui, and walked directly upstairs. Zhang Surui also stepped forward to follow him, not in a hurry, but still maintaining his proper demeanor. These two people are undoubtedly the most reliable existences in the crowd. Needless to say, Zhang Surui was able to exercise strict self-discipline in this environment, keep her clothes neat and tidy, and have enough food without sacrificing her health. Then her methods are obviously able to convince the public. Don't forget, she came down from upstairs, and she also knew exactly who had the communicator leading to the top floor. She was the one who spoke just now and led everyone upstairs down. To sum up, there is only one possibility. The person in power upstairs is a pretender, so the person in power downstairs is her. And he is not the one in power overtly, but secretly, otherwise the pretender would not be able to believe the rescue she said. As for Chen Chong, he was able to thrive on the 14th floor and no one dared to take the spot he found, which meant that he was tactful enough. One is smooth and the other is in charge. It is enough for the two of them to go upstairs and find someone. Really, 15 minutes later, the two of them came downstairs with their elders. The old couple were in ragged clothes, with sallow complexions and thin muscles. It was obvious that they had been hungry for several days without knowing it, but they are still full of energy, and they can be seen as extraordinary at a glance. Judging from their appearance, they are at least 70% similar to Xiao Zissou. What a blessing in misfortune. It's good that Father Xiao and Mother Xiao are still alive. Huyu immediately stood up and greeted him. Dad, Mom, Xiao Zissou also exclaimed. You are okay? That's great. Zissou. Girl. The two old men were also stunned. They immediately passed through the crowd and the pretenders kneeling on the ground and came to the crowd. You girl, why are you here? Of course we are here to pick you up. Xiao Zissou pointed to the yacht behind her. Did you see it? The big yacht. As she said that, she immediately pulled Huyu over. This is the ship owner, Boss Hu. Dad, you should know. Uncle, Aunt. Huyu saluted respectfully, said hello, and took a look at the second elder's panel. Really? As long as they have skills related to traditional Chinese medicine, the two elders are at an epic level. However, Xiao's father focused more on diagnosis, pharmacology, and acupuncture, while Xiao's mother focused more on medicinal diet, nourishing conditioning, and massage. It can be said that the two complement each other and are completely the ultimate plus version of Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu. Father Xiao was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. So it was you. You were the one who asked us to come to Jinling. Wait, if you asked us to come to Jinling, could it be Uncle and Aunt? Huyu didn't want to be exposed too much in front of others. He immediately interrupted Father Xiao's speculation and said with a smile, You guys get on the boat first. There is a dinner for you two on the boat. If you want anything, we will talk about it at the dinner. As he said that, he immediately took out 2 umbrellas and handed them to the 2 elders. The 2 elders looked at each other, and Xiao Zissou's eyes assisted. They also nodded at the same time and walked towards the gangway from the window first. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zhang immediately rushed to the deck to respond. The 2 elders are on board. The matter is mostly settled. The rest will be easy to solve. Huyu looked at Zhang Surui and Chen Chang, raised his hand and waved. You guys, come here. The 2 immediately stepped forward. However, Huyu did not let them get on the boat directly, but looked at the others. There's still room on the ship. Who wants to get on the ship? The crowd was instantly excited. Quiet. Huyu only uttered 2 words. The boiling moment disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. I won't keep useless people on my ship. Whoever has the ability will stand up. The first woman who had just come to see Huyu stood up and gave him a flirtatious look, making no secret of her intentions. Huyu didn't even look at her, but looked at Chen Chang. Do you think she is suitable? Chen Chang rolled his eyes. With his intelligence, he naturally understood that Huyu didn't want the other party to get on the ship, but he had to be the bad guy. Not suitable? Then you are not suitable either. Huyu spat out a sentence and shook his head. Your ticket is gone. Why? Chen Chang roared, but the result was already determined. Smart. Smart people are naturally good, but not suitable for getting on the ship. What Huyu needs is an obedient and smart person who can get things done, not a simple smart person. This smoothness may allow him to survive in the end of the world, but he will never appear on Huyu's ship. Why? I want an answer. Chen Chang wanted to pounce on him, but was carried by Su Zilong and thrown into the crowd. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu looked at Zhang Surui again. Do you think she is suitable for getting on the ship? Not suitable. Zhang Surui gave the same answer, but Huyu smiled. Very good. Huyu pointed to the gangway behind him. Let's get on board. Thank you. Zhang Surui was stunned for a moment, then took the umbrella from Su Zilong and walked towards the gangway. Every step she took was like walking on thin ice, but in the end, she got on the boat and didn't fall into the water like the group of people just now. Why? Chen Chang roared. Everyone's answer is the same. You are treating her differently. I let her get on the boat because she has a bottom line. Huyu looked down at Chen Chang and said, As for you, you are too smart. You should try to survive yourself. After that, he held an umbrella and walked towards the gangway with Xiao Zissou. Fuck, how smart. Chen Chong roared and then shouted. Brothers, follow me. Let's grab the boat for him, see if he dares to be arrogant. Bang, a gunshot exploded. Although it didn't hit them, it was enough to help them regain their sanity. If you charge forward, you will die 99% of the time, and there is a 0.1% chance of successfully seizing the ship. If you don't charge forward, you will not die, at least not now. As long as you wait, there is still hope. Everyone stopped, especially Chen Chong. He clenched his fists and stared at Huyu's back as he left. The crisis was resolved. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned around and planned to leave. But Enziner took out a pistol and shot Chen Chong in the middle of his eyebrows. Bang! The bullet penetrated his head. Huyu and Xiao Zissou turned their heads at the same time, their eyes full of shock. First time. This was the first time Enziner took the initiative to do something other than being ordered. Huyu was stunned for a moment. But he soon came to his senses. Although he didn't understand why Enziner shot, he didn't feel sorry for someone who dared to point a gun at him. It was just a surprise. After the surprise, it was time to welcome their dinner. Huyu held an umbrella and walked towards the yacht with Xiao Zissou, and this time, no one stopped them. Su Zilong then looked at Enziner, his eyes full of confusion. But he didn't dare to ask the reason. In his impression, including this time, Enziner had only disobeyed orders twice. Last time, she slaughtered the entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong frowned and asked, "Why did you shoot?" Enziner's reaction was very flat. She turned around and walked into the acid rain without any intention of answering. What a crazy woman. Su Zilong cursed angrily, but had to follow and return to the yacht together. On the yacht, the three new members were standing in the living room on the first floor. Outside, it was pouring acid rain, and cries for help were everywhere. Inside, the lights were warm, the aromas were fragrant, and delicious food was right in front of them. The contrast between the two divided the whole world into two places. One was heaven and the other was hell, and the owner of heaven was walking towards them with an umbrella. Welcome to the heart of the ocean. Huyu smiled and looked at everyone, and put away the umbrella casually. My name is Huyu, and I am the owner of this ship. You can call me by my name directly. As long as you get on this ship, we are a community of shared destiny. We have only one goal, to survive in a better attitude. Father and Mother Xiao did not react when they saw this. Although the two elders had full skills, they still found it difficult to accept such a sudden event. They were full of questions, but they didn't know who to ask. Instead, it was Zhang Surui who was standing aside. She started to applaud as soon as Huyu finished speaking. The crisp applause rang out. Mu Lingxiu, who had just taken care of Boo Boo, immediately echoed. More and more applause sounded. Huyu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the restaurant behind everyone. The dinner is ready, please take your seat first. Let's eat and chat. Everyone took their seats. At the dinner table, Huyu introduced everyone to each other, including everyone's name and the matters they were responsible for on the ship. As for other more detailed matters, Huyu did not finalize them at the dinner table, but arranged their rooms after everyone had eaten and drunk enough. Everything will be discussed tomorrow morning. That night, Enziner did not follow Huyu, but found a room closest to him to live in. First time. Since the end of the world, this is the first time Huyu enjoys sleeping alone. It seems that he sleeps better. Su Zilong told Shen Shan what happened tonight and asked the reason. Shen Shan only gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps she wanted to nip the threat in the bud. Su Zilong did not speak after hearing this. July 22, 7 a.m. The 9th day of the apocalypse. The water level reached 43 meters. Above the entire water surface, only a few buildings can be seen sporadically, and the remaining residential buildings, shopping malls, supermarkets, and even some viaducts are all submerged. Huyu got up early and subconsciously turned his head to look at the side of the boat, looking for Enziner's trace, but he didn't see her. Thinking of what happened last night, he always had a bad premonition in his heart. Never mind. The first draw on the boat, you have to see if there will be anything good. For this day, he specially kept the black eggs stored on the 20th and 21st, just to be able to draw 3 times in a row. Don't ask for anything else, as long as there are some things that can be bred and cultivated. You can't let the breeding system be empty. Pull open the curtains and look out the window. The heart of the ocean is still sailing in the city. The sunlight was so weak that it could be ignored, and people around could be vaguely seen calling for help. Huyu lined up the 3 black eggs and made a decision secretly. If the goods are shipped today, then another ticket will be issued. Of course, the premise is that I can meet enough excellent talents. If the goods are not shipped, then forget it. Everyone, if you want to get on the ship, please bless me to ship. Huyu raised his hand and knocked. The first black egg broke and purple light burst out. Ding, it's out. Huyu's eyes lit up immediately. Fairy beans that can be used for cultivation. If this thing is mass-produced, not only the people on a ship but also the people in a city or a country can have enough food. Potatoes. Compared with this thing, it is simply weak. Of course, the premise is that a large enough cultivation base can be found. Huyu carefully put the perfect fairy beans into the space, fearing that they would be crushed. Ticket +1. He looked out the window and promised again in his heart. There is no upper limit for the tickets. If there are more shipments later, as many tickets as the shipments, we will issue as many tickets as the shipments. Huyu cracked the second black egg with his backhand. Another burst of purple light exploded. Ding. It's the best. Although this thing looks like the fairy beans, both are producible items, but the former is large and complete, while the latter is small and fine. Fairy beans can fill the stomachs of many people. Although the sweet spring is rare, its advantage is that it can heal injuries. If you round it up, it is no different from a panacea, especially for boo-boo. This is simply a life-saving thing. One more ticket. Huyu turned his head and looked at the third black egg. This is the second time it has been shipped in a row. It doesn't matter whether it can be shipped for the third time. The black egg broke and a burst of golden light burst out. This color is legend. Ding, golden legend. Mutation. If rainwater can cause fish in the water to mutate, then if humans come into contact with this water source, will the same situation occur? Just like Yang's situation. Huyu frowned slightly and stopped Zhao Zhang and Su Zilong, who were about to step forward. Don't go over yet, this thing is not dead yet. Not dead yet. Su Zilong was stunned for a moment. The people who were about to go over to watch also stood back in place. Huyu took out a pistol and shot the giant silver carp in the eye. Bang, the gunshot rang out. The bullet didn't hit the fish's eye, but hit the scales on the fish's body. A crisp sound, the bullet bounced back. I'll do it. Su Zilong stepped forward and fired again. This time he successfully hit the fish's eye, and the bullet sank into the fish's brain. The silver carp, which had been motionless, started to flutter again. Fortunately, the size of the heart of the ocean was large enough. No matter how it fluttered, the ship didn't move at all. It wasn't until the lavender blood flowed out that the giant silver carp gradually calmed down. The status on its panel also changed from dying to dead. Perilla. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou. Don't you want to dissect it? How about starting with this thing first? Don't. Xiao Zissou waved her hands repeatedly. If I get infected, where can you find a kind-hearted Chinese medicine expert like me? Don't worry, this thing is not contagious. As long as you don't eat its meat, there will be no problem. Huyu said that he had already walked forward and squatted beside the silver carp, looking at the fish scale he had just hit. There was a layer of white marks on it, which disappeared immediately after he wiped it with his hand. Good stuff. Shen Shan also came up at this moment. If you use this as a bulletproof vest, I'm afraid that even AK bullets can't penetrate it. Then help. Huyu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhang. Let's lift this thing into the boat and dissect it together to see if there is anything that can be used. Remember, this meat can't be eaten. It can only be thrown away. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone started to get busy. Huyu didn't dare to cast the rod again. If he catches something like this again, he won't have anyone to help him pull the rod. Wait until the autopsy is over. Xiao Zissou was the lead surgeon, with Xiao's father and mother assisting. Huyu and others were not idle either and stayed outside the medical room to watch. The giant silver carp was disassembled bit by bit, and the scales, fish meat, fish bones, internal organs were all separated until the fish head. As the skull was removed, the fist-sized fish brain was taken out, and there was a light blue bead hidden inside. The panel started. Huyu just took a look and was stunned on the spot. Put this thing down. Huyu roared immediately. Xiao Zissou, who was holding the mutant crystal with tweezers, was stunned. Before she could react, Huyu had already rushed into the medical room and immediately put the mutant crystal into the space. Whether it was mutation or evolution, he didn't want anyone on the ship to try it. No matter who became the next Lai Qiang, it would be a huge loss for everyone on the ship. Huyu immediately looked at the panel of the three people, and only after confirming that they had not mutated did he feel relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. Go on. The dissection continued. In order to prevent other mutant crystals from appearing, Huyu stood there and did not leave. Fortunately. Until the end of the dissection, only that mutant crystal appeared. In addition to the bulletproof fish scales, the fish bones of this giant silver carp are also a treasure. Needless to say, the toughness is comparable to bamboo, and the hardness is comparable to Hessian jade, which is perfect for making weapons. All the fish scales and bones were handed over to Zhao Zhang for him to deal with. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. After eating a little, they urged Huyu to continue fishing. He did not refuse. No matter what the fish he caught looked like, the best thing was to upgrade the heart of the ocean as soon as possible. If the upgrade speed could not keep up with the evolution speed of these fish, a wave would come and everyone would be used as bait for nesting. What's more, the scales of the giant silver carp were only enough to make 2 sets of bulletproof vests. It would be better to catch a few more to be prepared, after all. In this case, they were not the only ones who could get guns. Just as everyone climbed onto the deck and Huyu was about to cast his rod, a whistle sounded from a distance. It's a ship. There's a ship coming. Huyu immediately took out a telescope and looked ahead. On the channel 5 nautical miles away from here, there was a passenger ship, which was sailing towards the residential area. It is said to be a passenger ship, but in terms of the size of the ship, it is not even 2/3 the size of the heart of the ocean. This should be a short-distance sightseeing cruise ship. When Huyu looked at them, they naturally discovered Huyu. At the same time, Lai Zhai, who was in the captain's room and controlled the route, also sent a broadcast. Boss Hu, the ship ahead sent a radio to ask about our remaining supplies and wanted to trade some of the goods with fish. Fish? Huyu immediately became interested. Ask them how many fish they have. The fish nowadays are different from the fish in the past. If the fish of these guys are the same as the mutant silver carp, then the fish scales and fish bones can be used as materials, and exchanging them with some food will only make money and not lose money. Soon, Lai Zhai gave an answer. 500 kilograms of fish, they want to exchange for 70% of the weight of meat or 50% of the weight of food. Okay, Huyu nodded in agreement. Let them come over, I want to see the fish first and then decide the specific price. Exchange fish for supplies. This is understandable, but why does this statement sound familiar? He seemed to have heard of it in his previous life. Okay. Lai Zhai responded and began to send a radio to the ship and then responded. The other party asked us to stop the ship first and they came over. Okay. Huyu also put away the fishing rod and looked at Shen Shan. Hide the things that shouldn't appear. Okay. Shen Shan nodded and naturally understood what he meant. Other things are easy to say, at most put them in the cabin, and if it doesn't work, put them back in the space backpack. There is only one thing that is difficult to deal with. The greenhouse. This thing is built on the deck, and the other party will definitely find it as long as they drive the boat over. The only way is to put a curtain on it first. He and Su Zilong and the other two immediately took action, temporarily dismantling a large amount of umbrella cloth to cover the greenhouse. Soon, the ship sailed towards them. As the other party got closer and closer, the appearance of the people on the ship became clearer and clearer. Huyu took a look and frowned slightly. This ship doesn't look familiar, but the people on this ship look a little familiar in the heavy rain. The ship was getting closer and closer. 100 meters. 80 meters. It didn't seem to stop and kept coming towards the yacht. This posture didn't seem to mean a deal. Instead, it seemed to want to board the ship. Boss Hu, this situation is not right. Shen Shan frowned slightly and reminded. I know. Huyu frowned, and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. He recognized it. In his previous life, he had seen this group of people on the boat. At that time, he and Yu Wanyu were rescued by a yacht. By working as waiters on the boat, each person could get a fish to eat every day. But on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet. The other party also used the excuse of exchanging supplies to let them stop the ship and began to approach. When the owner of the boat heard it, He was attracted by the conditions proposed by the other party. The price was that the yacht was seized. Huyu and Wanyu took advantage of the chaos to put down the kayak and escaped in the heavy rain. Unexpectedly, these guys actually started this kind of livelihood now, and they were met by them. Huyu waved his hand, and 5 axes and 5 RPGs appeared on the deck. Non-combatants evacuate, and the rest of you take your weapons. When everyone heard this, except for Shen Shan and his 5 companions, everyone ran into the cabin. On the deck, there were only 6 people, including Huyu. "Boss, how about you go in too?" Shen Shan asked with concern. "No need." Huyu shook his head. "If I go in, who will they talk business with?" Shen Shan nodded and stopped talking. 50 meters. The ship's engine finally stopped. Relying on the inertia of the water flow, it began to slowly approach the yacht until it came to a position less than 5 meters outside the heart of the ocean, and cables were thrown from below and hooked on the side of the heart of the ocean. Ding, there is also this thing. Huyu did not choose but waited and watched first. He took out a sofa and lay back, just looking at those cables. Those people are still useful to him. What if this protection system is too powerful and they are killed? Wouldn't it be a waste? Get on board. A heavy voice was mixed in the sound of rain. The cable was instantly straightened. Obviously something is climbing up. Click tilde. Huyu's ears sounded crisp at the same time. That was the sound of bullets being loaded, and the muzzle was pointed at those cables. Less than 10 seconds. The first figure climbed up. The other party was wearing a raincoat and turned over to climb onto the deck. When he turned his head, he saw 5 black muzzles facing him before he could speak. The corners of his stiff mouth twitched slightly. He immediately knelt on the ground, raised his hands high and said nothing. "Hey, Zio Lur, how is the situation up there?" The voice that just called "Get on board" sounded again. The person called Zio Lur didn't dare to speak, but just knelt there and smiled foolishly. A few seconds later, another person also climbed up. Although the movements were not as smooth as Zio Lur's, they were exactly the same. "Speak back, what's going on up there?" The owner of the voice began to get anxious, but the 2 people on the deck did not speak, just stayed quiet. "Damn, go up, I want to see what's up there." "Yes," the voices rang out in unison. Several more cables were thrown up. 1 minute later, 7 strong men knelt neatly on the deck, letting the heavy rain wash over them. "Are all the people here?" Huyu sat on the sofa, took out a loudspeaker and asked in front of him. "Just now, who said he wanted to do business with me?" The other 6 knelt back in unison. Only a strong man with a beard was left kneeling in the front. "Me." The bearded man had no choice but to raise his head and respond with an awkward smile. "Brother, we are here to talk business. What are you doing?" "Talking business." Huyu pointed to the rope beside the ship. "Is this how you guys talk business?" Hey, you horse head." Huyu cursed directly. "Tell the truth. We see that your ship is extremely luxurious and we want to borrow some supplies from you." The bearded man immediately replied, "We have no choice. There are too many people on the ship and the fish alone are not enough to feed us. Please have mercy and give us something to eat." "You are really shameless." Lai Zhai complained on the side. "Robbery is robbery, and you are still thinking about asking for supplies after being caught. There's nothing wrong with being thick-skinned." The bearded man raised his head, staring at Huyu with his eyes. "As long as you are willing to give us supplies, we can do anything." "Anything?" Huyu raised his eyebrows and asked. "Anything is fine." "Okay." Huyu uttered a word and stood up immediately. "Can you find someone?" "Find someone?" "Yes." Huyu responded. "Send 2 people out of the 7 of you and find 2 people in Jinling City for me. As long as you can do it, I can let you go and give you some supplies as a reward. If you can't find them, sorry, I need to borrow your boat." What is the most precious thing in the end times? Supplies. If it were just one person, then supplies would indeed be the most precious. But for Huyu now, the most precious thing is not supplies, but talent. Food. He has a lot. Even if he can't draw other seeds, planting fairy beans and breeding livestock alone is enough to feed the people of a city. Now there is no need to worry about security. The diet is also diverse enough. Not to mention the medical level, the Chinese medicine attribute is full. The only thing missing now is talents in scientific research, construction, education, and breeding. Especially construction and breeding. They can't stay on the boat all the time. When the rainstorm stops, if they are lucky enough to find a place to stay, they will naturally need professionals to build houses. And breeding. Although there are artifacts like greenhouses, there are only benefits and no harm to having one more professional. In the past, there were many such people. Just go to the recruitment website and you will find them all. But in today's era, when communication basically relies on shouting, looking for such a talent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially for such a big target as them. The heart of the ocean has already attracted people's attention before it even approaches those buildings. If it really wants to find someone, it is unknown how much trouble it will cause. Now it's good. There is a pillow when you are sleepy. People who dare to rob are ruthless in their bones. If they go to find someone, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Huyu is not worried that they will run away on a motorboat. Those who can survive until now are not stupid. Whether to starve to death on the water on a motorboat or come back to continue to control their own ship, anyone will choose the latter. Okay, the bearded man agreed immediately. Tell me what kind of people you want to find. We will definitely help you. Construction, breeding. Huyu uttered 2 words. I want people who are familiar with these 2 technologies. Find them for me to interview. As long as they pass, I can give them appropriate quotas to board the ship. The bearded man was embarrassed. Boss, it's okay if you want to find specific people, but just give 2 characteristics. I can't shout at the top of my voice. You don't have to shout at the top of your voice. Huyu threw 2 loudspeakers in front of them. Remember, you only have 3 hours. If you don't find them after 3 hours, then I'll just apologize. Okay, the bearded man responded, stood up and picked up the loudspeaker, turned his head and looked at one of them. Zio Lur, come with me. Lai Zhai, take them to ride a motorboat. Yes. Lai Zhai responded, then looked at the 2 of them. Come with me. The bearded men looked at each other, hurriedly followed and walked into the cabin. When they passed by Huyu, they nodded. As for the other 5 people, after the bearded man left, Huyu looked at Shen Shan. Tie them up first, don't let them get wet in the rain. Yes. Shen Shan glanced at Zhao Zhang, and the 2 walked to the deck in the rain and started working. Huyu looked at the ship floating next to the yacht, and curiosity surged in his heart. Zilong, accompany me. Huh, where to? Su Zilong asked in confusion. Ship. Huyu stood up, put on a raincoat and walked towards the cable. According to the bearded man, there were too many people on the boat, and he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. He wanted to see how many people there were on the boat. If it was an ordinary place, and Zioner alone would be enough to protect it. Search TWCAN on Google, but this is going to someone else's base camp. It's better to be more vigilant. Su Zilong took the lead and slid along the cable to the ship deck. He raised his gun and scanned briefly. After confirming that there was no danger, he gestured upward. Huyu then took off and slid down the cable. Next came Zioner. 3 people boarded the ship. There was not a soul on the deck. There are only some fishing rods and simple fishing nets made. The catch is stored in the fish barrel next to it. Those fish are small in size, but their numbers are sufficient. Each bucket of fish weighs at least 10 kilograms. If there were only 7 people on board, that would be enough food. Bang tilde there was a muffled sound in the cabin, as if something fell to the ground. The 3 of them turned to look at the cabin at the same time. Huyu turned around and gave a look, indicating that Su Zilong would take the lead. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and trotted over with a gun. Come to the cabin door. 1 kick. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open. The wind and rain poured down. Su Zilong took advantage of the situation and walked into it, pointing his gun forward, but there was no other movement. After counting the breaths, he walked out, lowered his gun, and looked helpless. What's going on? Huyu asked with a frown. Su Zilong shook his head slightly. Boss Hu, you better come and see for yourself. Huyu stepped forward quickly. When he came outside the cabin, his expression was even more exciting than Su Zilong's. Helplessness, speechlessness, and helplessness were written all over his face. Child. All children. A group of mostly primary school students were forming a group at the moment, with the older boys guarding the outside, while the younger ones and some girls were surrounded inside. There are dozens of people. Huyu's claws went numb instantly. As the saying goes, a half-grown man can defeat me, No wonder Bearded and the others can't even get enough to eat after they catch so many fish. Boss Hu, what should we do? Su Zilong asked. What the hell? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have boarded this ship. If you didn't see it, forget it. Now that you see it, you can't just ignore it. The oldest among these children is not more than 10 years old. The youngest is only 7 years old. This is the age when I have just entered elementary school. Close the door first, don't scare the children. Good. Su Zilong closed the door smoothly, but because his movement just now was too big, the door had been kicked down and he could only barely cover it. Boss Hu, what on earth are we going to do? Don't speak yet. Huyu rolled his eyes. This guy always has his own ideas and never listens to other people's opinions. Now that I encounter this kind of hot potato, I know how to get rid of the problem. Originally, he wanted to wipe out the people headed by Bearded Beard to prevent future troubles. But now there are children in the cabin. If they are really wiped out, what will happen to these children? Beheaded too? That is definitely impossible. How about? Stay. City construction also needs fresh blood, otherwise what they build will not be called a city but a village. But he was also afraid that there was someone like the Demon King inside. It's not uncommon for a mouse poop to ruin a pot of soup. Huyu thought for a few breaths and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Got it. Even though I just glanced at them, I could see that the children had lost a lot of weight due to hunger, and their clothes looked extremely loose. He took out a box of egg tarts, opened the door, opened the box, and pushed it inside the door. At this time, the egg tarts were still fresh out of the pan, and the aroma of eggs wafted out, filling the cabin. Boss Hu, are you too stingy? Su Zilong couldn't help but complain. Just one box, it would be nice to give more. You know nothing, just watch quietly. Huyu replied angrily. There are only 4 egg tarts in this box. Points, it is definitely not enough points. He just wanted to see what these boys would choose when faced with temptation. If a fight breaks out, he won't take care of these people. If they didn't fight, but chose to leave the egg tarts to the weak, then he would keep his promise to Beard and leave some of the supplies to them. As for other things, he won't care about it anymore. But what happened next was beyond his expectation. Through the crack in the door, Huyu could clearly see a child walking over. He has an image of this child, the boy who was guarding the front of the crowd just now. He also had a dagger in his hand. I guess he is the leader of this group of children. The child groped his way to the door. He glanced at the egg tart but did not eat it or take it back. Instead, he asked towards the door. Where is our captain? Although the voice is childish, one can hear the tenacity in it. He still has his things to do and won't be back in a short time. Huyu replied. We are his friends, you can trust us. Wrong, the child immediately retorted. You are the people on that yacht. He didn't come back, but you came down, which proves 1 point. They fell into your hands. The uncle just opened the door with a gun. You originally wanted to kill us, but then you found out that we were children, so you didn't do it. This box of egg tarts is probably what you are using to test us, right? Huyu and Su Zilong looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Such a young child. He is not much older than Boo Boo, but his logic can be so rigorous. Just through these actions, one can actually deduce their intentions. You didn't answer, which means I guessed it right. The child continued. Now, I am the captain of this ship. If you have any needs, you can negotiate with me directly. No need to test. Good, Huyu smiled. He opened the door again and was shocked when the child's panel popped up in front of him. This man is simply a born leader, 3 masters and 1 basic. They are also skills related to leadership. These skills actually appear in a child. Even his character is extremely remarkable. This is in the last days. If he is really allowed to grow up, there is no doubt that he will be a generational hero. What do you see me doing? Guan Lai frowned and asked. You can make any conditions. Huyu suddenly became interested. He knelt down and looked at Guan Lai. Kid, now it's not about what conditions I have, but what you can give me. You, and the lives of those behind you, are all under my control. As long as I think about it, you will only have one end. Now, let's see what you can give me in exchange for your lives. Boat. Guan Lai uttered one word and stared into Huyu's eyes. You are only on board because you are interested in this ship. This ship, including all the resources on the ship, is left to you. I only need the 4 lifeboats on the ship. Not enough. There are only so many. Guan Lai's tone was very strong. I might as well tell you that there are people from us in the captain's room. As long as the person behind me sounds the alarm, he will control the ship and ram it into your yacht. When the time comes, everything will be dead and the net will be broken, and no one will be able to please. This guy is very ruthless at such a young age. However, he threatened the wrong person. The heart of the ocean has epic level of protection. Even torpedoes may not be able to penetrate it, let alone a ship so close. Let me think about it. Huyu stood up with a smile. He turned and walked towards the deck. I lied just now, but your captain is indeed not dead. When he comes back, we will continue this negotiation. Your performance just now earned you that box of egg tarts. It's up to you to decide what to do with it. After that, Huyu took Su Zilong back to the yacht. As soon as he returned, he picked up his telescope and observed Guan Lai's actions. The egg tarts are missing. Under his command, the children have begun to repair the cabin door. He is truly a born leader. Boss Hu. Su Zilong stood next to Huyu, leaned against the side of the ship and asked, "Why don't these children stay?" Look again. July 22nd, 6 p.m. The heavy rain continues. The water level never stops rising. The meeting time set by Huyu for Beard is coming soon. He was not in a hurry, but kept observing the situation on the ship through the telescope. 3 hours. Those kids did a lot in those 3 hours. In the first half hour they repaired the hatch. Although it was not as tight as before, it could be used to keep out the rain. In the next hour, they moved the fish barrels on the side of the boat in, cooked briefly, and had lunch. There was no crying or complaining during this period. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guan Lai was already sitting in the cab, staring at the yacht, as if waiting for some news. At the same time, the group of children had already run to the lifeboat. As long as the lifeboat is lowered, they will fall into the water and escape from here as soon as possible. But they didn't move. Just like Guan Lai in the cab, he was waiting for something. This wait is only an hour. There was no movement during this period. It's almost time. Huyu glanced at the time, then turned to look at Lai Zhai. Let Zhang Surui start preparing dinner. Yes. Wait another 10 minutes at most. If Luo Zihu and that little Lur want to come back, it's time to come back. If they don't come back, there's no need to wait any longer. Buzz tilde the hum of a motorboat rang out. Huyu turned the telescope and found 2 motorboats heading here. There were 2 people on board each motorboat. It looks like I found someone. I'll pick them up first, Lai Zhai said and walked towards the bottom of the cabin. Less than 5 minutes. Lai Zhai brought 5 people to the deck. Besides Luo Hu and Xiao Lur, there were 2 other people. A middle-aged man is wearing a suit. Although he looks greasy with greasy hair and a sallow face, his eyes can tell that he must have been in a high position before. The other one is an old man. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had gray hair, but his temperament was refined. He looked like he was engaged in research. Even when he was standing in front of Huyu, he felt aloof. It's like, the teacher is looking at bad students. Huyu immediately threw a probing technique at him. He didn't know it by looking at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Boss. This is a real boss. In peaceful times he would have been at least a researcher, maybe even an academician. Mr. Fang. Huyu had just stood up, and before he could greet him, Shen Shan's voice suddenly sounded. Huh, Xiao Shen. Fang Saiyuan was stunned and looked at Shen Shan with a confused look. Why are you here? It looks like we are still familiar with each other. It's easier now. This is a long story. Chen Shan gave a wry smile and immediately walked to Huyu. Come, let me introduce you too. This is Mr. Fang Saiyuan, a famous agricultural expert in our country. I used to be responsible for his security work. This is Huyu, the owner of this ship and my current boss. Mr. Fang. Huyu took the initiative to say hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Boss, Fang Saiyuan frowned slightly. I heard that you made some mistakes and got fired. Is it true? That's a long story. Chen Shan replied helplessly and stood behind Huyu. You should just talk. Mr. Fang, we can talk about these things slowly later. Huyu stretched out a hand toward him. I hope you can join us. No matter what the conditions are, you can ask for them. I will try my best to be satisfied. Old man, I'm all alone. I don't want anything. Mr. Fang looked Huyu up and down for a while. I came here just to see who would want to find someone like me in this situation. I didn't expect him to be a young man. What, do you want to open a breeding farm on your yacht? Stop dreaming. The corners of Huyu's mouth twitched. He only said one thing, but he didn't expect Mr. Fang to spray like a pea shooter. He really deserves to have a poisonous tongue. A venomous tongue is a venomous tongue. This man is a real talent. Boss Hu, Mr. Fang is like this. Chen Shan whispered from the side. Don't take it to heart, you must keep him. Don't worry, I have a solution. Huyu lowered his head and murmured, then glanced in the direction of the greenhouse. Take him there to have a look. No matter where I look, my conclusion is the same. Fang Saiyuan raised his head and raised his hand to rest on Shen Shan's shoulder. I didn't say that, Zio Shen, you are also fooling around. This rain will stop sooner or later. Why are you doing these things? Why don't you just stay in peace? Mr. Fang, you'd better come with me first. Shen Shan said helplessly, leading Fang Saiyuan towards the greenhouse. Huyu stayed where he was and looked at the other person in front of him. The panel pops up. Boss Hu. Lai Wantu took the initiative to speak, but his tone was just like that of Mr. Fang just now, even more arrogant. I heard that you are hiring people here. Hiring people, not garbage. Huyu replied casually, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He looked at the bearded man. Throw it away wherever you find it, why bring such a rookie here? Hey! The bearded man didn't know what was wrong with this man, but he still lowered his head and responded. Why? Lai Wantu refused to listen. You found me here, you have to take responsibility. Why do you want to abandon me after taking a look? Why? Huyu sneered. Because I am the ship owner. Lai Zhai, show him away. No need to bother, I can do it. The bearded man smiled and stepped forward, holding Lai Wantu back. Brother Lai, take us down, I will throw this man back. You are sensible, Lai Zhai smiled and praised. Let's go. You don't have to go. Huyu glanced around and looked at Zio Lur. Just let Zio Lur go, I have other things to find you. Hey! The bearded man responded and kicked Zio Lur on the butt. Hurry up, come back quickly. Okay, boss. Zio Lur responded and immediately followed Lai Zhai down the cabin. Before Huyu could speak, the bearded man came up to him and asked respectfully, Boss Hu, what do you want? What's the matter with the child in the cabin? Huyu asked directly. Alas, this is a long story. The bearded man sighed and subconsciously searched his pockets, but nothing came out. Seeing this, Huyu casually threw a pack of heshianxia to him. Thank you, Boss Hu. The bearded man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, lit it and held it in his mouth. This has to start from 9 days ago. In heavy rain. The bearded man leaned on the boat, looking at the ship in front of him, and fell into memories. That Saturday, I accepted a job from a tour group and took the group of boys and girls for a run along the Yangtze River. As long as I returned to Jinling at 8 o'clock in the evening, I could get a considerable amount of boat fare. Unexpectedly, it was only 7 o'clock when it started to rain. An hour later, we still chose to dock, but only a few parents arrived early, and most of the children stayed on the boat. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The roads were flooded, and we had no choice but to leave the children on the boat and prepare to send them away after the rain stopped. But this wait is Jiyushin. 9 heavens. The bearded man held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid this rain won't stop. Boss Hu, I am a rough man. When I saw you, I did have bad intentions. I don't ask you for anything else, I just ask you to let those children go. I can do whatever I want. Just let my brothers get off the boat. They can take good care of those children. There are good and evil in people's hearts. There are no pure good people or pure bad people in the true sense. That's what a beard is. If you want to call him bad, he is doing it for that boatload of children. If it were just a few of his brother's rations, fishing would be easy. You want to tell him that he is okay. For the sake of that boatload of children, he would rob other people of their survival resources. It's hard to judge whether he's really good or bad. We'll talk about this later. Huyu hesitated for a few seconds before finally making a decision. He looked at the ship. There are still people waiting for you on the ship. Go say hello to them first and bring up the child named Guan Lai. I have something to tell you. The bearded man responded, and without his brothers, he walked to the cable and climbed towards the ship. This does not mean that he has abandoned his brother, but it is telling Huyu that he will not run away and will definitely come back. Boss Hu, I really don't understand. Su Zilong stood aside and asked, what are your plans? Are you going to keep them here? Or remember that box of egg tarts? Huyu asked. I bet Guan Lai gave that beard at least one. What's the point of gambling? Su Zilong was puzzled. If he keeps one, it means that this kid is worth investing in. Then I will give them a sum of supplies so that they can be self-reliant in the end of the world. What if there are two left? Xiao Zisu's voice came from behind. Huyu told them what happened on the ship in the afternoon. I want to ask their opinions on how to deal with it. There is only one answer available. It all depends on what he thinks. It's the same as saying it. Why did you come out? Huyu looked at Xiao Zisu behind him. Is Bubu's medicine ready? It's already cooked. Xiao Zisu stood aside. I heard that an old gentleman will be on the boat. I came over to take a look and happened to hear you talking. Tell me, what would you do if there were 2 egg tarts left? Leave 2. Huyu looked at the tightened cable. There are only 4 egg tarts in a box. According to the logic of a normal child, maybe they will be divided equally among everyone. That child is very thoughtful. He might eat some himself first to test whether it is poisonous, and then distribute it. He left one behind to prove his gratitude. It would be a good idea to invest in it. Leaving 2 means that he knows his position very well and can win people's hearts. 2 are not only reserved for the bearded ones, but also for the 7 adults, representing half of the 2 groups. If he is really so sensible, there is no place for him on the ship. A beard poked out from the side of the boat. He held Guan Lai in his arms, and Guan Lai held a box in his arms. Egg tart box. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Huyu and others. A guess came to mind. Under what circumstances would Guan Lai come up with the egg tart box in his arms? Boss Hu. The bearded man came over with Guan Lai. We are here. Boss Hu. Guan Lai held the egg tart box and bowed deeply, then presented the box with both hands. I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, please don't be offended. Huyu took advantage of the situation and opened the box. The 4 egg tarts were arranged neatly and safely. There is no damage other than it being cold. What do you mean? Huyu looked into Guan Lai's eyes and asked, Don't you like the gifts I gave you? Or are you afraid that I will poison you? You wouldn't do that. Guan Lai's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and he looked at Huyu. You gave us egg tarts out of mercy and as a gift. We don't eat them because the captain is missing and we can't handle such a precious gift rashly. I am returning it to you now as a thank you. This is the best food we have on board and the best gift I can give. Thanks. Thank you for giving us a chance to survive. Guan Lai said seriously and then served the egg tart again. Sleek, so slick. Huyu thought about several possibilities, but he didn't expect that this kid could not eat a bite and could even control other children not to move. This is really rare. Then I'll accept it. Huyu took the egg tart away and put it aside. He looked at Guan Lai and asked solemnly, Now I give you a chance, you can board this ship and work for me. This ship will be your home in the future. You don't have to worry about food and drink anymore, are you willing? No. Why? Guan Lai raised his head and stared at Huyu. My coming here will be negligible for your benefits, and my leaving will be a disaster for them. It's hard to imagine. These words would actually come out of the mouth of a 9-year-old child. Huyu raised his hand, fell on his head, and rubbed it gently. If it was Bubu, she would enjoy squinting her eyes. But Guan Lai didn't move. His eyes continued to stare at Huyu, as if he wanted to imprint him in his mind. His eyes were like a wolf. If such a person is not taken in, then it will be a big trouble in the future. He should know. When he stood in front of Huyu and said those words, there were only 2 possible outcomes for him. One is to stay on the ship and the other is to leave your life on the ship. But even so, he still chose to refuse. There is only one reason. Force. He wanted to force Huyu to keep more people. They can all stay. Huyu was relieved. First of all, he really loved talents, and secondly, if a city is really built in the future, it really needs new forces. Children are far more loyal than those adults. Really? Guan Lai exclaimed. Including the captain. They can come together. Since he has already accepted dozens of people, he doesn't care about a few more. However, there are still conditions. Huyu looked at the bearded man. First of all, let me make it clear that I will accept you and provide you with food and resources. But the premise is that you can't get on the ship. Except for the group of children, you can only drive the boat as a frigate and follow the yacht. Can you accept it? Accept? Absolutely accept. Bearded man nodded repeatedly. What kind of condition is this? At this time, it would be good enough to keep a life, not to mention that he would provide food and resources, which is a great thing. That's good. Huyu looked at the bearded man. Bring the people up first and distribute the supplies to you later. Hey. The bearded man responded, and was interrupted by Guan Lai just as he was about to turn around. I'll go. Guan Lai took the initiative to say, if Captain Wang goes, he won't be able to bring anyone up. Huh, the bearded man was stunned. What's the situation? Guan Lai didn't answer, just smiled, and then walked to the side of the ship by himself, climbing towards the cable in the heavy rain. I guess he doesn't believe you either. Boss Hu, what do you mean? The bearded man asked, puzzled. Huyu smiled and joked and handed him the telescope. Look at the cab. The bearded man took a look, but still didn't understand. Aren't they just a few kids? What's wrong? This is Guan Lai's emergency measure. Huyu smiled as he looked at the thin figure in the rain. If he finds out that you are cooperating with me and are going to use them as bargaining chips or something else, they will start the boat immediately. Either leave here or crash directly into the yacht and die together. These kids, the bearded man cursed inwardly, but his expression was full of relief. Tell me. Suddenly, a roar came from the greenhouse. I saw Fang Lao running straight over, and Shen Shan behind him chased him, but he almost didn't catch up. Fang Lao came in front of Huyu, his face full of excitement. Tell me. Where did you find these things? Miracle, it's simply a miracle. Huyu was not surprised by Mr. Fang's excitement. Even Xiao Zissou, an outsider, had an outrageous reaction when he saw these things and wanted to dissect them himself. Not to mention this person. He is an expert in this field, so he naturally knows what those things mean better than Xiao Zissou. Tell me, Fang Sayuan said excitedly. Where did you get these things from? Don't worry about it, old man. Huyu smiled and stretched out his right hand. I still have the same condition. As long as you can stay, I will give you the cultivation of these livestock and plants. I will give you absolute freedom to do whatever you want, and I will give you some unexpected surprises every once in a while. The system can produce more than just plants like fairy beans, and it may even extract other animals that can be raised. This is his confidence. Surprise? Fang Sayuan asked in confusion. What surprise? For example this. Huyu took out an ordinary fairy bean and said, Would you like to take a look first, old man Fang? Fang Sayuan took the fairy bean and looked at it carefully in front of him. He looked left and right and sniffed it twice. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Isn't it just an ordinary bean? Mr. Fang, you can taste it. Huyu said with a smile. Pretending to be mysterious, Mr. Fang whispered 4 words, but still put the fairy bean into his mouth. The fairy bean melted in his mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a warm current that drilled into Mr. Fang's throat and flowed into his abdomen. A feeling of fullness came instantly. Fang Sayuan's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. The feeling of hunger had already begun to gnaw at his heart and liver, as if he could eat a cow alive. But when this bean entered his stomach, that feeling disappeared in an instant. What on earth is this? Fairy beans. Huyu did not hide it and said in front of the bearded man, One can meet the consumption of an adult for a month, and it will also provide a proper sense of fullness. What? As soon as the sentence fell, everyone present was stunned. This also includes Shen Shan. Before this, he didn't know the existence of the magic beans. God knows how many things this boss Hu has hidden. Are you serious? Fang Sayuan's lips trembled slightly. If this is true, no matter when, this bean is enough to change the world's pattern. Mr. Fang can experience it slowly. Huyu smiled and responded. This is just an inferior product. The superior product can provide energy for 3 months. It has been used as seeds and planted in the greenhouse. I agree to join. Fang Sayuan just replied, and then rushed to the greenhouse without looking back. No, not a greenhouse, it's a temple. There, it is a temple belonging to every agricultural student. Boss Hu. Seeing this, Shen Shan didn't chase him, but leaned against Huyu and asked, You didn't fool him, did you? What are you talking about? Huyu was so angry that he smiled helplessly. Am I the kind of person who fools people? Shen Shan didn't answer, but the answer was self-evident. I don't know who fooled Boss Tian into that state when he was in that building. That? Boss Hu? The bearded man swallowed his saliva. Do you still have beans? We brothers haven't eaten for several days. Yes, but you can't eat today. Huyu looked at the children who were gradually getting on board. As the saying goes, since you are all here, stay and have dinner before going back. Just celebrate our cooperation. He turned around and shouted to the kitchen. Lai Jai, go help prepare dinner, prepare more people, let's have a party. The bearded man's brain was a little out of order. Party? If it's just eating senzu beans, it shouldn't be considered a party, right? Could it be? There is still a lot of food stored on this ship. Half an hour later, the scene in front of him answered the bearded man's doubts, and at the same time he had another doubt. Boss Hu, how much stuff is stored? The evolved heart of the ocean has a cabin length of 140 meters. In addition to the 40-meter bar, kitchen, indoor swimming pool and viewing balcony, there is also a 100-meter living room. Now it is full of all kinds of food and drinks. From pan-fried buns to ziokinglong, from cupcakes to macarons, every kind of food is freshly baked. Even the soup dumplings are still steaming. These things, even if they were put in 10 days ago, would take a lot of effort to prepare. But now, it's only half an hour. A party is held like this. The children filed in and began to madly sweep up the food. They were no exception. They stuffed whatever they saw delicious into their mouths. They were afraid that the illusion in front of them would disappear in the next moment. There was only one exception. Guan Lai. He held a box of egg tarts in his hand, which was the box that had just gone cold, and stood outside the party watching silently. He picked up one and ate half of it in one bite. Huyu found him and waved his hand. The other party ate the other half of the egg tart and walked slowly over. Captain, do you have something to do with me? Guan Lai asked respectfully. His favorability towards Huyu has risen to 20, and his tone is not as sarcastic as before. There are so many things and you only eat this. Eat this first. Guan Lai responded calmly. You can't waste it, right? Then do you think they will waste it? Huyu asked deliberately. The reason why he held such a party was not because there were too many things to eat, but to observe. Yes, he promised to keep all the children, but how they will be treated depends on their own performance. This is the first test. If anyone wastes food, then sorry, they will fail directly. Then they will be thrown on the ship and live with the bearded man. No, Guan Lai replied confidently. People who have been hungry know the preciousness of food. I want to hear the truth. I have already greeted them before boarding the ship. You are worthy of it. Huyu replied, and didn't care about it anymore, but started to eat his dinner. Since Guan Lai has already said hello, there will be no waste at this party. 10 o'clock in the evening. The party is over. Shen Shan finally persuaded Mr. Fang to go back to his room and prepare for sleep, and study slowly tomorrow. Su Zilong took the 7 bearded men back to the ship and allocated the first batch of supplies to them. They were all fresh ingredients and fresh water, enough for the 7 of them to eat for half a month. Mu Lingxiu was responsible for arranging a room for each child and handed the records sorted out today to Huyu. As Guan Lai said, each child did not waste anything. There were still 2/3 of the things left at the party, and each of them could be recycled and preserved, just as clean as a locust passing through. Xiao Zissou began to work late into the night to prepare tomorrow's teaching materials. After all, as the only talented student on the ship except Mr. Fang, she had to take on the responsibility of educating so many children. After listening to the report, Huyu yawned and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when he walked to the balcony, the Feng Shui treasure place, ready to take over yesterday's good luck and open another good thing. The scene in front of him made him stunned on the spot. There were a lot of ripples on the water surface. That was a person. Someone swam over in the rainstorm. People on the water are densely packed, either using swimming rings, wooden boards, or mattresses. After all, anything with buoyancy can be used by them. One after another, they swam towards the yacht. Through the balcony, Huyu found that many people were already approaching the edge of the yacht or ship, trying to climb up. Fortunately, the surfaces of both ships were smooth enough, and it was impossible for them to do it without tools. But the people coming behind seemed to have anticipated this situation, and various tools appeared in their hands. The heart of the ocean is not afraid of being hit, but the same cannot be said for the ship. Want bad things. Huyu frowned and rushed out without giving up. As soon as he opened the door, he happened to meet Xiao Zissou walking over. You're finally awake. Xiao Zissou breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't wake up, I will come in and call you," she said, inserting a gold needle into her hair. You can tell with your toes that the way she calls people must be very efficient. No need. Huyu twitched the corner of her mouth and noticed the dark circles on her face. Your eyes, did you steal cattle last night? Where can I steal cattle? In a greenhouse. Xiao Zissou yawned. That Mr. Fang went to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock. Anyone who comes near the greenhouse will be watched by him. Who dares to steal? Then what are you? Prepare lessons. Xiao Zissou's tone was full of pride. Let me tell you, I didn't pass the teacher qualification certificate at that time, otherwise I would have become a teacher long ago. This is an opportunity for me. I want to repay you twice as much for the rain I was soaked in back then. Just don't torture our future flowers to death. Huyu said and walked towards the cabin, not forgetting to add, oh, except Guan Lai, torture him to death. As the saying goes, if you can't learn to die, then learn to death. He has such potential. Okay. The two walked to the cabin talking and laughing. Chen Shan and others were already waiting there, and Guan Lai was also standing among them. His figure looked extremely awkward inside. What's going on now? No one's on board yet. Chen Shan took the initiative to report. I just investigated the surveillance. Since 5 o'clock this morning, people have been coming over one after another. So far, no one has boarded the ship, and there has been no actual damage to the ship. Were there any negotiations? No, they don't seem to be a group, but act spontaneously. Huyu frowned slightly. He could understand them. At a time like this, a ship with lights on day and night, and a party, it is a rare life-saving straw for anyone, especially since the ship took in so many people yesterday. This is their only chance. Just swim to the boat and you can take a gamble. I bet the owner of this ship is kind enough to take them in. Pity, they bet wrong. Sound the siren as a warning and the boat will sail in 5 minutes. We are not responsible for anything that happens. Yes, boss, Chen Shan replied, took out the loudspeaker who you left yesterday and walked to the side of the ship. Everyone, pay attention. The boat will depart in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be responsible for all the consequences. He said the same thing 3 times in total. The purpose is to remind them as much as possible. That's weird too. Huyu took out the toiletries from his pocket, started to brush his teeth and said vaguely, isn't there a strange fish under the water? How can it make people swim here? There were no fish last night. Zhao Zhang replied from the side. I tried fishing last night, not to mention biting the hook, there was no movement even when I made a nest. The same goes for Captain Wang. Su Zilong echoed. They cast the fishing net last night but there was no movement, I also went to see it. No more fish. Huyu frowned slightly, this shouldn't be the case. Before he could figure out what was happening, a chorus of roars came from the water. Captain, come out. Captain, come out. It seems that he will not give up until he sees the coffin. Huyu took out a towel and wiped his face briefly, then looked at Lai Zhai. Is breakfast ready? Not yet. Lai Zhai replied and set off immediately. I'll go now. Remember to be rich. Huyu instructed. Get those guys up at 7:30 and start class. Okay. Guan Lai also responded. I'll wake them up. Brother Shen, come with me for a walk. Huyu took out 3 umbrellas and handed one to Shen Shan and Enziner behind him. Good. The 3 of them walked out of the cabin together. As soon as they arrived at the ship's side, they saw Captain Wang and others holding harpoons and staring at the ship. As long as the other party was willing to get on the ship, they would fight back as soon as possible. When Huyu's eyes fell, Captain Wang smiled awkwardly, quickly put away the harpoon, and bumped Xiao Lur next to him with his elbow. Xiao Lur immediately understood and ran towards the cab. The boat will set off in 5 minutes. This is the order given by Huyu. Now that the yacht is about to start, the ship cannot slow down. Captain, come out. The commotion continues. Huyu walked to the side of the ship, looked down at the people below, and took out the loudspeaker. I'm out, what are you going to do? The chaotic voices were instantly drowned in the sound of rain, but soon, a uniform voice sounded on the water's surface. Let us get on the boat. Let us get on the boat. It's not impossible to get on the boat. Huyu glanced down and said calmly, who among you knows architecture? Those who can plan buildings and are proficient in composition, raise your hands. After a few breaths, more than 70% of the people raised their arms. Well, he has poked the nest of the School of Architecture, right? There is no need to look at the panel, more than 90% of the people here are lying. This is human nature. Huyu took out the AK and fired a shot at the water surface. The bullet did not hit anyone, but it was enough to quiet the crowd. I say it again, if you have, raise your hand, if not, put your hand down. Otherwise, you don't want to be shot in the water, do you? Sure enough, after a moment, more than 99% of the people put their hands down. Only 2 people were still holding their hands in the water. Huyu scanned their panels and they were indeed not lying. However, their skills in construction are only at the level of proficiency, and their personalities are not good either, so they may become wolves that cannot be tamed. What a pity! Huyu shook his head and put away the loudspeaker. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp sound rang in his ears. A prompt popped up in front of him. He leaned against the side of the ship again and used a telescope to look at the location where the sound came from. I saw several people leaning against the ship, holding medium-sized impact drills in their hands and attacking the deck of the heart of the ocean. They knew that they could not get on the ship with just their mouths, unless they risked their lives. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He gave these people 5 minutes to leave instead of driving the boat directly, just to give them a chance to survive. But now, taking the opportunity he gave you, you drilled into his ship. You are really capable. If you don't want the face, then you can't blame me. Huyu hated one kind of person most in his life. Not a ruthless person like Tian Leiliu, nor an ignorant fool like Aunt Wang, but a beast who knows his kindness without repaying it. Everyone in the water saw that Huyu was motionless, and then started making a fuss again. Get on board, get on board. They seemed to be sure that Huyu was afraid. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but what people like them who wear a pair of bright leather shoes are most afraid of is that the leather shoes will rot. As long as they defeat the threat with fish and fish, they will definitely get what they want. Pity, they had the wrong person. Shot. That's too cheap for them. No need to sail the boat. Huyu turned around and walked towards the cabin, all the way towards the place where he fished yesterday. Shen Shan was a little puzzled. Boss, just let them get into trouble like this. Don't worry, the ship will be fine. Huyu replied. He could see the panel of the heart of the ocean. After this impact drilling for so long, the durability of the heart of the ocean was still maintained at 100%. That is to say, those guys couldn't see the prompt. Otherwise, they would have been greeted by a sentence in front of them: the enemy's defense was not penetrated. Don't they like drilling? Huyu took out the fishing rod casually. It depends on how long they can get in. Throw the rod. The fish hook turned into a parabola and fell into the water. There was a burst of ridicule from the water. It is a well-known fact that there are no fish underwater. This guy actually goes fishing. I'm afraid I'm not stupid. Just right. Then teach him another lesson. Upon seeing this, several people immediately swam towards the location where the fishhook was dropped. Don't you like fishing? Then put your pole away. Everyone has fallen into madness. A few people with good water skills dived in first and found the fishing line. Just when they were about to lift it out of the water, something happened. A tug came from the water. There are fish. A fish is hooked. Everyone was shocked but didn't take it seriously. Until, a scream sounded. The man who just held the fishing line has been dragged under the water and a burst of scarlet gradually spreads. Dead, dead. Run away, we can't go back. Get on the boat, the only way is to get on the boat. What the hell, the boat hasn't been broken yet. What are the people in front doing to eat? The crowd suddenly became panicked. Huyu stuck the fishing rod on the deck. This is what Zhao Zhang made overnight yesterday, a hole specially designed for fishing rods. The hole runs through the entire first deck. As long as you put the fishing rod in, you can borrow strength from the entire yacht. Unless the fishing rod breaks, the deck is lifted, and the fishing line is drained. As long as the fish is hooked, it cannot escape. But these 3 situations are simply impossible to happen. At least in freshwater basins, no fish can do this. Holy shit, got hooked, so fast? Zhao Zhang exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For a senior fisherman, this is equivalent to scratching out $1 million jackpot in front of an experienced lottery player who only won 5 yuan at most. Didn't there be no fish yesterday? Who knows? Huyu chuckled. Maybe it just swam over. Zhao Zhang said nothing, but looked at Huyu with some suspicion. He doesn't believe this nonsense at all. What does just swim over mean? That thing down there can eat people. If they happened to swim over, the people in the water in front would have been eaten, so why would they be allowed to swim over? There must be something fishy here. But he didn't intend to ask, but stood silently next to Huyu, overlooking the side of the ship. On the water, the crowd was in panic. Those who have just emerged from the water still have a chance, and they can swim back to their previous base. But those close to yachts and ships don't stand a chance. Dark shadows swam quickly under the water. Every once in a while, someone would be dragged down, turning into a puddle of scarlet-soaked water. If they want to survive, there is only one way: get aboard. What the hell? Why can't this boat get out of the way? Stop drilling. If you drill through the boat, we will only die. No, drill. Only by drilling away from this ship can we have a chance to survive. The crowd broke into two opinions. Seeing that the people holding impact drills were still going on, another group of people who did not want to drill the ship went completely crazy. Charge forward, grab the drill bit. As long as we save the ship, the owner will definitely let us on board. Yes, he has taken in so many children, he must not mind having one more of us. Come on. Roaring, fighting, and wailing sounds suddenly filled the water. Scarlet patches emerged one after another. Huyu was almost done when he saw this and turned to look at Zhao Zhang. Are you sure you can catch this fish? Try it. Zhao Zhang has long wanted to get started. Now when he heard Huyu speak, he immediately reached for the fishing rod. As soon as I got the fishing rod, I felt a huge pulling force. He had no time to react and was almost dragged into the water. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Enziner were behind and caught him in time. Zhao Zhang took the opportunity to insert the fishing rod into the deck again and was frightened for a while. I can't handle it. This thing is scarier than the fish yesterday. Then take a walk. Huyu looked at Chen Shan. 5 minutes have passed, right? Yes. Notify that ship and get ready to sail. Yes, Shen Shan responded, rushed to the deck, and shouted to the front with a loudspeaker. Get ready to sail. The ship's whistle sounded. The yacht started first and continued to move towards Pengcheng. As for the crowd, those who were obedient and far away were naturally safe and sound. But those who were close to the side of the ship were pushed forward by the current the moment the ship started. Those who were good at swimming could still float on the water. Those who were not good at swimming could only be rolled under the boat, and their life or death was unknown. As for the fish, Huyu fixed the roller, and it could only be dragged underwater by the heart of the ocean. It's so early in the morning, it's really annoying. He didn't plan to care about the fish. He stretched his body and lay on the sofa. How long will it take to Pengcheng? About 10 hours. Lai Zhai replied. If we sail at full speed, we can get there in 8 hours. No, it's only 2 hours. It will be bad if the ship loses track by then. Huyu waved his hand and looked at the water. Today is July 23rd. 10 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level has also reached 50 meters. At this time in the previous life, the water level would stop rising until the 18th day. During this period, everyone was full of hope, looking forward to the water level dropping in the future. But on the 19th day, the water level will rise again. Especially from the 20th day, the water level will usher in an unprecedented surge. The original increase of 20 centimeters per hour will expand to 1 meter, 2 meters per hour, even 5 meters, until the entire blue planet completely turns blue. So, if he wanted to stockpile talents, he had to do so in the remaining 10 days and collect enough mountains. Otherwise, when the rainstorm stopped, they would have to drift on the sea. Huyu looked out the porthole, but could only see a vast ocean. Mountains. It might be hard to find. 5 hours later, finally, a mountain came into view. Just as Huyu was about to give the order to approach, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was a catapult. Did I read that correctly? Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked at the mountain again. The scene in front of him remained unchanged, a hill about 100 meters above the water. On the top of the mountain, there were actually more than a dozen slings lined up. The smallest one has a swing arm of at least 3 meters and is filled with stones. Which master's handiwork is this? Playing tower defense in the apocalypse. Huyu took out his telescope and looked at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't see a single person. There must be people. They were probably hiding in a cave somewhere because of the heavy rain. This was understandable, but what he didn't understand was, what was this sling used for? It can't be used to attack passing ships like them, right? It's essential to be on guard against others. Although Ocean Heart should be immune to this level of damage, he didn't want everything to be thrown onto the ship. Not to mention, the ship is still behind. If the ship is damaged, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Huyu immediately ordered to change course and stay away from the hill. After he was sure that the other party would not find out, an idea came to his mind. Anyone who can create this kind of tower defense must be proficient in architecture. Perhaps, he can find the person he wants on that mountain, to take a step back, even if that person is no longer there, or is not the teammate you want, you can still put that mountain away. Use it as the foundation for the future. After all, with this kind of rainfall, just 2 mountains are not enough to fill the water area. Brother Shen, Zilong, you two come with me. Huyu said and walked towards the lower deck. Someone needs to be left on board. Zhao Zhang is responsible for watching the fish, and Lai Zhai is responsible for watching the boats. 2 people are enough. Huyu left a gun and an RPG for them, and Xiao Zissou, which was enough. Taking Chen Shan, Su Zilong and Enziner with him, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. After a simple arrangement, the 4 people divided into 2 groups and rowed 2 motorboats towards the hill. Su Zilong and Huyu were in a group, and Chen Shan and Enziner were in a group. As soon as he entered the water, Huyu noticed something was wrong. The fish that had been slipping away for 5 hours was silent. Zhao Zhang also discovered this. He began to gradually reel in the rod, and suddenly the fish was caught out of the water. That seems to be a mutant sturgeon. The body length is nearly 5 meters and the weight is at least 100 kilograms. Like the mutated silver carp last time, its scales and fins have undergone mutations. The specific situation needs to be observed closely to know. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it was always lively and energetic until it entered this water area, and then it became quiet. At first, Huyu thought it had lost its strength and planned to stop after a while, but now he saw. Obviously not. There are injuries on its body. There was a bite wound about 1/2 meter long on his abdomen, which was not fatal. But it can prove one thing. There might be something more terrifying under the water. Be careful. Huyu warned that he did not intend to give up the plan. It doesn't matter if you miss a mountain, but if you miss a talent, that's the real sadness. No, Shen Shan replied, started the motorboat and drove towards the hill. Su Zilong followed closely behind. The sound of motorboats echoed on the water. Giant bubbles surfaced one after another. Speed up. Huyu frowned slightly. Something is coming. The 2 of them had no time to answer, so they turned off the accelerator at the same time. Puff! A chill came from behind. Something came out of the water. Huyu subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a black shadow rushing out of the water and heading straight towards them. That's a water snake. A water snake with a width of 2 meters and an unknown length. Water splashed all over everyone. Fear spread in my heart instantly. Has this thing also mutated? Huyu came to his senses, immediately took out his RPG, loaded it, and pointed it at the water. As long as it dares to show its head, it is guaranteed to be a cannon. It's a pity. It had no intention of taking the lead, but followed closely behind the motorboat, preparing to attack again from underwater. Huyu frowned, and he didn't care about the issue of exposure or not, and pulled the trigger. The cannonball entered the water and successfully hit the opponent. With a muffled sound, many bubbles emerged from the water, but no blood spilled. Fortunately, it slowed down. At least the cannonballs work on it. Huyu loaded the cannon again and pointed the muzzle at the black shadow. Just when he was about to fire another shot, the other party stopped. It gradually dived into the water and disappeared without a trace. Is this giving up? Or has it evolved to the point where it can clearly recognize danger? No matter what the situation was, Huyu didn't dare to overdo it. He still carried the RPG on his shoulders, while Su Zilong and Shen Shan were also sailing at full speed. Now he finally knew what the slingshots on the top of the mountain were for. 5 minutes later. Finally, we reached the shore. The 4 of them went ashore, and Huyu put the motorboat into the space. Looking at the water in front of him, he still felt fear in his heart. Su Zilong pointed to the water. Am I right? Probably not, unless we are all hallucinating. Shen Shan was also so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. That snake must be at least 10 meters tall, right? It seemed to be to answer Shen Shan's question. The dark shadow appeared on the water again. Instead of approaching the hill, it began to circle around the yacht. Comparing the length of the yacht, it is easy to see that this water snake is 1/6 the length of the entire yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long. An adult elephant is only 6 or 7 meters long. The length of this snake is already longer than 3 elephants. It seems that you are still conservative. Huyu replied with a wry smile. What now? Su Zilong frowned and asked, if that guy stays by the yacht all the time, we won't be able to go back at all. There's no rush. Huyu looked above his head. Go up and take a look first. The instinct of animals is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It did not dare to approach this huge mountain, but instead moved towards the yacht, which proved that there was something on this mountain that it was afraid of. If you guessed it correctly, the slingshot on the mountain was prepared for this giant snake. Go up the mountain first and take a look. Maybe there will be any surprises. Everyone had no other opinions and followed Huyu all the way up the mountain. I wouldn't know if I didn't leave, but I'd be shocked if I leave. Not only slings, but the whole mountain is also covered with various traps. If Su Zilong and Shan hadn't come from the military, they might not have discovered these traps. Judging from the scale of these traps, it is not impossible that there are at least 100 people on the mountain, or even more. In order for the conversation to go smoothly later, Huyu first put away the firearms in everyone's hands and replaced them all with pistols. Not to mention only having pistols, the skills of these few, even without weapons, are enough to knock over an entire mountain of people. Finally, when they were approaching the top of the mountain, they were spotted by several people in front. Who? A scream sounded. Heads were scurrying about in the jungle. People holding wooden spears came out one by one, looking at everyone with angry eyes. Take it easy. Huyu raised his hands to show that he had no weapons. We have no evil. Roll. The words are not finished yet. The opponent directly threw out his spear, trying to force Huyu back. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Huyu frowned slightly. So irritable. Since you are not willing to accept peace talks, you have to find another way. Huyu put his hands behind his back and gestured, ready to let Shan and others draw their guns. But the next moment, another voice sounded. Is someone coming? I saw a figure coming out from behind the crowd. A young girl came out. She was wearing a red dress and patent leather shoes. She was not wearing any makeup, but her appearance was amazing enough. Especially her eyes, which were extremely smart, like a little deer in the woods. But she was wearing heavy linen gloves on her hands, as if she had just finished work, which was extremely inconsistent. Before she could speak, the man who had just thrown out the spear frowned and said, Miss Su, we already have enough people. What do you mean by enough people? Isn't it just about 200 people? 4 more won't be too many. Miss Su rolled her eyes at the other person unhappily and walked towards the 4 people. She came to Huyu without any defense and took the initiative to extend her right hand. Hello, my name is Su Linglong, and I am currently the manager here. How did you get here? It was the first time that Huyu saw such a familiar person, especially in the end times. A big detection spell was thrown over, and the woman's panel immediately appeared in front of him. It seems that she is the one who led the construction of these fortifications. Unexpectedly. In addition to Mu Lingxiu, he can actually see another person with the personality of Madonna. However, Madonna and Mercy, these 2 personalities, can actually be matched with smooth-witted. It is a bit strange. We followed the yacht. Huyu's main point was to speak without hesitation. We have a kayak, and originally wanted to follow the yacht to see if we could get on board, but we didn't expect. The other party would not accept us at all. We saw a mountain here, and it seemed that there were traces of people living on the mountain, so we thought of trying our luck here. He didn't throw out his identity directly. Based on the other party's personality and situation, she should be the boss of the whole mountain now. If she followed him now, she would probably be self-defeating and be ordered to leave. It's better to hide your identity first and get to know her better. Then you are really lucky. Su Linglong didn't seem to doubt it. She introduced with a smile. If you don't mind, you can join us. I can't guarantee other things, but at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death. Of course, the premise is that you can make enough contributions, otherwise there will be no food. That's easy. Huyu immediately responded with a smile. How to do it specifically? Uncle Lai will introduce this to you. Su Linglong turned her head and looked at the man who just scolded a few people. Uncle Lai is responsible for the protection of the territory. He will arrange work for you later. As long as you work long enough every day, you can get contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for food. As long as you are not too lazy, you can exchange for enough food for you for a day. Of course, you can also exchange points with the things you carry with you. We will determine the number of points based on whether they are useful to the organization. Great, she even came up with a currency system. This woman is not simple. Miss Su, Uncle Lai said and walked out. His face was full of frost in his 40s. It seemed that he should have been engaged in some kind of physical labor before. There are too many people on the mountain. We can't add any more. The more people, the better, Su Linglong asked back, as if there was something else to do. Okay, the snake just moved again. I'll go up and keep an eye on it. Uncle Lai, I'll trouble you with these people, Miss Su. Uncle Lai wanted to say something else, but Su Linglong had already turned and left, leaving only him and the group of people behind him who also held wooden spears. It seems that there is no harmony inside. What? Uncle Lai, right? Huyu took the initiative to speak. Look, what are we suitable for, or arrange some work for us? HMPH. Uncle Lai snorted coldly, turned around and left without saying anything. A group of people followed him to patrol elsewhere. Only one young man came over. Don't mind, Uncle Lai is just like that. Come, I'll take you up the mountain. There's a place on the mountain where tasks are posted. I'll take you there to get the tasks. Thank you very much. Huyu thanked him and asked, What's your name, brother? Just call me Zioyi. Zioyi replied and led everyone up the mountain. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, Huyu was sure of one thing. The man called Uncle Lai was right. There are too many people on the mountain. More than 100 people gathered on the top of the mountain. Although everyone has something to do, most of them are construction work, which can be done quickly or in a timely manner. 5 or 6 strong men gathered together, with wooden hammers at their feet, occasionally knocking and hammering, piecing together wooden boards. This should be preparing to build a house. On the mountain, most of the people are men, and there are many situations like this. If you want to feed so many people, or so many people who are just doing nothing, the pressure on this mountain is not small. The mission room is in front, you go and have a look. There should be people suitable for you. Zioyi pointed to the wooden house not far ahead and turned and walked down the mountain. I still have to patrol, so I won't take you with me. See you at dinner tonight. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, we are all family. He ran down the mountain. Huyu took a few people to the so-called mission room. There are indeed many tasks in it. From construction to planting, from patrolling to animal husbandry, it adapts to almost all situations to ensure that people on the mountain have work to do and contributions to make. But where do they get their food? It's impossible that Su Linglong also has a system like himself. Huyu was full of doubts, but he still took the task with everyone and started working. Until noon. Lunchtime, Huyu finally understood where their food came from. Tree bark, grass roots, and the slightly better ones were mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were just 5 small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. After being processed, they were thrown into the pot and boiled. Finally, a large pot of fish soup was cooked, and tree bark, grass roots and mushrooms were thrown into it. Then everyone shared it equally. Whether it was Su Linglong or those who had just joined the team, they all received the same amount of food. Even so, this was the only meal a day. This was their food for the day. Huyu really couldn't stand it. After drinking 2 sips, he took a few people to hide quietly aside and cook. At the very least, eat a few hamburgers to fill your stomach. But just when everyone hid in the woods and were about to start eating, a voice floated from not far away. That stupid woman actually recruited people. We don't have enough food, she is really crazy. Fortunately, Brother Lai had the foresight to seize some of the fish, otherwise how would we patrolling people have the strength to protect them? That's right, Brother Lai, the fortifications are almost built. When do you think we can confront that woman? Today. The voice of Uncle Lai just now sounded. Doesn't she like to recruit people? Tonight, let her treat us well. Hehe, Brother Lai is awesome. The few people looked at each other. Su Zilong raised his chin and asked Huyu whether he should start right away. If he started now, he would be sure to capture all the opponents alive. Then he would throw them in front of Su Linglong so that she could recognize the faces of these people, and maybe he could take her away. Huyu shook his head. This is indeed an opportunity, but not the best time. That woman has the same character as Mu Lingxiu, a saint. Throwing these people in front of her now might only result in a sentence of let them go. They already know they are wrong. In order to avoid this embarrassing situation, it is better to wait a little longer. Wait until they really start, wait until. Su Linglong sees the true face of these people herself. Huyu made a gesture, indicating that everyone should leave here first. But just when they turned around, the voice of the group of people came again. By the way, Brother Lai, forget about the others. Among the new people who came today, there is also a woman. They are talking about Enzioner. Although her appearance is not stunning, in the eyes of ordinary people, she is already a rare beauty. Especially since she has been following Huyu without saying anything, combined with her temperament, she has a feeling of an iceberg beauty. Give it to you. Uncle Lai made the decision on the spot. Don't let me down when the time comes. If you want to survive in this doomsday, finding the right team and the right position is the most important thing. Don't worry, Brother Lai. Brother Lai, we all listen to you. Several people laughed wildly. After discussing, they walked outside and planned to meet up with others first. Huyu and others immediately turned to look at Enzioner, wanting to know her opinion, but they could not see any emotion on her face. She was still silently chewing the hamburger in her hand. It seemed that they were not talking about her just now. No matter what. Enzioner can be emotionless, but they can't be. Huyu and Shen have already regarded Enzioner as their own relatives. Even Su Zilong, who has the worst relationship with her, regards her as a comrade in arms. They must not tolerate such a scum's insult to her. Su Zilong and Shen looked at Huyu at the same time, asking for his opinion. Just don't kill him when the time comes. Understood. Simple. The two spoke at the same time, obviously having a thorough plan in mind. Everyone ate a few more bites of other food to replenish their energy and returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Except for the patrol team on duty, everyone else returned to the cave to rest. Under Su Linglong's arrangement, men and women lived in two separate caves. This can also avoid some embarrassing and vicious incidents. But just when she was about to take Enzioner away, she didn't move at all and just followed Huyu silently. Huyu had no choice but to explain. This, Miss Su, my sister, suffers from severe autism. She will only get better if she follows me. You should go back first. No, Su Linglong frowned slightly. If it was your own people, it would be fine, but now everyone lives in a cave. If something happens to your sister, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It seems that Miss Su is a saint, and she still understands that human nature is evil. That is to say, he can't just stay with Enzioner, otherwise it's not impossible to let her stay with Su Linglong. On the one hand, it can protect her safety, and on the other hand, it can also brush up the favorability in the first place. This. Huyu looked at Enzioner tentatively. Zioner, why don't you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I have brothers Shen and Zilong here, no problem. Enzioner didn't answer, but just stood there motionless. Shen also stepped forward to persuade. Yes, Zioner, I'm here, old. Your brother will be fine. Enzioner still didn't move. It seems that he can only use a trick. Huyu came forward and whispered in Enzioner's ear. You go now, you can beat Zilong later, and when we gather and set off tomorrow morning, we can beat him again. We can beat him twice more. Enzioner's eyes lit up and she looked at Su Linglong. Let's go. Okay. Although Su Linglong didn't know what happened, she still achieved her goal and took Enzioner to another cave. Beds are tight, so I'll have to let you sleep next to me tonight. Enzioner didn't answer, but just followed silently. When the two walked away, Shen couldn't help laughing. Su Zilong's face was full of black lines. Boss, you are selling out your teammates. I can't help it. Huyu helplessly spread his hands and patted Su Zilong on the shoulder twice. I'm sorry, Zilong, just hold on. I /U0026 cachet. At night, several men in the cave began to get up. Huyu was about to fall asleep when he was woken up by Shen beside him. Boss, they're taking action. Huyu forced his eyes open and rubbed them. Got it. What's the situation now? About 20 people just went out, should we follow them? Let's go and take a look. Huyu replied, took out a bottle of Red Bull from his space backpack, opened the can and took a sip, barely cheering up, before they walked out of the cave. They saw the fire flickering at the entrance of the cave and people surging. The three of them quickly hid. 53 people in total. Shen quickly counted. In addition to the 25 people in the patrol team, they also gathered more than half of the men. No wonder they have the confidence to do such a thing. Huyu frowned and replied, 53 people, if it weren't for Su Linglong, more than half of them would have died long ago, and now they are repaying kindness with hatred. Hee, you are really capable. Are all the people here? Uncle Lai's voice sounded at the front. In order not to alarm the people in the cave and the people resting in the cave opposite, he lowered his voice. Today is our big day. I won't say any more. Everyone will listen to my command later. I guarantee that you will have food to eat and water to drink in the future, and you can also solve your most basic physiological needs. Brother Lai is mighty. Brother Lai is mighty. Everyone cheered and lowered their voices, but you can still hear the suppressed beast from inside. It seems that this is the method of Uncle Lai. To put it nicely, it is called physiological needs. To put it simply, it is actually lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s who have tasted the sweetness of life, in the end times, besides appetite, the most important thing is this. This is also why he can gather so many people. Remember, Uncle Lai's words stopped the excitement of the crowd. First, catch the leader first, catch Su Linglong first, and then talk about other things. Hee, Brother Lai, we understand without you saying it. That's right, among those women who has Miss Su run. Good to know. Uncle Lai spoke again. Come one by one when the time comes, don't ruin things. Understood? Soon, the crowd gathered and walked towards another cave. Huyu and others followed silently behind them. The two caves were not far apart, and a few minutes later the group had already rushed in. What are you doing? Ah, help! Miss Su, wake up! Inside the cave, the crowd was already in a panic. Huyu and others stood outside the cave. Are we going in now? Shen asked. No hurry. Huyu replied, listening to the noise in the cave getting smaller and smaller. It won't have any effect if we go in now. The weapons in those people's hands are very crude. Xioner is inside, nothing will happen. Yeah. Shen replied and said nothing more. A few minutes later, there was no movement in the cave. It seemed that everyone was under control. Huyu and others looked at each other and walked into the cave. When they reached the entrance of the cave, they saw that the more than 50 men completely surrounded the women. Under the firelight, everyone covered their mouths and looked in the same direction. Not far from the entrance of the cave, a group of people led by Uncle Lai were holding spears and constantly approaching Su Linglong and Xioner. At this time, Su Linglong was still having a virgin heart. She protected Xioner behind her, as if that was the only way the other party would not hurt this weak girl. Lai Si, what do you want to do? Yes. Uncle Lai no longer concealed his desire. He simply threw away the spear in his hand, rubbed his hands and approached the two people. As expected of Miss Su, how do you know what I'm thinking? Ha. This sudden dirty joke made the men around burst into laughter, but Su Linglong couldn't laugh. Her eyes swept across the crowd, full of confusion and disappointment. She could never have imagined that the people she saved would become like this. Why on earth? Miss Su, why are you still standing there? Lai Si asked in confusion, and even opened his arms as if ready to hug her. Come here quickly, don't you know what I'm thinking? Dream on. Su Linglong tightly protected Xioner behind her. Lai Si, you still have time to turn back now. Turn back, turn your ass. Lai Si cursed. He also knew what kind of person Su Linglong was. I immediately turned his head and pointed at the group of women behind him. I won't talk nonsense with you, you only have two ways now. Or, be obedient, you will be mine from now on. I tell you to go east, you can't go west. I tell you to eat, you can't drink soup. You're dreaming. Su Linglong cursed immediately. Very good, you have backbone, the second way. Just right, aren't we short of food? Then I'm going to get rid of these people one by one. As he said, Lai Si raised his hand and hooked. One of the men, holding a spear, brought out a middle-aged woman and stood beside Lai Si. He looked at Su Linglong and asked, Are you sure you want to choose the second way? Su Linglong did not answer. Lai Si took out a dagger and stabbed it into the other's abdomen with a backhand. Ah, murder. Help! The screams echoed throughout the cave again. Shut up! Lai Si roared, and dozens of spears fell at the same time, and the group of women did not dare to shout. And he, looking at the blood on his hands, became more and more emotional. He glanced at Su Linglong, but he did not speak but gave a look to the man next to him. Another woman was brought out. Second time. Lai Si looked at Su Linglong and asked, "Are you sure you want to choose the second way?" Without waiting for Su Linglong to answer, the woman fell to her knees. She lay on the ground, her body trembling constantly, looking at Su Linglong and begging, "Miss Su, save me, please save me. As long as you nod, I won't have to die." It seemed that they had found the only way to survive. Most of the women in the group knelt on the ground, using different words to make the same prayer. Only one person was still standing there, unwilling to kneel. Su Linglong stood there, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. Why? She still couldn't understand why this happened. Didn't she pull these people out of the abyss? Why do they have to step into the abyss themselves now? Why? Su Linglong fell into deep thought and did not answer Lai Si's words. Puff, another knife. Lai Si killed the second person. He hooked his hand again, and the third woman was pushed out of the crowd. She was also the only woman who did not kneel on the ground to beg her. The third time. Lai Si put the dagger on the woman's neck. "Are you sure you want to choose the second path?" "Miss Su." The woman did not kneel. Even when she looked at the two corpses beside her, she was not afraid at all, but stood still. "We can't go on with you, you must persevere." As she said that, the woman took the initiative to move forward and slashed her neck with the dagger. Crimson flowed. She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching constantly. "Zio why?" Su Linglong screamed. Obviously, she had a good relationship with this woman. "Come on, next one." Lai Si was already bloodshot. What he wanted was not only Su Linglong but her submission. Another person was pushed up. The same question was asked again. "Are you sure you want to choose the second path?" This time, Su Linglong gave an answer. Her eyes slowly moved up, and when they fell on Lai Si, she looked almost crazy. "Yes. I choose the second one. Kill everyone if you can, or just kill me. Want me to surrender?" "Impossible," outside the cave. Huyu watched the words Holy Mother being erased from Su Linglong's panel. He nodded and gave the order. "It's time to act." At the same time. "Okay, then I'll kill you," Lai Si also roared, but just as he was about to take the quad kill, a flash of fire exploded. Bang, the gunshot, the dagger was directly bounced away. Almost at the same time, Enziner, who was stopped by Su Linglong, also took out a pistol and shot at Lai Si and others as if she was playing a shooting game. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. It lasted for 52 times. All the people holding spears fell in a pool of blood, leaving only one. Lai Si. Before everyone could come to their senses, a figure came out. He brushed past Su Linglong, came to the woman named Zaya Aue in the pool of blood, and poured a bottle of fine liquid into her. The other party's wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since she took the initiative to move forward to wipe the neck, the wound was not deep and the artery was not cut, so it could still be saved. As for the others, they were almost cold. After feeding liquid, Huyu stood up and looked at Lai Si not far away. "Do you know why I kept you?" "You? Who are you?" Lai Si answered irrelevantly. He was now full of only one emotion in his mind, so how could he listen to such a question? Huyu made a gesture. Su Zilong behind him immediately stepped forward and tied the guy up. "Zaya Aue," Su Linglong exclaimed and ran all the way over. Stepping over the pool of blood, she came to Zaya Aue. "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Miss Su." Zaya Aue replied and also looked at Huyu who saved her. Thank you. You're welcome." Huyu stood up and looked at Su Linglong. "Miss Su, do you have time? I have something I need to discuss with you." "You." Su Linglong looked up and looked at Huyu with shock in her eyes. "Who is it? Follow me and you'll know." Huyu didn't explain too much, but walked out of the cave with Shen Shan and others. "By the way, your friend can also come, but I don't welcome others. Get out of the cave." Huyu glanced at the top of the mountain and thought for a moment. He didn't want to go back to the cave where the boys lived, let alone go to a place full of blood. He had no choice but to move out the entire 28th floor. On the top of the huge mountain, a floor suddenly appeared out of thin air. Cement load-bearing, glass windows, metal security doors. Everything that was on the 28th floor now appears before your eyes, except for the cement floor and cement roof. Of course, none of this matters. The cement floor is replaced by the floor heating floor of the Wuheng system, and the cement cap is replaced by a specially made bulletproof alloy metal. This is also the reason why, when Huyu moved the building, he did not remove the cement ceiling layer together. These two things had long been replaced by Su Zilong during installation. It can be said that no matter where this floor is placed, it can cope with any emergency. Ghost, ghost, Lai Si roared. If he hadn't been controlled by Su Zilong, he would have gone crazy and jumped off the mountain. Keep him quiet. Okay, Huyu gave the order, and Su Zilong directly struck down with his sword. Lai Si fell silent for a moment. The whole person was held on Su Zilong's shoulders like a dead pig. Huyu held an umbrella and walked to the alloy security door. Instead of rushing in, he chose to wait at the door. After all this was so shocking that he was afraid that Su Linglong would think she had seen a ghost and would not dare to come in. Brother Shen, go ahead and clean up, prepare some food, turn on the air conditioner, etc. It's too cold. Huyu looked at Shen Shan and said, Okay. Chen Shan replied and went in to prepare. Su Zilong silently hid aside, seeming to be resisting something. Pity. Just because an Ziner doesn't like to talk, it doesn't mean that she has a poor memory. Bang! He raised his hand and punched Su Zilong directly on the bridge of his nose, knocking him down. I'm really. Su Zilong slowly got up from the ground and put Lai Si on his shoulders. He knew that it was useless to find this woman, so he had to look at Huyu. Boss Hu, you will count me as a work-related injury. Okay, a work-related injury is a work-related injury. Tell me, what compensation do you want? That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands. You can play with me for 2 days. 3 days, as long as you can catch fish. Make a deal. While the two were talking about this matter, Su Linglong helped Xiaoe walk out of the cave. The moment they came out, it was as if their outlook on life had been reshaped. Building. How could something like this appear on the top of this hill? But the size and texture obviously don't look fake. What the hell is going on? Before the two of them could express doubts, Huyu, who was guarding the door, spoke. Don't be stunned. If you have any doubts, come in and talk about it. With that said, he walked towards the alloy door. At this moment, the power supply system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. The lights illuminated the entire mountain. Su Linglong and Xiaoe approached the alloy door with doubts in their hearts. As soon as they entered, a long-lost aroma filled their noses and throats. That's noodles. It's the aroma of instant noodles. Isn't this a dream? Don't worry, you're not dreaming. Huyu knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and made an inviting gesture. Please, we can talk about things while eating. The two women looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Rush, no matter what, I can't resist anyway. Even if I die, I can't be a starving ghost. The two rushed straight to 2802, opened the door, and found 2 bowls of instant noodles inside. Each bowl not only contains ham but also a fried egg. These things, even if placed late at night in peaceful times, are enough to make people covet. What's more now? The two girls rushed over, ignoring the scalding hot noodle soup, stirred up the noodles with chopsticks and stuffed them into their mouths. Huyu just walked in at this moment. He looked at the two girls who were eating deliciously and couldn't help but smile. The preparations were rushed and a bit crude. I hope you won't be offended. Now that the 28th floor is no longer used for living, this is all that is left for food. It's not wrong to say it's simple. No, not crude. Su Linglong raised her head with a noodle hanging from the corner of her mouth. It would be good to have this. You, no, who are you? What do you think? Huyu said and threw the question to her. Immortal. Xiaoe immediately said. You must be a god. Only gods can make our dreams come true. As she said that, she buried her head again and started sucking the noodles. Do you think so too? Huyu asked. It's not impossible, Su Linglong replied. After eating most of the bowl of noodles, she did not continue but looked at Huyu and asked, What do you want to do when you come to us? It's simple, I want you to join my team. Why? Huyu got straight to the point. I value your ability and will need you to build some buildings for me in the future. That's what I'm here for. Architecture. Su Linglong was confused. What about fortifications or cities? In one sentence, Su Linglong understood what the man in front of her wanted. There was a flash of light in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and stretched out her right hand towards him. Su Linglong, I am willing to join you. Sure enough, the efficiency of talking with smart people is different. Huyu. Huyu also stood up, stretched out his hand and held it with Su Linglong. Are you going to stop asking about treatment? For a man who can conjure up such a high-level man out of thin air, I think anything should not be a problem for you. I like talking to smart people. Huyu replied, and was about to let go of his hand, but was held tightly by Su Linglong again. But, I have a merciless request. You say. Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed at Xia Aoi, who was still working on her meal. She wants to come with me. No problem. Huyu agreed happily, not only because of Xia Aoi's previous actions, but also because of this woman's appearance. What's this? This is simply a perfect and all-round primary and secondary school teacher. If there are teaching materials, it won't be a problem even to let her teach high school. It would be a pity not to bring such talent on board. Ah, Han Weiwei looked up, not realizing what had happened. Where are you going? Great place. Huyu let go of his hand and sat back down. There are not many people here today, so you can have a simple meal first. When we get to the boat, I will hold a welcome banquet for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a variety of delicacies suddenly appeared on the table. Family bucket, street food, steak pasta. The table was filled with all kinds of things. Both Su Linglong and Han Weiwei were looking at Huyu with doubts in their eyes. Are you telling me to eat less? Bang! Before the two of them could move, there was a crashing sound from the window. It's that group of women. Seeing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leaving with Huyu and others, curiosity arose in their hearts. I followed him all the way out. You don't know this by looking at it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. They were no less shocked than Su Linglong, and Su Linglong at the floor that appeared out of thin air. Unfortunately, the alloy security door was closed, preventing them from entering at all. We could only brave the heavy rain and go around to a lighted window. When I looked at it, I happened to see the food on that table. They could no longer restrain themselves and started banging on the window of 2802. Food, they want food. The ferocious expression is like a zombie. Some people have even run back, probably looking for tools. This scene was also seen by Su Linglong, who was having a meal. How to say? Huyu did not express an opinion but asked, what are you going to do with this group of people? They have nothing to do with me anymore. Su Linglong lowered her head and continued eating her instant noodles. What about Lai Si? I have never killed anyone. If you can, please help me deal with it. Understood. Huyu replied with satisfaction. He stood up and looked out the window. Before he could say anything, several women had already taken out spears from the cave and started poking at the glass. Fortunately, this is special bulletproof glass. Not to mention spears, even RPGs may not be able to be destroyed. Unless. Huyu glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw the trebuchet in the corner. He suddenly felt unsure and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, is this bulletproof glass you made anti-trebuchet? Boss, that's just glass, not titanium alloy. Got it. I don't know if it was guided by Huyu's eyes. Those women, seeing that their spears could not break through the glass, turned their heads and focused on the trebuchet. When they were about to turn the trebuchet and prepare to load the stones, Huyu, come out. He didn't want the house he had built so hard to be broken down by rocks. Come out, that guy is out. When everyone saw this, they immediately gathered around. In addition to the women, the remaining men in the cave also ran out. They stand on the same front and seem to be brave men who have defeated the evil dragon. Just waiting for Huyu to negotiate with them, but Huyu didn't come out with the intention of negotiating. In addition to Shen Shan and others, he was also followed by Su Linglong, whose eyes were red, and Han Weiwei, who was not yet full. Immortal. A living god. With a cry of surprise, most people fell to their knees. In their eyes, beings who can transport houses out of thin air are undoubtedly no different from gods. This kind of existence, as long as you sincerely kneel down and worship, you will definitely be able to obtain salvation. Please help us. We need food too, we need shelter. But some people don't think so. They believe that Huyu came out just because he was afraid. Fucking God. That small group of people are still arrogant. No matter where you conjure the food, conjure it up for us. Yes, we want food. If you don't give it, watch your house. Be bold. Before Huyu could even say anything, other people who were kneeling to worship had already started arguing with them. How to talk to gods. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe the gods will spare you. Xianjia, please don't be offended. These people are unruly people and we will deal with them. That's what he said. But both parties only talked and did not reach the stage of taking action. After all, those who were brave enough to be selected into the patrol team were now lying in the cave without breathing. The remaining people are either weak or disabled. No one dared to lead the resistance. When Huyu saw this, he also smiled. If it weren't for the difficulty of going down the mountain at night, he might have gone back to the yacht to sleep now. Why would he stay here to watch the show? But it's always good to watch a show. Quiet. Huyu said 2 words calmly. He took out a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet. Without him having to say anything, the group of people who regarded him as a god had already started cheering. The others also fell silent at the same time, looking at the box of instant noodles in front of them as if they were looking at rare treasures. I have plenty of food, but I need you to exchange it for something. What the hell? Yes, you said it. As long as we have it, we can exchange it with you. Now both teams are in an almost crazy state. No matter what it is, getting instant noodles is the way to go. Simple. Huyu stood up and left, placing the instant noodles at his feet. Endure. As long as all of you can hold back until tomorrow morning and not touch anything here, you will receive a box of instant noodles per person. It would be a shame if any of you broke the rules. Not only will you not get food, you will also face punishment. Huyu said and led everyone into the alloy security door and returned to 2802. As for Lai Si, he casually threw it next to the box of instant noodles. It would be too easy for him to kill this thing directly. The curtains are drawn. The surveillance outside the house started running. The light shines through the curtains and onto the mountaintop. Everyone looked at each other, and instead of rushing forward immediately, they hesitated. They can still tell which is more important, a box of instant noodles or a box of instant noodles per person, but not everyone's reason can defeat desire. Do you really believe him? A voice came from the crowd. 1 box for each person. How is this possible? Who said it's impossible? He can conjure up a 1-story building, so what if he can conjure up hundreds of boxes of instant noodles? That's instant noodles. Another person wondered. Even if he really has so many, why should he give them to us? Just because we don't take a bath. Okay, everyone, shut up. A big man came out. He looked at the box of instant noodles in front of him. Do you really think it means what he says? We ate this box of instant noodles, smashed his house with a trebuchet, and tied him up. We don't believe that he didn't come out with something to redeem himself. Who said you have to follow his rules? When everyone heard it, it seems to make sense. Of course, this is only a small part. There are still a large number of people who firmly believe that Huyu is a god and cannot do anything that offends the gods, no matter what. Don't touch instant noodles now. I just touched it, what happened? The strong man asked back, walking straight towards the box of instant noodles. Someone stopped me. Others stood and watched. Bang! The strong man punched down the person in front of him who was blocking him, then turned to look behind him. Who else wants to eat noodles? Come with me. A sound fell. Before there was a response, the strong man had already jumped on the noodle box. The box is full of instant noodles. 24 bags in total. It looks like a lot, but there are still about 100 people on the mountain. On average, each person only has 1 mouthful. Watching the strong man tear into one of the packets, he stuffed the dough directly into his mouth. The rest of the people immediately went crazy. They swarmed up. He didn't even have time to cook the noodles and started eating them raw. The group of people who originally insisted on not touching instant noodles are now rushing forward. Anyway, we have already violated the rules, so why not rush up and grab some food now? Less than 5 minutes. Everyone is already red-eyed. The conflict continues to escalate, from grabbing food to pushing and shoving to riots. More than 100 people were mixed together, with only food in their eyes. His fists and kicks kept falling on everyone around him, no matter who that person was. Lai Si, who was still unconscious, was beaten to death, until one comes to his senses. Dragging his injured body, he struggled to climb out of the crowd and sat on the trebuchet. Aim, toss, a huge boulder fell from the sky. It hit the crowd accurately, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Less than half an hour. Most of the people on the mountain died. The remaining half of the people were also covered in injuries. They couldn't even lift the stones onto the trebuchet. Pity. Huyu looked at the surveillance camera in front of him and shook his head slightly. He turned around and looked at the rest of the people. The crisis is over. The remaining people don't have to worry about it, just have a good rest. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Except for Enziner's eyes, which remained unchanged. Everyone else looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. It was just a box of instant noodles. He said a few words, and hundreds of people outside got into a mess and broke through without attacking. Even if this man is not the god they call him, he is still a monster, a complete monster. Watch what I do. Huyu smiled kindly. Pack up and go to bed quickly. We have to go back early tomorrow morning. When everyone heard this, Chen Shan immediately took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find the room. He stayed where he was, looking down at the monitor, sneered and turned off the screen. They asked for it. If they just attack with spears, Huyu will just laugh it off and not launch such a plan. But now, Trebuchet, want me to die? Then don't live a good life.